Mmm. Well, hello everybody. It's Friday. My name is Jan Damon and it is our streaming day. We stream all day, baby. You can come in, you can come out, you can go all about the hokey pokey, whatever you want with the live stream. Today we have two big, juicy pieces of content. Both are really long, so it's gonna be a long day. And first, we have Ethan Klein versus Just Pearly Things. If you don't know who Just Pearly Things is, we'll get into that. She's not that great. Anyways. And then we have a brand new Jessie gender video, which I'm excited to see what's about. It's called The Insidious Violence of Civility Politics. And it's going to be really educational and exciting, and I'm excited to watch it with all of you. And of course, we pause as much as we can or give our own commentary and insight to what things are going on from a Neogenian perspective. The Neogenian takeaway or home base with that. So anyways, yeah, everybody get comfy. Remember to like the live stream. Yes, I was a little bit late. I was running to the grocery store because I'm like, I have nothing to eat. And then it's sitting here all day with nothing to eat really sucks. So I got my sandwich. I got my root beer. Has anybody got snacks going on? How you doing? How was your day? How was your week? What are you doing right now? You just getting off of work? You eating some snacks? What you got for snacks? Drinks? I want to know all about you right now. Less about me, more about you. I'm pouring my root beer. That's why I'm, like, concentrating. Hey, Elise. Hi, Tyler. Hi, Cassidy. David. Mistress Angelica. Besides the haters and stalkers, your week is good? Yeah, I can relate to that. Sweet, ice-cold root beer in a glass full of ice. I love sandwiches. I had a weird thought today. Does anybody else spank your sandwich after you make it? Let me explain. Like, I finished dressing up my sandwich, and then I put the top bread on, and then I just, like, I don't know why I did that. And I'm like, does anybody else do that? Does anybody pay attention to that? You just kind of, like, pat the top of the... You're just like, last piece of bread, bitch. Spank you. Now I'm going to eat you. Does anybody else here spank your sandwich? People are out here spanking their sandwiches. Delicious. Well, I'm excited to get into things. The two pieces of content we have to watch today, they're both really long. So we're here like all day with this. Oh shit. I'm dropping shit on my shit. Raise your hand if you know who Just Pearly Things is. Do you know who Just Pearly Things is? Does anybody know? Is anybody familiar with that content creator or person? They don't really create. Should like pull the microphone like away from the sandwich. Imaginista just finished making some mini French bread pizzas. Yo, I want that. I want what you're eating. Here, this is a better place to put my food. No, it's just Pearly thing. Like her, it's a play. It's not like just girly things. Her username is just Pearly things. Let me show you what she looks like. I have A&W Zero Sugar Root Beer. I love it. It's not the best root beer in the world, but for something to drink all day, I think it's fine. So her name is Pearl Davis. She has a YouTube. She's on TikToks, things like that. She is like a trad wife, only she isn't a wife. She's not married. She's like 35. And she constantly like goes into like the manosphere sort of areas, you know, people like Fresh and Fit, Andrew Tate, like that sort of crowd, that manly like my woman shouldn't be allowed to wear promiscuous clothing outside. Okay, it's for me, not for the world. Like that kind of stuff. So like she believes in like traditional marriages. She believes that divorce shouldn't be legal under any circumstances, essentially. Which is funny because she's not married herself. So she says like a lot of... she's very anti-feminist too. Like she constantly talks about what the feminists are saying. She's like an straight up like anti-feminist. So I don't know if you've seen this woman. Just Pearly things, clips. I wonder if we can find some of her like previous like stuff that she says.
Pearl Davis is a female red pill content creator who got her start on YouTube, where she runs a show with panels of guests with varying opinions on the subject matter. She and her guests discuss issues surrounding dating, sex, and gender as they entertain her army of over 800,000 subscribers. Pearl has many times come under criticism for preaching what many see as a confusing ideology. While many are still confused in her beliefs, many more suspect it will be a ploy to attract men, because one minute she can be critical about women who are sexually active and preaches that a higher body count lowers your sexual market value, and the next minute she argues that women should sleep with men in exchange for certain privileges. There definitely will be no shortage of funny moments in a show with people of varying opinions, and in today's video, we'll be looking at some of the funniest moments on Just Pearly Things.
I just want you to get some clips.
Please hit that like and subscribe button so you will never miss out on any of our content.
If you're going out all the time, you can say like, I'm not a hoe, right? But if all your friends are hoes, you're going out to the club all the time. It's like you're dressing like a hoe, acting like a hoe. It's like, how are they supposed to think you're not a hoe?
Mic drop.
I mean, it's like, call it that.
It's same thing with a guy. If he hangs around a bunch of friends that all cheat, if he looks like he's cheating, if he's acting like he's cheating,
You're gonna assume he's cheating.
and you'll fall in love, because women love being cheated on.
I always hear girls say
What?
broke men shouldn't have an opinion, but the guys don't say fat chicks shouldn't have an opinion.
Look, they can find their way into heaven, but if you got a kid by two different baby daddies, like, don't ask the next guy to wait for you. Just sleep with him, hoe. You a hoe. Stop acting like you're not a hoe. That's not their fault.
I don't like her attitude
to me,
about
if a guy
women.
approaches me again, like, it's annoying, but who cares? Like, I've been in, like, I went to Martinique. I don't know if you've heard of it.
Yeah, I've been there. It's nice.
Yeah, it's nice.
Yeah.
It's nice. And like guys there, they're like at this beach would like come up to me, and I'm like, who cares? I'd be like, go away.
Well, so I'm just saying, you're gonna punish you said the
It's
right
not-
man, the right man
I
has
mean,
to wait, but
for
the wrong
you,
one didn't.
For you
That's
in
backwards.
a secular world,
No, that's what you said.
But
let me finish, bro.
But if you were truly
God,
religious, like
dang.
you would have waited, and that's why it sounds like bullshit to men because they're like, okay, well, where was this religion back when you were fucking Tyrone?
Well, wait. So I have a question.
But the least happy demographic of women is women over the ages of 45 that make between, I think it's like between $50,000 to like $70,000 per year and are single and childless. Like life gets
Are
pretty
they
life
bothered
gets,
about it though?
What?
Are they bothered about being
Yeah, they're the
childless?
least happy demographic. Like life gets pretty lonely after the age of 45. Like, right? I don't think as women we really understand how different the world treats us because we're pretty women. And because one day your looks are going to be gone, you're going to get no attention from men. Like 40 to no men are lying.
Bullshit. You know how many hot, sexy 40-year-olds there is? Jesus Christ. Don't fucking tell me that you lose your fucking, like, value because your looks go down at 45. That is such a dismal take. Anyways, I'm not trying to, like, really watch this whole thing. I'm just trying to give you guys a... I want you all to be prepared of the kind of person that Ethan Klein is going up against.
I've never been told you ain't shit. You're gonna think you're the shit all the time. Like sometimes you need someone to tell you ain't shit. You know how lucky I was to grow up fat? How that humbles you. I'm so glad I had brothers to tell me I was ugly sometimes.
What?
Anyone thinks about me, like I've grown into myself and I'm comfortable with who I am now. That like even if you guys call me delusional or whatever, I think I'm maybe not a 10. Let's not go that far, but like definitely. And
I hate this, like, fascination people have of, like, rating people's looks. Like, I couldn't even begin to tell you, like, what I would rate myself. Because I feel like my rating would change, like, every fucking day.
eight per. So like, whether you guys think I am or not,
That's got nothing to do with her.
As a woman, I know full well it weren't ingrained in me to hate men, but as you grow up and you see them act a certain way, then you're going to have an opinion of them. I wouldn't go swimming. I wouldn't go swimming in Australia. Even if there was one shark attack, I wouldn't go near it because I know the consequences. But yeah, as women, we're expected to still trust men that hurt us.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do I mean?
Like what you said. What do you see that men do? That's so bad.
Well, first of all, I said about the domestic violence, and then I think if you look at like
Well,
rape
women
and
do
all
it
that-
too.
No,
so,
no, of course,
yeah.
but men ain't dying at the same rates. So
Well, they can't.
Who's to say?
what do you mean? Who's to say?
I think everything that we see is what's given to us as facts. We can't take that as
Alright,
gospel.
this one is
Do you
boring.
know any men that
Also,
have died from domestic violence?
Male suicide is
So when girls say things like men are trash, men are the problem, da 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 da, I'm like, okay, you can speak for yourself. Like the men you pick are the problem. Because I have 5 really great brothers. I have a really great father, and so if you have an issue with men, like that's a you problem, and don't put that on me.
if you're gonna have sex with a woman, there is a chance that woman may get pregnant. Like,
So if you have sex with a guy, there's a chance you might get pregnant.
Yeah,
yeah.
that's on
Well, no shit. Great work, genius.
Yeah. So if you get to choose not to be a mother, he should get to choose not to be a father. Equal. Equality.
Well, that's it for today's video. Please hit that subscribe button if you haven't done so already, and don't forget to like.
I had great brothers who called her fat and ugly growing up. Yeah, I had brothers too. They called me fat and ugly growing up. Like, they weren't great. Sorry. I'm not gonna come out. David says she supports Andrew Tate and had him on her show. I believe it. She believes in his matrix. She's red pill. She's like the red pill lady. It's so weird. Anyways, so remember when we watched that whole debate with Ethan Klein and Ollie London? Well, Ethan Klein is now taking on this woman, and I love this trend of Ethan Klein taking on people and just, like, eviscerating them one by one. It's almost like a fucking, like, Mortal Kombat thing. Like, you beat the first guy, and then you move up, beat the second guy. Like, it's fucking fantastic. Let's get to it.
Two,
Hello, everybody. Welcome to this beautiful Wednesday, June 14th. It is an early episode. All right, so, yeah, let's...
Should we Philly D this? And just jump right into it?
What, should we what?
Yeah, you know what? Let's just jump right into it.
Let's just jump right into it.
Yeah, no, let's do it. Yeah, I don't want to keep her waiting.
Okay. All right, stand by. I'll let her in. 1 second. All right.
So she's in the lobby. We're just connecting her. Oh, there I can see her. Great.
Cassie, I thought at first you said you're going to be pooping in and out all night. I'm like, what? Thank you. I mean, we're all comfortable here sharing if we poo or not. But now I see you said popping and not pooping. We all poop, okay? We all poop here. And in defense of women, since women are going to be the biggest subject today, women poop, okay? Cassie, I might be pooping too, who knows? Women poop, women fart. Shocking, I know. Man, this root beer is like, it's hitting extra nicely, like, because it's just kind of like hot and muggy out. And this is so cool, refreshing. I love filling up the glass, like, all the way to the brim with ice. So it's, like, mostly ice, so it just stays ice fucking cold the whole time. It feels so refreshing. Anyways. Buckle in, everybody. This is going to be a long one. This is going to be a long one.
In
Hi.
Zoom.
Good. VPN, thank you.
Look.
All right. Oh, Jesus. What is that?
What's happening?
I don't know. Wasn't me. Oh, there was just crazy audio feedback, but your camera feed looks great.
Okay, can you hear me okay now?
Yes, I can hear you.
All good.
Okay, good. Yeah, we fixed it. Hi, how are you?
Your feed looks good. You sound good. Thank you. I'm good. How are you?
I'm good.
Thank you for calling in. Obviously, I saw your tweet. Is this a trap or a good faith conversation? It's not.
Yeah, I wasn't sure which.
Well,
yeah.
I think this is a good faith conversation. I mean, what would you consider to be a trap?
It's
hey, MC.
Like when you walk into an interview and it's like they're not trying to have a conversation. They're just trying to like paint you out to be a certain way, I would say.
Sure. That would be like a bad faith when they go in there with an agenda and they're not really open to hearing your thoughts. Well, certainly I hope for it to be a challenging conversation, but I hope that you'll find it to be in good faith. I mean, you know a little bit about me, I'm assuming, so you kind of know what's my positions on a lot of things. But I do look forward to speaking with you, and I thank you, by the way, for accommodating us. I know you're in the UK, so I thank you for making the time and coming out here at a weird hour.
Yeah, no, I used to watch you like last year, actually, a good amount, like a year or two ago, maybe.
What is like as a fan or as like a hate watch?
No, I don't know if it's like awkward to talk about like Trisha, but I used to watch like the show you guys did together.
Oh
I
yeah.
Really good.
No, you can. No, you can. Well, thank you. That's nice to hear. Yeah.
I know it like didn't work out, but I actually thought that was really good content.
Aw.
Like you guys did the like the bus tour. I thought that was so funny.
Oh, thank you. That's nice. We actually worked really hard on that. All these guys.
The bus tour is why frenemies fell apart. So
wait,
glad at least you enjoyed it.
Hold on, sorry. Ethan Klein does this thing that really helps with, because this is kind of like, you can't just like get on with people that you know you're going to disagree with and just be a dick to them. You have to be very courteous. And what I like that Ethan does is everybody that he brings on that he debates, he opens up with very polite and encouraging conversation to sort of like let people relax, like get like let's get relaxed, let's get talking. So he's talking about this, that, just a little bit of chit chat, like how's the weather, and then you get into it. I think that's a very good thing, because I don't think it's very useful if you just get into things and you're just immediately like, you're a bitch.
Oh yeah, this curse segment. Is that what happened?
Well, I don't know if it's so long ago. It's ancient history.
I
But I remember she was
Q&A.
upset that it didn't go the way that she was hoping that it would.
Oh, she thought we shot it unprofessionally.
Yeah. But but Pearl liked it, so there you go.
And Pearl, yeah. Okay. Well, anyway, I guess let's just jump right into it. I want to I don't know how many of my audience, I'm sure a lot do, but I kind of want to just introduce you. You've become really successful the past year or two. Kind of, you're friends with Fresh and Fit, right? Those guys are your dogs, so to speak. And you kind of are sympathetic to their kind of views. But you've made a name for yourself just on TikTok and on YouTube. So let me just ask you generally, like, what kind of messages are you sharing on your platform? What kind of important messages is it that you find yourself are about?
I believe in family, so I think that we should have policies that push family. I think that feminism overall was a bad thing. I think...
I gotta wash my hands. No. There's actually red pill, like, incel, a pair of dudes called Fresh and Fit, like Fresh and Fit podcast. They're really terrible. We should cover them sometime. My hunches. I did some leg workouts like the other night, and like my top of my thighs hurt. Fresh and Fit. Yeah, I'm not even joking. Anyways.
That we should be... I think women are happier when we have, a family and kids over a career in the long run. Yeah. Sorry, I'm a little nervous.
It's okay. Yeah, I understand. So it's more like traditional. You want people to kind of follow a more traditional path in terms of family and gender and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, well, and you just see the negative, outcomes a society has when, families fall apart, right? And it's especially hard on the children. Like you see, the kids are more likely to go to prison. They're more likely to drop out of school. They're more likely to, be in mental health institutions. So you just see all of the problems that come with, single mother homes. So I just think it's important that we push policies that push family.
So how do you push a policy that promotes family?
What does that look like? What does it look like pushing a policy that forces families to stay together? How does that look? Does that include healthcare services, crisis services? These people always say what they think shouldn't be. Oh, I think the feminists are wrong. We actually need to keep family traditional, blah blah blah. But it's they never have the innovative vision of that. They never really describe that. They're just oh, we don't like this, so it shouldn't be that way.
In what way can you force a family to stay together or encourage it in a sense?
Well, I think you first have to get rid of incentives that incentivize women to leave families. So, for example, child support, alimony. I'm not really a fan of those.
Child support. So if there's a divorce, let's say
actually, I think we should ban divorce too. Yeah, I think that should be banned. Yes.
Okay, well that's a little bit silly. You have to acknowledge that, right?
No.
So banning divorce means that when you decide to get married, you are not allowed by the government to leave your significant other in any situation.
Yeah. I just think that if you want to leave, you just shouldn't get married. So that's just my opinion.
How do you... People don't get married knowing that they're gonna want to leave it someday. That's not how that works. Like, don't... If you're gonna leave your marriage, don't get married in the first place. What if you... People don't know generally the circumstances they're getting to. It's like, yeah, you get married, you enjoy it, and then what after like 5 years, it starts to really fucking suck, and the best like choice is to like get divorced and part your ways. Like, it makes no sense to be like, well, you shouldn't have gotten married in the first place. Like, nobody gets married thinking, well, you know, we're gonna leave someday. I mean, unless you get like a prenuptial agreement and stuff, but that's so weird, I think. That's such a weird, like, naive thing. Cassie, I think we should ban marriage. I like your ideas.
Right, but like in the real world, that kind of simplistic.
And you know, there's like exceptions to this, but I would just say in general, for most cases, you know, we could talk about exceptions, but like the rule.
Well, the
divorce,
exceptions are the important part, because I've heard you say that a lot when you're talking about things. You say, oh, you want to talk about exceptions, but the exceptions is the important part, because those are the people that are going to be affected. I mean, exceptions are going to be a large part of divorces, as you say. I mean, you're talking about like, you know, 25% maybe or more, because if you're saying you're not allowed to get divorced, so we're talking about like, what if the relationship is physically abusive?
Yeah, I think if it's physically... See, this is the problem, though. All right.
What is the problem?
If it's one-sided physically abusive, okay. Fine, divorce. We can allow divorce for those exceptions, but like I've even talked to people that work at like abuse centers, and they say that the majority of abuse is mutual. So it's not just one side's hitting the other.
Understand how she can just put a blanket statement, we just have to keep families together. How? What does that look like? How are we going to enforce that? What scenarios are we going to like enforce that with?
Most people agree with that, right? Because I think we all can look at the stats and say family is important, right? Family is important. Nuclear families is important to like the health of children growing up in general. I think we can all say that. But when you say something like divorce should be illegal,
yeah,
we got to kind of suss that out, because that's a pretty extreme claim. For example, in 2014, family violence was the cause of 25% of divorces. So I don't think it's fair to characterize that as some kind of like super fringe example of why people get divorced.
Well, but you also have to look if there's incentive structures in place where there's a lot of false accusations in family court. And a lot of people don't know this, that family court is actually it's not based off of evidence, it's based off a balance of probabilities. And there are incentive programs that you get, like in the UK, you get a free lawyer if you accuse your husband of abuse. And it's less than 10% of cases are actually like followed through with the police.
Sorry, I don't want to move on quite yet. I want to stick on the topic of not allowing people to divorce. So you're saying that you do want to allow people to divorce, then you don't really believe that?
No, I would say ban divorce.
Okay, because you just said you would allow an exception in the case of abuse.
I said one-sided abuse exception, sure.
Okay, so how do you prove the one? So then you don't believe in forced divorce? Or and you ban divorce.
Fine. Yeah. Ban divorce except for one-sided abuse.
Okay, sure. Except for one-sided abuse. And is there going to be a system to kind of how do you prove that the woman or man?
Well,
was on the,
I think you have to press charges in criminal court, not family court.
So only if your significant other is tried criminally are you allowed to leave the relationship. Yes. Tried and found guilty criminally.
Yes. Otherwise, just stick out of, which is fine if you don't, want to be with someone forever. But I just say stay out of marriage, because when you marriage is supposed to be, for better or for worse, in sickness and in health, and for richer or for poorer. It's not supposed to be, when I feel like leaving. And the majority of divorces nowadays, it's just, when the girl just feels.
She's not even married herself. I don't know why she's sitting there like lecturing people about the sanctity of marriage when she's not even fucking married herself.
Feels like leaving.
That's not true.
So and well,
it's just not true.
I've talked to hundreds of women.
That's
on
not.
my show.
That's just
So,
that doesn't prove anything.
And even if you look at when no fault divorce was initiated.
I hate it when people do that. Oh, I talked to hundreds of women, or like somebody's like, well, I talked to a few like trans people, and they didn't say this. Like, that's not how you do research. Sorry, that's not. Just saying, well, I've talked to like 50 people, like, so? That means jack diddly. David said domestic murder rate would shoot up. Yeah, I mean, if women are forced in like marriages and can't divorce their husbands, I think a lot of husbands are going to mysteriously get poisoned, don't you? That's how that works. I mean, have you not seen murder mysteries? It's like women are just going to be like, that's it. And then the husband's gone. So like, yeah, you're just like, if people can't divorce, it's just going to be like the medieval times. They're just going to behead each other.
In the 1970, I think it was initiated. I mean, one of the number one reasons was financial differences and irreconcilable.
And reconcile.
Yeah. Sorry, kid.
None of us could say it.
But yeah, I just think like, for the people that don't believe in real marriage, because what is marriage if you can get divorced over damn near anything? It's not marriage anymore. It's something else.
Well, I think the reason for that, historically, this emphasis on staying married, right? Or even before this no-fault divorce was an option, and it was more difficult for women to get divorced, or men, the abuse of power and the risk for abuse and for people to get stuck in a horrible relationship situation, not just for them, but their kids, right? I mean, obviously, having your kids watch their mother get beat up. And oftentimes it's going to bleed.
Or the kids get watching their father get beat up. Like, it goes both ways.
I acknowledge that. It goes both ways. So both people have a right to, in my opinion, get divorced, because the alternative is one of the partners being stuck and like,
Do you think that's the
a lethal
situation? Do you think that's the majority of cases?
A majority of cases of what? Divorce?
Of divorce.
25%. 25%.
What?
It's 25% based on statistics.
No, but that's not what's in criminal court. It's like less than 10%. It actually followed through in criminal court.
Well, regardless, 10%'s enough, don't you think?
No, I said less than 10% of the abuse cases of the 25%. So that's like.
Journal of Family Violence in 2014 found that approximately 25% of divorces in the United States involve domestic violence.
Unfortunately, there's a little evenness here, but in a good way, I guess. Because Ethan Klein has his whole team there with him, and they do research like as the debate's going on. And they'll pull up like facts and things and fact check and just send it right to Ethan. So like if she says, oh, this study, like some team member is pulling up like that study, and then Ethan Klein says, oh, well, let's look at it right now. Which is unfortunate for her, because she's just sitting there by herself, slouched in her chair. I don't know what it is with like her demeanor. It's like, I don't know. It's like she's not even taking it seriously in a way. All right.
Right, but again, that's because the woman says that she was, because they're incentive.
Okay, but you're just saying stuff. You're just saying stuff. You don't actually know that to be true.
No, I do.
How?
I do. Like, okay, in the UK, there's a law that you get a free lawyer if
You
How
get a
does
free
that?
lawyer if
Sorry, but how
if
does that prove that
accuse-
women are lying about violence?
No, because I'm saying that you can't. Okay, you can't prove it unless they go to criminal court because.
Hey, Mark, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat. Good to see you. Cassie says, solely one-sided abuse is cause for divorce. Both my parents are abusive to each other, and that in itself was abusive to us kids. Yeah. Mark says, who is this crazy person? Her Pearl. Her name is Pearl. She goes by Just Pearly Things. She's a red pill anti-feminist. It's really sad.
Criminal court is based off of evidence, where family court is based off of a balance of probability. So it means it's more likely that they did it than didn't do it. It's not innocent until proven guilty.
Right, but they're not going to jail. It's just to let the abused.
I mean, you could call it jail when you have a lifetime of not seeing your children. When the
You
whole
could, but
like,
it's not.
community. I mean, you could. I mean, have you spoken to these men? It's like literally their whole community thinks they're an abuser. Now they
You speak to every fucking man on the planet?
They get to see their kids maybe 3 days a month if they're lucky. A lot of them are put on.
Sure,
a lot of them are put on.
Oh,
Yeah, there's-
no. Not a divorced dad defender. Not fucking defending Kyle punching walls fucking and shit. Like, really. I just don't, like, I agree there needs to be some care there. There's a lot of angry divorced dads out there, and they got serious problems. There's reasons why they did get divorced, you know, or were divorced from. There's a place there where there needs to be help and some degree of care and compassion to get these men into a healthier mindset. One that isn't so fucking fucked up and angry. But I just don't care, you know? Like, I don't care to defend it. It's just, like, just the pity party and victimizing. Like, stop it. I'm not saying all divorced dads are, like, pieces of shit. Some got into really terrible situations. But, you know, for those that were douchebags and deserve the divorce, fuck them. Get them some counseling and give them a juice box and let them take a nap.
There's bad outcomes for sure, but
Horrible.
on the whole,
I mean, a lot of men zero themselves out during this.
they what?
Like a lot of men commit suicide
Oh, I
during.
see.
Like, yeah.
Oh, that's horrible. You know.
It's horrible. It's like
That is
absolutely
horrible.
terrible. Like I interview these men that are going through this.
Yeah, I'm sure
'cause
that's happened, but at the same time, you're saying women are lying about violence, and I haven't
Right.
seen you be able to prove
I'm
that.
I'm saying that you can't prove it unless you go to criminal court because family
but it's
court
not
is
a crime.
based off of evidence.
Right, but they're not going to jail.
not-
It's just about the welfare of the kids, and you know, what I mean, the people
It's a
involved.
crime if you're.
You can't take verbal abuse to like criminal court in that instance. Okay, things can be devastatingly abusive just with words and finances. So of course there's going to be divorce cases where there's absolutely no fucking need to take it to criminal court. It's just like there's no physical abuse, but it is still very abusive. That doesn't make. I feel a lot of what she says. I feel like she just doesn't think it through. And again, I think the point is they just want to hit the talking points that are controversial, but they don't really have a vision for like the world they're trying to paint. Like they just no innovation there. Like it's like, well, what does the world look like? Like how are families enforced? Like how are women, you know, proven that they're not lying? This, that, and the other. It's just like, how do you prove verbal abuse is a criminal like thing? It doesn't make like it just. I'm short circulating if you can't tell. I'm shorting out here. Short circuiting, I know. And just she just has no vision. Just no vision. It's just hitting the talking points and getting the attention. And of course, when she goes on Red Pill Guys' shows, they can just like nod their heads and be like, yes, this is awesome. A girl is saying it like exactly what I'm saying. So I think she's just essentially just a pick-me girl. Like, pick me, you know. Mark says, I just came in to say the story. Oh, yeah. Oh, you saw that. Yeah. This is this. Elise says some people also get married too young from family pressure and grow in different ways and end up wanting different things. They should be able to divorce even though there's no abuse involved. Exactly. Like, why would you be... Well, you got married. You should have not... If you didn't want to be married, then you should have realized that in the beginning and you shouldn't have gotten married in the first place. That doesn't make any fucking sense. That's just such a warped way of thinking. Ooh, this lady.
If you're falsely accusing someone of abuse. And so I'm saying there's no, you can't, they only prove it in less than 10% of cases.
Okay.
In criminal court, because criminal court is based off of evidence, family court is not.
So let's just say less than 10%. I'll just give you the benefit of the doubt on that. Still seems like enough to give people the option to leave. And this idea that women just leave whenever they want seems a little bit infantile, since because people change, right? Especially when people get married young, which does happen. People change. People go through shit. People grow apart. A lot of the men who end up being abusive, you hear, were one way before they got married and one way after you get married. So I don't think it's fair to say you're just leaving whenever you want, or you should just have to stay in this forever. Wouldn't you prefer people get married than never get married? Like, I feel like you would be disturbed if, like, only 5% of couples ever got married.
I'd rather people got married and stayed married.
Right, but that wasn't one of the options.
I actually don't see a point in getting married with the way that marriage is today, to be honest.
What the fuck are you talking about then? Why are you even going on? Why even say anything at all? Why? If you think marriage is pointless, then why even fucking say, well, it's important enough to where it should stay together? Like, this is so flip-floppy. She's hypocritical. On the one hand, she's saying marriage is really important and you should stick together, like, no matter what. And then now she's saying, like, honestly, I don't really care for it. Ooh, this lady. Ugh, I'm just a little hot potato.
Yeah, because again, like, what is it? The average marriage is like 8 years. So the average marriage is 8 years and you're done. That's not marriage.
Leaving a marriage due to domestic violence and not pursuing criminal charges. Let's say that a woman's in a marriage and they have no fault marriage divorce. So let's say she doesn't want to charge her husband. She just wants to leave amicably, okay? But in your situation, she's forced to charge him legally, to have a police investigation, charge him for domestic violence. Wouldn't that be more damaging to his reputation?
Not if he beat the case, because again, it's based off of evidence. But I mean, I think that why would you want an abusive guy walking free? If he's actually abusive, he should go to jail. Shouldn't we agree on that?
Right, but it's just not that simple, again, because, like, it's just not that simple, abuse cases, because, and it's not that simple to convict people.
I just don't think that men should be punished without evidence. And I think in family court,
but in cases of domestic violence, you can have police come out and you can choose not to press charges. You can have police come out, I'm pretty sure, unless the police think it's like too over the top and they just go ahead and charge it anyways. But I think in some cases they'd be like, do you want to press charges? And people can say no. So that's a very difficult area, I think. If there is a physical abuse in the relationship, but they decide not to press any charges, but just divorce and just leave. And it's just better if you just leave and get out of the situation. People can be abusive in a marriage, but then not, get better when they get out of it. It's not necessarily an indication that somebody's abusive across the board.
It's not based off of evidence. It's based on a balance of probabilities. And so you have a case where men only, like, they're stuck seeing their kid like 3 days a month, when again, it's not based off of evidence. Like, you know, I've interviewed guys where literally the wife, and I've seen the court documents. It's coming out in my documentary that's coming out in the fall.
Oh, please don't. Please don't make Please don't make a documentary. All right, I'll be here for it to laugh.
But the wife was plotting to try to get the guy to hit her.
Right, I'm sure that happens, but you know that.
And the wife still got custody.
Right. But that's not a representative case. Again, I mean, for example, you ask why a mom wouldn't want to try a parent. It's more nuanced, right? I mean, you need a more developed take on that, because it's very traumatic for the kids and the family to put their father through a violence case, and especially when the kids are probably going to have to ask to testify, to talk to the police. I mean, I totally understand why a mother or father wouldn't want to put their family through that, don't you?
I mean, I can understand it. Yeah.
Sure. Sure. And I mean, according to national statistics on domestic violence, okay, there's 10 million men and women each year that are the victim of physical abuse. But in your world, I have a feeling that a lot of these people would be trapped in these marriages. And that's okay.
I said in one-sided abuse, they could leave. Yes.
Okay.
So, no. Yeah.
But if it's not one-sided, they should stay. That doesn't make any fucking
in
sense.
order to get custody of your kids, if you're going to accuse the other side of abuse, you should have to prove it.
Do you think what do you think is more harmful to kids, divorce or physical abuse?
Physical abuse.
Okay, you passed that one. But you had to think about it for a second. But anyway, let's move on from this.
No, I just thought it was kind of a silly question. That was all. But
okay, that's refreshing. Tell me, what does red pilled mean to you? Because I've heard you use that phrase a lot. You're part of the red pilled community.
yeah, I mean, it's a lot of people. I will say a lot of people have their own definitions of it, so people use it for different things. But I would say it's viewing the world the way it's supposed to be, or like the way it is, not the way you're told it is. So, like, you know, for example, a lot of guys think if they treat a girl nice and give her flowers, that, you know, she'll essentially sleep with him. And then a lot of guys find out that's not true. And so then they, you know, came together and...
Wow. Groundbreaking philosophy. I'm just totally entranced. Please, give us some more of these mind melters.
Yeah, realized that. So that's just one thing.
Is that true? Do men really believe that?
That, what do you mean?
That if you buy flowers and be nice, she'll sleep with you?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think that's real. I think that's like a really odd way to describe dating. It's just like men are nice guys and women are...
I just think
it just seems very cartoonish. Like we're talking about real world stuff, and it's just, you can't really...
I just think men don't really... Men don't expect like women to reproduce more with felons than non-felons.
What?
Like, I think that's a surprise.
Women reproduce more with...
What the fuck? Wait a minute. I'm having a little hard time connecting these dots. I don't know. Okay.
Felons.
Violent
non-felons.
Yeah. I mean, like, think about it. Like, Ted
wait,
Bundy.
hold on. Well, yeah, what does that mean? So felons who are procreating have more kids in general than non-felons? What does that stat mean?
They have more children with felons than non. It's like, I don't remember if it's violent felons versus non-violent felons, but I just remember violent felons have more children than non-violent felons.
And so there's men who are looking at that and they're pissed.
No, not
because I've never heard that stat in my life.
No, I think just surprised.
Right, I've never heard that stat.
What is this? What the hell is she saying?
Yeah, is there a source for that? It just seems kind of an odd stat. Like, what does it prove? Felons?
What does that have to do
more
with fucking
kids
anything?
Than non-felons.
Well, I think the reasoning is because women want a guy that can like protect her, basically.
A felon?
Yeah.
That's
Why
a
do you
weird.
think Ted Bundy? Why do you think Ted Bundy
Oh
had
my
like
god.
love?
Yeah, I need some protection. Give me Ted Bundy. What the fuck is what the actual hell is happening? I just don't understand.
Letters.
Oh well, that's a whole different weird phenomenon about women being interested.
No, but
Some
that's-
weird niche
No,
of
but
women
that's the
involved.
point.
All
That's
serial
the point.
killers.
That's surprising.
Right, it is
Right.
surprising, but I don't think it's any interesting commentary on the dating scene that serial killers get love letters from freaks. You know what I mean? Richard Ramirez
well,
did too. All serial killers do.
Mm-hmm.
So I
Yeah,
don't-
but the point is, it's one like it's not the same for women. It's just men.
So what is your point exactly? That what does that prove? That felons have more kids than non-felons?
You know that a lot of times women pick the bad boys. You know, I mean, that's pretty much it.
This is such a ridiculous conclusion to come to from that. Absolutely ridiculous. The fact that she brought this up to begin with, I feel like it pretty much contributes nothing to the actual issue they're talking about. Lee says that argument she's trying to make could easily be linked to systematic racism. Yeah, interesting. But it's just I don't know. I feel like she just kind of ducked into this weird corner of talking about how felons have more children. Violent felons have more children than non-violent. I don't understand how that contributes to the conversation. It's a weird statistic too. Why even bring that up?
Of having more kids.
With, I mean, a guy that's a violent felon. You don't think? Okay.
Is there a source for that? It's just a really weird stat. I'm
You
just trying
can't
to
let it
grapple
go.
with
I can get it. I can get it in
Sure.
a second.
Yeah, that'd be great. I mean, we can try to look for it
Please enlighten us.
too. I just want to hear what's.
It's in. I can show you where I found it. It's
Okay,
in this.
fantastic.
Mm,
Yeah, Casey Anthony got love letters apparently. So she was a serial killer, right? Oh, she killed her daughter.
Not serial, just a one-timer.
So Casey Anthony murdered her daughter, and she was getting love letters too. She got letters proposing marriage. Don't you find that surprising?
Ha, interesting.
Yeah, that is surprising.
So in a sense, it's not. It goes both ways, kind of when you look at it holistically.
Yeah, no, I think it's more so for women pick violent men more than men pick violent women.
Based on what?
Okay, what? For what? Where? For why? What are you talking about, babe?
I think you can just...
You could just what?
I would just say, I would guess that it's more common with women because of that study versus a fringe case. I would be surprised if women got the same amount of letters, but I could be
You
wrong.
might be surprised, but do you feel that sometimes you argue from emotion rather than concrete facts? I find that when you talk about, and I've watched a lot of your videos, you say stuff that I don't think has much of a backing in reality. It's based on feelings, maybe
spicy.
instead of not emotions but feelings. You say,
Call her out.
I feel this to be true. Do you feel you do that a lot or no?
I would say I'm a woman, so sometimes, yeah.
Oh,
Interesting
Jesus Christ. A woman a woman red pill who's into red pill stuff, which is by mostly pretty much men, speaking about how women need to do this and that, and then supporting that she thinks, sorry, let me reword that. She's supporting the idea that women are way too emotional, and then admitting that, well, yes, I talk about a lot about how I feel probably because I'm a woman. It's what the fuck? Why are you even sitting up there? Yes, thank you, Katrina. You worded it so much better than me because it's like I'm just so baffled. I'm like, I can't even think. I can't even form words about it. It's just so baffling. But no, yeah. She just agreed that her views pretty much have no basis in reality, that she's just talking purely from feelings. We'll see, though. We'll see how this goes. She might backpedal on that. She might want to backpedal on that.
You know. Hold on. Do you want me to find it or no?
Sure. Yeah. I'll give you a minute. That's totally fine. Okay. So why should I engage with in a conversation with you at all if women are just emotional? Shouldn't I be talking to a man about this?
Dang.
Probably.
Why do you bother to even have a platform? Shouldn't you just concede to a man?
Yeah, probably. You know.
Is she being
so we gotta look
serious
for
right
a man
now?
to replace you. Don't you think?
No, not really.
You don't think?
What is
okay.
this attitude?
But you do think women are more emotional.
Okay, I gotta find. Hold on.
Go ahead. I'll give you a minute. Sorry, I won't.
Okay, sorry. I'm trying to
No, it's all
talk
good.
to you and find it at the same time.
Yeah, I'll give you a minute there. But it's fine too. We can move on. I'll give you a minute, but we don't have to get stuck on it.
Okay.
It's fine. I mean, we can. It's fine.
How much further can she slouch down in her chair?
I found it.
Oh, go ahead. Okay, perfect.
Oh, there we go. What's it called? I'll pull it up.
Here.
Why
The
isn't she
link,
prepared?
He pulls up the study in this stream, so the link is on here.
She knew what she was in for. Why didn't she
stream is it?
prepare?
It's Rolo's stream.
Rolo Tony Brown.
Yeah. He's great, actually.
I know you're a fan. He seems like a nice guy.
Yeah, he's really nice.
I like his headwear.
I like when he rocks out.
Where do I send it to?
You send it in the Zoom chat.
The Zoom chat, yeah.
Or you
Oh,
can
it's
just
on
tell
my
me the
phone.
name of it and I can pull it up.
Okay.
Either
It's
way.
in Rolo Tomasi is offensive and vile. It's like 7 months ago. But yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that. We'll look into it. So if women are so emotional, do you think it's bad faith in terms of an argument to argue from feelings and to present feelings as facts? Do you think that's a bad faith way to argue or no?
No, I was kind of kidding. I was like
What
joking.
were you kidding about?
When I don't know, whatever you were asking me earlier, you were like, do you? I don't even remember. You said something like, "Do you think you shouldn't have a platform?" Or like,
Well, right. Well, I asked and you said, well, I'm a woman. Of course, I'm going to. I asked you, do you feel that you make arguments based on feeling? And you said, yes, I do, because I'm a woman.
oh yeah, I was kidding. No, I use facts to back up my arguments. Sometimes I'd say I'm wrong. Sometimes I think something and it's not correct. But I would say most of my opinions, I try to at least have a basis of fact. Yes.
Okay.
Some things you just see in reality, right? I mean, like
Some things you
sometimes
just
you're
see.
gonna, yeah. I mean, you can, like some things you just learn from interviewing hundreds of people. You see patterns.
Right. But sometimes when you interview people, you interviewing specific people with specific experiences, you're obviously going to run into a bias.
No, I don't think so, because we do street interviews all the time too. So that's like random people on the street.
Okay, fair enough. So so there's the red-pilled, which are people who see the world for what it is. And then you have blue-pilled people, which I'm assuming is someone like me. I don't know. I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Blue-pilled
But what does
people.
blue-pilled mean?
People that see the world for how they'd like it to be, I guess.
Okay.
But I don't talk much about, I guess, like blue pill, but yeah.
Okay, fair enough. We don't have to focus in on that. So I've noticed that one of the primary focuses of your content is kind of the problems facing men and how there's so much unfair societal pressures or norms or expectations on men. Why is it that you're so singularly focused on the troubles of men?
Why am I focused on the troubles of men? And that's an interesting way to, I guess, phrase.
She's buying a lot of time. Typically, when people repeat the question back, they're buying time, which, I mean, it's okay to buy time to think, but I mean, since she's constantly advocating for this kind of stuff, you think she'd be a lot more prepared with answers, like being more of a Johnny on the spot. At least with Ollie London, he was like rapid in his responses back. Like, she's just she's really just deflated. You know what I mean?
Use my content. I would say I think it's unfortunate what happens to men in divorce court. So that's probably what I talk about the most. I think that men should have access to their children.
That's not what you talk about the most. You definitely talk about stuff like pay gap myth. You talk about men want younger girls. You talk about men are just doing what's in their nature. You talk about women who have higher body count are less desirable. I'll be honest, I've watched a lot of your stuff, and the vast majority is not about divorce court. It's about this kind of like dating coach stuff.
No, I wouldn't say I'm a dating coach, but okay.
No, but that realm, you know what I mean? Like, I don't mean you're a dating coach, but like that kind of
She
realm.
talks
it seems that you're
mindlessly
super
about
focused on.
expectations
So what is
of
your
men
interest in
versus
that?
women and
Manosphere.
her
Maybe
idea
that's a
of the
better
dating
term,
world.
Manosphere stuff.
What is my interest? I don't know. I just thought it was interesting, so that's what we talk about.
Okay, that's fair. So what is, you say you're anti-feminism? Feminism was basically a mistake. So what is your problem with feminism? Let's start there. That's a good point, right?
I think that feminism wants equality when it benefits us and not actual equality.
Feminism, and are you going back to the beginning of feminism? Like the whole history of feminism, like women's suffrage and everything?
Yeah, no, I don't.
You don't fuck with women's suffrage?
No.
You don't think women should get the right to vote?
No, I don't.
Okay, so are you serious or are you kidding?
No, I'm serious.
Okay, so women shouldn't have the right to vote.
I can't with this lady. This is just... This is so bizarre. Like, I feel like I'm in outer space. Like, I feel totally disconnected. Like I want to just disassociate, I think. I just feel disassociated from this kind of thinking. It's almost like she's like the comments you read when you scroll down a controversial Facebook post and like people are just saying shit. I don't know. It's just really bizarre. Like, is she for real?
Yeah.
Why?
No. Because men are signed up for selective service, so they're fined $300,000 if they don't sign up for selective service when they're 18.
Do you think women should be drafted into the army?
I think if we want the same
Is
right.
that true? Is that actually true? Do you have to? Oh, yeah. Yeah, but there hasn't been a draft for fucking ever, so...
It comes with the same responsibilities.
Do you think women should be
personally-
drafted into the army?
No.
Okay, so
No,
then
that's my
there's a
point.
paradox
No, but that's
there.
my point. I'm saying, like, let's make it fair.
You don't believe... Well, listen, this is your perfect
So
world.
I'm saying that if we are going to vote, have the same cost, which is that men are put into selective service and women are not. And if I had to pick between the two, then I would give up the right to vote instead of sign up for selective service.
Okay, so...
But what if there's women who would want to sign up for the selective service? Like, I don't see feminists being, like, against equality in that sense.
You're saying women should only get the right to vote if they sign up for selective service, but at the same time, you're saying women should not serve in the military. So in your world, women are just going to be disenfranchised. They're not going to be able to sign. They shouldn't serve in the military because they're not as good fighters, right?
No, I'm saying I'm saying for me personally, I would not want to sign up for selective service if I had to pick.
So
I would give that up.
You think women should be given the choice if they want to do selective service or not?
I think if we're going to vote, we should have no choice like the men do.
So women should be drafted mandatory into selective service, you believe?
No, that's
okay. But don't
Oh
you
my
see the
God.
there's an issue? There's a problem
I
here.
said no. I said, if feminists want the right to vote, right, then it should come with the draft. It should come. I mean, it's not called the draft anymore. It's called selective service. Personally, in Pearl's world, I do not want to be drafted. I do not want to be in selective service.
I know, but I'm asking you, like, in
pick,
general, in terms of policy, because obviously I think it's safe to say women in general want the right to vote, right? And so then, by your logic, women need to be entered into selective service, right? But you don't think that should happen, or you think that's okay?
Yeah, I'd rather not.
Not you. I mean, in general, the
Shut
women.
up about that.
Because women
Right.
want to vote. So how do we resolve this issue? Do they get drafted like men?
I mean, I think it's unlikely that women will ever have the right to vote taken away. So I guess moving forward, maybe net taxpayers potentially you could do, but that's
Sorry,
a whole
net taxpayers?
that's a whole nother conversation. But
Wait, what
no,
does that
I think
mean?
if we're gonna vote, I think that we should have the same responsibility as the men and be enlisted in selective service.
Okay.
So that's my
So you're saying women should also have to sign up for selective service when they turn 18, like men.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm saying if you're gonna be equal, make it equal.
Okay.
And for me, I don't want to do that. No, thank you. Keep me out of that.
Okay, so you right. I understand that's your preference, but I'm just trying to understand like the policy that in your red pill. We're doing the red pill. We're seeing the world as it is.
No, I wouldn't assign that belief to like red pill. That's not really like a red pill belief. That's just mine.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to make a point about. So do you think having women in the army would weaken our military?
Yes.
So then, probably don't draft women into the army.
Yeah, but then take away the vote with it.
But
That's
you're not
fine.
giving that. That
Okay.
doesn't seem very fair. You see what I'm saying?
So basically, just screw women all around. She needs to just own it and be like, just nothing for women. Just stay in the kitchen. She just as well say that. It's kind of going a long roundabout way of doing that.
Did you say, well, you guys are weaker. You guys are going to weaken our military. So we don't want you in the military. But because you're not in the military, you don't get the right to vote. It's a
Thanks,
catch-22.
Cassidy.
You know what I mean?
Thanks for telling us.
So what do we do about that?
Well, I'll tell you what I think we should do.
Go ahead.
No, I mean, it goes
Enlighten
back
us.
to, I just think that you have to have some skin in the game. And so it's like, if we're voting for a commander-in-chief, right, that's the person that decides if we go to war or we don't go to war. And so it's easy to, again,
Like everybody, if there was a draft, like they'd all be on the fucking front lines. I mean, there's so much other shit to do in the military that's not sitting on the fucking battlefield.
I think that if you're going to vote, you should have the same responsibility as the men, and women don't want to do that. It's either we're equal or we're not equal.
Okay, well,
If we're
just to
really
be
equal,
fair.
if we're really equal, have the same responsibility. But again, it's equality when it benefits us.
Well, but your logic doesn't even make sense. I mean, you're talking about, first of all, there hasn't been a draft in the United States in 50 years, right? So if there was a draft, maybe we could have this conversation, but it just seems kind of silly. In 50 years, there hasn't been a mandatory draft. It just hasn't
wow,
happened.
yeah, 50 years.
So, so why is it a big deal, I guess, about the selective service? But there's not going to be another draft. You know what I mean? There's enough people in the army. I don't think that there's going to be a draft. It's just not going to happen. And with the way technology is going, we're going to have autonomous robot fighters before there's a draft. You know what I mean? So why does it matter? I just don't see the point with the selective service thing.
I just think it's, again, like, women want all the rights without the
What other
responsibility.
ones?
If you don't think that there's going to be a draft, then equally do what the men do. Men
Well,
are
they
fined $300,000.
Well, they
if
don't
they're
have the
sign up for
option. They don't
selective.
even have the option right now.
Right. So give them the option. You know,
Okay,
I'm just
let's give
saying,
them the
make it
option.
equal.
Okay.
Make it equal.
But
Not the option. It has to be mandatory
I
if
know,
we're going to
but
make
you
it.
saying like women want the right to vote, but they don't want to enter in selective service, but it's not an option. So how do you know what all women want?
Yeah.
I don't know what all women want.
So then why are you saying things that are generalized all women?
I'm saying, no, okay. Because I'm looking at the policies that have been pushed. And I'm saying
By-
the policies are not, like, where are the feminists fighting for equality in this situation? Like, when
Yeah, I mean, again, it's not that relevant, but also no women in the army is a kind of a byproduct of patriarchy, because women are looked as that they'd weaken the military, as you pointed out. Is that possible that it's men driving that policy and not so much women?
I didn't say women drove that policy. I said they don't try to make it equal. It's only equal when it benefits us.
Even if nobody's being actually drafted.
I mean, 50 years isn't, that long of, I mean, who's to say? You don't know, but okay.
50
You're
years.
full
I mean,
of
the
shit,
last
lady.
time
I'm
the
just-
draft
I mean,
was like during
men are-
Vietnam, wasn't it?
Do you not think it should be equal? So you think that it shouldn't be?
No, I think what you're saying is fair, but it's not making.
I don't think I've ever seen anybody in my entire life so full of shit. I mean, when you have red-pilled guys, like, you can somewhat understand their warped, twisted logic coming from them, but her saying this shit, it just doesn't connect. Like, there's so many holes in this cheese. Like, it's just so insane. She's so full of shit. I've never seen somebody so full of fucking shit in my entire life.
Any sense? Like, okay, sure, let's put women into selective service. Fine, I'm fine with that. I think it's fine.
Okay.
I think everyone should sign up for it. And there's other ways that people can support the military other than being on the front line, right? Right.
There you go. Yeah, exactly.
So,
there's like,
what other rights do women?
I mean, there's a lot of fucking office work in the army and shit, and stuff that doesn't involve being on the battlefield. So it's just, that doesn't make sense. She's acting like it's like everybody that signs up, they're gonna get drafted and immediately be given a gun and stuck in a trench.
Want, you know what I mean? That are contradictory.
Okay, women want the right to not be a mother, but men don't have the right to not be a father. So
You're talking-
women can have a which I know it varies state. I'm in the UK, so I forget. Sometimes the US is different by state, but like in the UK, abortion's free up to 6 months, but a man can't opt out of child support. So it's like, why does he have the right to not be a father, but women don't? Or why do women have the right to not be mothers, but men don't have the right to not be fathers? I don't think that's fair or equal.
Sorry, just to go back for a sec. So feminists actually do. They want the draft abolished. So their point is, let's not sign up for the service. Let's abolish the draft altogether. So they are fighting for equality. They are against the draft. There should be no draft. So men and women shouldn't be drafted. That is also equality, isn't it?
Oh yeah, yeah, okay.
So you accept. You accept the premise
You
is wrong on that?
concede, madam.
I don't. I mean, it's still not equal the way it is. But yeah, what they're
No,
saying.
it's not
would be
equal the way it is. Sure, and the
Yeah,
feminists agree.
yeah, but
Feminists agree
for-
with you.
Oh, okay. I've never heard him talk about that, but.
Do you listen to a lot of feminist ideology? Do you read books? Do you listen to lectures? How do you listen to a lot of that stuff?
So I talk to feminists all the time.
Right.
No.
I understand you talked to an actual scholar once. You just talked to kind of random women.
Say it isn't so.
Right. I mean, that's fair to say.
Wow. Excellent research. You should publish it to the best social science journals ever. She talked to random women on the street that say they are feminists. But she... Oh my god.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So when you say you talk to feminists, you just mean like random women off the street, not like a scholar.
That say they're feminists.
Yeah, but it's feminism.
Doesn't count?
It's like a.
It doesn't count.
Well, you said you know what feminists believe because you talk to a lot of feminists, but I'm talking about like.
No, I said I've never heard them bring it up. So.
Do you have any interest in talking to feminist scholars who are more aware with like kind of what feminism?
Yeah, actually, yeah.
I think that would be good.
Send them to the UK.
But they're in the UK.
Mm-hmm. No, I actually tried for some, but then they'll be like, "You're a hateful woman." Da 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 da. There's one that's I can't even remember. Some blonde chick out here. Can't remember her name, but yeah, she didn't want to come on.
Blondes.
No, I'm just saying that was her. That's what she looked like. I don't know her name. I forget.
But like, I mean, my point is like when you just bring a random girl and they say, "Yeah, I'm a feminist," it's kind of like the Steven Crowder "Changed My Mind" versus like actually talking to someone who's involved in like the scholastics, the academia of what feminism means historically in modern day and previously. So the level of discourse you would have is obviously different. So, so feminists are in favor of equality, though. So I don't know if that's interesting you or not. You don't believe me?
I'll take your word.
Oh my lord.
You can trust me. I'm a man. Okay, so moving on. We're talking about feminism. So what other? So you were talking about divorce court. Sorry, I know you were making a point. So let's go back to that. You were saying that women can decide to terminate a pregnancy, therefore they can choose to be a mom, but men cannot decide that, and they don't get the choice to be the dad.
To not be a dad.
Right. So do you think that like? Do you not think that the idea that the baby, obviously the reason for that, right, which we both know, is that because the baby's inside the woman's body?
I don't think that matters. Yeah.
So,
I mean, personally, I'm pro-life, so I don't believe in abortion at all. But again, it's the double standard. It's like the women have a choice, but men do not have a choice.
Sure. No, I see that there is a sense to that which is unfair. Although there are a lot of single moms, as you pointed out.
Yeah, that are on child support, Not all, but,
Well, men have the choice in the sense that they can just wear a condom.
Right.
If they don't want to be a father.
Yeah, right. But women have the choice to go on birth control.
Okay.
Women have the choice
ultimately,
to take a Plan B. Women have the choice to get an abortion. Women have the choice to... take the morning after pill. Women have the choice.
What's wrong with choices? Everybody's got choices.
You've like IUD. There's a million pills.
Right, but those will have to do with pregnancy. But I'm saying, if a man,
women also can require men to put on condoms or not put on condoms.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Women can also require that the men that they sleep with wear condoms.
Right, but if it's inherent, if it's inherently unfair to men. The easy solution is just it kills all this discussion is men just put on condoms when they have sex. Therefore, that.
Well, you can also say women close your legs, like.
Yeah, but you're the one saying that it's unfair for men. That's my point. You're saying men don't have a choice.
I'm saying women have like 10 choices. The men have.
But that's just biology.
The men have condom or no condom, which again is a choice that both of them make because
There's
the women
shit.
can
There's vasectomies.
require that the men wear condoms too.
Right.
But you're only putting that
But
on
it's
the
in
men.
the men. I'm just saying.
Okay.
I'm saying you.
Once the baby is conceived,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Then the man has no choice, where the woman has a choice.
Okay, so let's just talk about that then, because so it's your opinion that if a woman is pregnant, the man should be able to decide for her to have an abortion.
I'm pro-life, so I would ban it altogether. My point is the double standard, where a man is legally obligated to pay child support and will go to jail if he doesn't, but the woman has the choice to not be a mother through abortion.
I know you're against abortion, but I just want to know what you mean. So let's just say we're trying to make it equal for men. So should men be able to decide for women to have an abortion if she's pregnant?
I think that men should be able to sign off on child support.
Okay, so if they say, hey, I don't want anything to do with this baby,
Yeah.
then the woman can decide to have it, but the father will have no obligations.
Yes.
And you think that's better for society?
No, I think that's equal. That's more fair.
Okay, so you're more interested in fairness than the welfare of society as a whole?
No, if it was up to me, if we wanted to go, it's good for society. I don't think abortion should be legal.
No, I know. We're having.
So that's what I'm saying. Like,
yeah.
I'm saying if you want to make it fair, like, I don't think that's fair that the woman, after she gets pregnant, so they both make the irresponsible decision, right? Because you'd agree it's irresponsible.
That's not every fucking scenario. That's not every scenario. People getting pregnant when they don't want to be pregnant, like, it's not always due to irresponsibility. You can be perfectly responsible and shit happens.
If it's an unplanned pregnancy, that the woman, had sex with a guy without protection, right? We'd agree? Yes?
Yeah,
No?
yeah.
Okay. So you would agree that's equally irresponsible when it first happens?
Although I guess by your logic, it would be more irresponsible for the men because he has less choices. But yeah, they're both doing something irresponsible.
Well, but yeah, they're both irresponsible.
Like, I'm wrapping my head around this scenario. Like, it's a very interesting thing to unpack, actually.
So my point is, after that happens,
I don't know. If you all have any thoughts, like, let me know. Should men be able to sign their way out of child support or not? Should they have that option? Should men have the option to not pay child support if they don't want to?
women have the choice to not be a mother, but men don't have the choice not to be a father. At least, if they don't pay child support, they can go to jail.
Right, because that's for the benefit of the children, which is what's the most important thing.
Yeah, but is it for the benefit of the kid to kill him? Like,
say what?
Dude, it's not for the benefit of the kid. Like the woman can make.
Wait, what do you mean to kill who?
I mean, I'm pro-life, so again,
abort the baby.
So so if we're gonna go for the benefit of the kid, like if your argument is let's do what's best for the benefit of the kid, the benefit of the kid is not killing the child.
Is
right. I mean, and for me,
them.
like I believe it's a kid, right? You might not.
Oh,
but
what's that have to do with the fairness to the man? I don't understand that.
You don't understand. It's not fair, again, that men have the choice, that men do not have the choice
I
to not
understand
be
what you're
fathers,
saying, but
and
what,
women, yeah.
But then, okay, whatever. We're arguing in circles a little bit.
Men and women are equal but different in actualization. That's definitely not true. Actualization definitely has nothing to do. I mean, unless you mean like in the actualization in the sense that women have less access or less freedom to actualization, if that's what you mean.
Let's talk about abortion then, since you're against abortion. I'm assuming your stance is abortion should be off the table in any situation.
Yes.
So if a dad rapes his daughter, then she needs to give birth to that baby.
that's less than 1% of cases. Why do you guys always bring up? I know,
but
why
that's
do you guys
important,
always
Pearl.
bring up the most fringe
Because if you're going to have a conversation about difficult things, let's talk about the difficult things. This is why the laws exist. The laws exist to protect that little girl.
I'm saying let's talk about the most common thing.
That's
first,
easy.
And
That's
then we can,
easy.
But I'm saying
that's
so
not
we
what's
can,
difficult about this.
But I'm saying we can get to the difficult things later. But it's like, why do you guys bring
because
up the
that's the interesting part. I'm telling you, the law is there to protect.
Yeah, they don't want to think about these these pro-lifers. They never think about these fringe cases or these small, but they do happen. Or the case where where women do want the pregnancy, but the pregnancy fails and it ends up getting septic or something, or there's the risk of getting infection, and the best thing to do is abort. There's so many different reasons why that needs to be an option for people.
Those fringe cases.
Elise says, if we had better community approach to children being taken care of, like food, water, housing, education, and healthcare, taken care of since birth for the good of society, the child support issue wouldn't be such an argument. It's true, because I think children being raised in a healthy way and in a healthy environment should be a societal thing. Obviously, they're under the care of their immediate parents or parent, but it really should be the responsibility of society to be healthy for the child to grow up and help the child in many ways through, schools being helpful, teachers being helpful, after school programs, whatever, blah.
I'm saying, why don't we start with the majority of
Didn't
abortion?
we just do that?
You think? Okay.
What do you want to say? You don't agree with abortion. So, if a men and women have sex and they're both being irresponsible, then sure, I understand. You say abortion's bad because we don't want to murder babies. That's not controversial. That's easy to understand. The point of these laws is to protect the little girl who's raped by her dad. These are the challenging issues. So this is why I ask you about it, because this is the byproduct of your position of no abortions are allowed under any circumstance. So if you're willing to take that position, you can't just dismiss this because you are saying that this girl who's raped by her dad should have the baby.
I just think we spend a lot of time. I just think hold on. I just think we spend a lot of time arguing about fringe cases that are less than 0.5%.
Those are the important cases. That's why
I don't think those are as important as the 99.5% of cases. And so sometimes I think it's a bit
they're not these fringe cases aren't as important as the bigger picture, so you're just gonna let people suffer? What the fuck?
Ingenuous to say, here's this extreme fringe case that happened, and I don't think you don't make a law for the exception.
Yes, you do.
You don't make laws. The general law is not for the exception; it's for the rule. Why
That's
would
not
you
an exception. Why is that an exception? Or exceptions are important to the law.
Okay,
that's the whole point.
Wait, do you not think it's an exception? Like a 13-year-old girl getting raped by her? I don't know what you can say on YouTube.
Yeah, you can say whatever you want. I don't think raped is gonna.
We stay away because
yeah,
I don't know. But do you not think that's an exception?
And by exception, but she was raped. What do you mean by exception?
Right, you think it's common?
No, of course it's not common.
Okay, that's my point. We waste.
Do you think that it's less important?
Time.
Do you think it's
more common than you think?
Less important because it's not
I think
as common?
I think it's more important to talk about the 99.5% of abortions.
That's easy. That's an easy conversation. Not I get your position there.
Yeah.
But listen, you can write. Pearl, you can write exceptions into laws. That's why they exist. Because why should that girl who's raped by her dad forced to give birth to that baby because you didn't want to have a conversation about her?
Yeah, well, I would still make it illegal, to be honest. Because again, I think you either think it's a life or you don't. So if you think it's a child, you're never gonna encourage killing a.
Well, the scenario here is we're talking about a child having a child, and in a lot of those cases, it's very unhealthy for children to carry a child. You know what I mean? The bodies aren't just cut out to handle that shit. But it's interesting that she's sort of refusing to think about how this affects other people other than the 99% that she's griping about. Like, she's willing to... Here she is, like, oh, you know, it doesn't make them a lesser life, you know, if it was, like, a rape case baby, but, like... I forget where I was going with that. But she doesn't really care about life. She doesn't. She doesn't care about the life of these people stuck in these situations where abortion would be helpful for them. She doesn't care about them, but she cares about the 99%. She cares about those, in her mind, those cases where apparently fetuses are just being slaughtered left and right.
Child under any exceptions. So
right, that's the right, and that's I guess where the big difference comes between abortion, people who are for and against abortion, is that we disagree on where life begins, essentially.
Right.
But ultimately, what quality of life do you expect this child to have from like a 13-year-old girl who was raped by her dad?
Mm-hmm. Is a lower quality life less valuable? Like, that's almost saying if you are in a bad situation, your life is less valuable than someone who isn't. And that's kind of a tricky argument.
Not less valuable, but I mean, if we're...
But one should be aborted, one shouldn't. So one should be in society, one shouldn't be in society. I would say that's less valuable.
Well, it's more about... You were talking about fairness. You were interested in the idea of fairness, right? Instead of the welfare of society. So let's talk about fairness. You know what I mean? Is it fair to the little girl that she was forcibly impregnated by her dad?
Right, but is it fair? Is it fair to the child?
Okay.
It is a child.
Like, that's like we could talk about.
A 13-year-old is a
fairness,
child, by
then
the
you
way.
know.
She's 13. She is a child.
Yeah, and I agree, and I think that's horrible, and I think there should be the death penalty for rapists. But yeah, I'm sorry, like I don't believe in abortion. And again, to me, I think that's a child, and I just can't advocate for the murder of a kid under any
Okay, that's
circumstance.
fair. I understand where you're coming from. What about situations where like 12% of abortions are related to health crises where there's a chance the woman might die or the baby might die or both?
Mm-hmm.
Your thoughts on that?
I don't know enough about those situations to really have an opinion on it. I would probably guess that they would likely both die in those situations. So
sometimes it's just the mom.
Maybe that's an exception, but I don't know enough about that stuff.
Right. Well, we can use our imagination just for the hypothetical conversation where there's 12%. I'm telling you, there are 12% of abortions are related to health crises. So if it's the baby lives, but the mom dies, what do you think should happen in that situation?
I don't know.
Okay. The reason I'm...
At least she said she doesn't know.
Putting your feet to the fire on this is because you says very specifically that abortion should be outlawed in all situations. So of course I'm testing that.
Yeah, I could maybe see an exception for the life of the mother, but I've heard, and I don't want to quote this because, again, it's just something I've heard. I've heard it's not as common as people lead you to believe, and sometimes those stats are manipulated, but I don't.
Yeah, but the commonness doesn't really matter. It's more about I think the exceptions are interesting. I disagree. I think when you say, why are we focusing on the exceptions, I think that's a way for you to try to dismiss difficult questions.
Yeah, I just think it's silly when 99.5% of abortions are not the exception. So
you don't, but that doesn't make sense. I mean, why don't you care about the situation of everybody else just because it's the exception?
I just think you should spend more time debating the most common thing. So that's, my opinion.
Okay. Very good. So we talked about feminism. The problem with feminism is that women want equality, but they don't really want equality. They need to sign up for the military, which feminists want to abolish, the draft. and then we're talking about reproductive rights, where the women get all the choice and the men don't. Is there any other ones?
I'm sorry. I was reading something. What'd you say?
Is there any other examples other than reproductive rights and voting/draft that shows that feminism was a mistake or that feminists are disingenuous or something like that?
I would just say, like, there's just a lack. The biggest one I would say is divorce court. 90% women get custody 80 to 90% of the time. I think 90% of alimony payments are awarded to women.
What does that
And
have to do with
then-
women's suffrage, though? You said you criticized the whole thing going all the way back to its inception.
I thought you asked other double standards. No.
Well, I asked you what's your problem with feminism
Mm-hmm.
in general. We can move on, though. I have a good question for you. I hear you talk a lot about the pay gap.
Right.
Oh,
the pay
here we
gap
go.
is a myth.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean by that?
Here's an interesting topic: the pay gap.
Oh, because women don't do the dangerous jobs in society.
What, office work? Anyways, Elise says the person whose health and well-being is being sacrificed to be a living incubator should have the choice to put themselves through that or not. Pregnancy changes your body health and mental health. It does. It's an extreme process on the body. Health risks are very common and prevalent, but because of the way the healthcare system was designed and so societal pressures of patriarchy, it's been pushed under the rug. Totally. Yes, these serious things to think about when forcing women to be pregnant, or just anybody to be pregnant. There's a lot of lives being ruined by the idea that abortion should be banned across the board. And unfortunately, it's been under fire a lot recently. It's like living in the dark ages. Isn't it fun?
So, like, I just think the pay gap, the majority of the time, is women making an excuse. Yeah, just excuses. Poor me. When
Do you realize you're arguing from emotion right now?
Are you gonna let me finish?
Oh, I just wanted to point that out, but yeah, go ahead.
All right.
It's
You
important
asked,
to
what
me.
I think. You asked what I think.
Well, the pay gap is more concrete than, I asked what.
I mean, when you take into account the number, women work less hours.
Right.
Don't do the most would you say that's true? Women work less hours?
Yeah, statistically that's true.
Would you say it's true that we don't do the most dangerous jobs in society?
Yeah, statistically that's true.
Okay. Would you agree that the majority, if you look at female millionaires, the richest women came from divorce?
Okay.
True or not true?
Yeah, that's true, I guess. I think so.
Okay. So what are we complaining about?
What does that have to do with the pay gap? Any of that?
Because all of those you don't think working less hours contributes to getting paid less?
Yeah, but the pay gap, excuse me, sorry, I've got phlegm in my throat. So what you're doing is you're misrepresenting what the pay gap is. You understand that? The pay gap, when it's analyzed by economics, economists, and the U.S. Department of Labor and such organizations, they do controlled analysis where they eliminate.
I'm just loving this concept of, like, dangerous jobs for men. Like, what, Gary at the office is in danger of drinking, like, soured coffee creamer? Like, what are we talking about? Like, every fucking man job is, like... Especially for all the guys that she, like, hangs out with. Like, they're podcasters. What do you mean you're dangerous jobs? Like, you sit in front of your microphone like a dick. Like, that's not a dangerous job.
Eliminate all these factors. For example, ones you listed of women tending to work in lower paid fields. They eliminate women working less. They eliminate for when women take maternity leave, all this kind of stuff. And even when you do a controlled analysis where you eliminate that, there's still a big pay gap.
That's not true.
Okay. Okay.
It's like, wasn't it like 3%? Last time I checked, it was 3%.
Oh, so there is a pay gap.
Yeah, but that's 3%.
But it's not a myth if there's 3%.
Yep.
Yeah, but I mean,
Gotcha.
the number they used to push was like 77 cents to the dollar.
But that's what it is without the. It's about 20%
Correct.
without the
Correct.
the
Correct.
control. Yeah.
Right. And so, yeah, I mean, when women, like, I just think if we wanted to be equal, then do the same jobs men do.
But there
And
is
we
a
don't-
buy. But that's interesting because you
don't
admit
choose
there
to
is
do
a
that.
there is a pay gap. 3%. I mean, I wouldn't want to work for 3% less.
Yeah, I mean, if you think that's because of gender, but it's also because women are more agreeable. It's like 70.
That's included. That's part of the
women-
control.
Okay. I mean, I don't think 3% you can really say that's just because of gender.
Well, I did some research on this. The Department of Labor published an in-depth report. This is under Trump's administration in 2019. This is from the U.S. Department of Labor. I can link you the study if you want. It's called Gender-Based Pay Disparity Study.
Mm-hmm.
The research team found that the raw gender wage gap was 17.4%, and the median was 20%. The raw wage gap increased, actually, between 50th and 75th percentile, and remains the greatest at the highest percentile. In addition, the research team found that the importance of human capital varied across wage distributions,
Boom.
part-time work,
Facts.
as well as female-oriented occupations. The updated result explained about 20...
Doesn't sound like a myth to me. It sounds like there's definitely a wage gap there that she herself is even admitting to. Oh, I thought it was 3%, so you admit there's a gap. Interesting. Elise says this person is infuriating. She really is. And I don't like her demeanor either. It's just too nonchalant, for really important conversations about society.
20 to 70% of the raw wage gap over the wage distribution, but it left an adjusted wage gap of 10 to 15%. That was in 2019, according to the U.S. Department of Labor.
Yeah, I mean, I'd have to look at that, but the stuff I've seen, it's very small. It's like 3%.
What stuff have you seen?
Off the top of my head, I can't remember, but I can send it to you.
Sure. But I just gave you a pretty concrete. I mean, the U.S. Department of Labor. Do you consider that a credible source?
Yeah. I mean, if that's true, it's just a lot of times like there are like parts of the study that they don't talk about. So, like even on this is what I was looking at earlier. Like they're saying the stat you gave earlier, 12% of abortions are not done on the surgery table of the emergency room. These cases are overwhelmingly doctors advising abortions ahead of time in case there are risks for the mothers in pregnancy. Also, that 12% number they give is highly inflated. And so it's like, it's just a lot of times there's more to it than just like a number you're giving me, but
yeah, what does that have to do with the pay gap? I'm confused by that.
No, the point is that like a number you gave me earlier, like there was more to it.
Which number? Which one? I'm sorry. Go ahead. We'll unpack that.
The 12% of abortions are not done on the surgery table of the emergency room. These cases are overwhelmingly doctors advising abortions ahead of time in case there are risks for the mother in pregnancy.
That sounds reasonable to me.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, a doctor is qualified to say this baby is going to put your life at risk. I would trust the doctor to say that, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Hello.
Yeah,
They're saying that number's inflated.
Who's saying they didn't say that. That what you read did not say it's inflated.
No, I said also that 12% number they're giving you is highly inflated.
Based on what? Because what you just read to me doesn't disprove what I said at all. It actually makes perfect sense.
No, but they're saying it's inflated. I don't know.
They did not say that.
Who's they?
They didn't say that. So here,
who's they?
Yeah, who's they?
It's just someone I do research with. So it's
so just someone.
Oh my fuck. You've got to be kidding me. Well, they say the number's inflated. Who? I don't know. Just somebody I do research with. Like, how can you be this full of shit? Like, how? How can you just be, like, this unprepared for any of the shit that you say? Because she just goes into a room with a bunch of yes men because they're all red-pilled idiots that believe in the Matrix, and she says this shit like the wage gap is a myth, and they're like, yeah, yeah. Like, she has nobody to fucking question her on this shit. Until now.
That's good. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Don't push, right? Here's an interesting analysis. I thought maybe you'd be interested. Women don't do the dangerous jobs. Women are overrepresented in healthcare. You know that probably, right?
Yeah, it's the number one employer is nursing.
Then hopefully you can explain to me why, when you look at the pay of women versus men doctors, look, you can see this graph. There's a huge disparity of the average wage of male doctors versus female doctors. You can see here, and even this is from 2022, last year. This is again from the physician compensation report. Male doctors make on average $285,000 per year. Female doctors make on average $228,000 per year. So this is the woman's field, and yet they're still making significantly less than their male counterparts.
Okay, does it say why?
No, this is
says
just raw data. This is just raw data.
I mean, you'd have to look at why. So
So we could justify this by saying.
I mean, if women work less hours.
No, but work less hours.
That's what I'm asking. That's
no,
what I'm asking.
This is controlled. They're working the same hours. They have the same qualifications. Yeah.
Okay, well then maybe they are in that field. I don't know.
Okay,
Oh,
so the wage
Jesus.
gap is more complicated, perhaps, than saying it's a myth.
Yeah, maybe.
It's possible.
Okay, that's nice to hear. So I would recommend, though, when you go out and do these shows and stuff, because when you talk about the wage gap, you're very adamant about it. Like, oh, this is a myth, and this is why, and you extract a lot of meaning from it. So I would recommend potentially approaching that topic with a little more nuance in the future. Especially if you're saying, well, yeah, maybe I'm wrong about this. But here's an excerpt so we can kind of see how you talk about these issues. Here it is.
I think in 2022, and a girl that complained, I'm not talking about race because that's the first thing people always bring in. I'm talking about female to male. I think in 2022, if you're complaining about the pay gap as a woman, you're probably just lazy. I have never had a problem getting the same pay as a guy. One issue is that women don't.
No. So you kind of agree that women who complain.
She was certainly being confident there in that, wasn't she? In a room full of people that couldn't really, like, counter argue that or challenge that in any way.
About pay or just lazy.
Yeah, the majority of the women complaining about this stuff.
Yeah, what do you mean majority? What do you mean majority of women?
Oh my gosh. The majority of the women complaining about this
Based
stuff
on what? Majority of women?
Whiners. Just what I see.
Oh my
whiners,
God.
big whiners.
They're just, it's not working in this room, lady. When you say women are just whiners, you got your other fucking apehead dipshits, like, clapping at that. Nobody's gonna do that here. It's not gonna work. Like, I feel like she's just used to saying these things and then gets clapped at, and then, like, and then, like, everyone's like, yay, you said something we like. But now she's saying it in a room full of facts, and it's just not taking. So she can't use her original, like, pocket phrases. Like, women are just whiners. They just like to whine.
Yeah, I mean, because women, it's like, go.
You're arguing from emotion again.
Yes, you are.
All right. Okay. Is that what you're going to say every time you don't agree with me?
Oh, no.
No.
Oh, no, you literally are just...
No, you literally say, I think and I feel all the time. You never fucking argue from any facts at all. In fact, the one study you pulled up, like, they had to ask you to pull it up. Like, you're totally unprepared. Like, what do you mean?
Saying stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not that I disagree. I'm just saying if we want to have a conversation about this stuff, it'd be better if we don't argue from emotion and say, I feel that all women are complainers, because that, I mean, that's not a productive point.
No.
Right? You see what I mean? Yeah.
Nor does that really add to the conversation. That doesn't benefit the conversation at all.
Yeah, no, I still think that most women that complain about the pay gap are just whiners. They're big whiners. And I have never had trouble getting a job. I've never had trouble getting the same pay as a guy.
Well, good for fucking you.
And I think that in 2023, it's just a bunch of excuses.
So what's your experience in the work? You use your own experience as an example of why women pay gap doesn't exist.
Yeah, I'm not blind.
Well, hold on. What's your experience in the workforce?
I always had a job from after high school.
Yeah, Cassie, like what? Do you want a cookie?
The summers. And I worked in corporate America, and then I did.
How long did you work in corporate America?
A couple of years.
Couple of years? I'm
only 26.
Right.
Oh,
you're only
shit.
26,
She's only
and therefore,
26?
I wouldn't put you in the, and you have maybe 1 or 2 years working in corporate America. Do you think that your experience is ample to say, I've seen that women get paid equally to men? That seems disingenuous based on one.
How are you 26 going around talking about, what's what? Like, how are you going around saying that you know what the fuck the world is? I'm sorry, for people who are 26, you don't know shit. I didn't know shit. I still don't know shit. Like, I mean, I know a lot more shit. I'm gonna give my credit there. Definitely know a lot more shit at 35, but at 26, fuck no.
1 year or 2 years, and you're only 26 years old.
Yeah, that's just my opinion.
Right. Okay.
Oh, Lord. This lady's gonna give me a headache. Oh, it wouldn't be so, sufferable if, it's just not, it's insufferable. Just her attitude.
Okay, but I think we've established a little bit, at least, you've conceded a tiny bit to me, that the wage gap is perhaps more complicated than yes or no.
If what you're showing me is real, you did this.
It is.
You did this to someone else, but then there's something else to it. But if what you're showing me is true.
Yeah, it's all true. This is all sourced.
Okay.
Yeah. And I mean, you could easily look this up yourself.
Can I see the parameters for the control? I'm just curious.
Sure, we can do that. Yeah. You can pull up the U.S. Department of Labor one.
The doctor one. Can I see?
By the way, we've long since moved past, but I did find that study in the Rollo Tony video, the Swedish study from several years ago about Swedish prison system. I'm not sure. We can loop back to that.
Wait, what was it? What was it? I'm unfamiliar.
Here, I had a bunch of tabs open. Where did it go? In the meantime, here I'll send this in the Zoom chat if you want to take a look.
Oh, can you open it? Because I don't have the Zoom on my computer.
Oh, I'll
Dan sent a link to you. That I guess that's the parameters one.
That's the Department of Labor's 2019 study. There's a couple more. I guess we didn't. Really
I'm curious. What do you think it is? The wage gap.
Well, it's complicated, right? I don't think it's as simple as saying it's a myth and women who complain are lazy. That doesn't seem like a productive point to start that conversation. It is complicated.
What is your solution? If you seem to think that the wage gap is real, right? And that do you think women are discriminated against?
Yeah, definitely. Absolutely.
Because what barriers do women have today? In 2023, I just genuinely don't understand
barriers, right? It's not about barriers. It's about norms. It's about patriarchy. It's about the way that we perceive the value of people. It's not about barriers. There's no laws that say women can't do this and that. Obviously.
Right.
Okay, so there's no barriers right now.
No, not that I could think of.
Okay.
Pay transparency. So, I mean, I agree that in general, you know.
Because.
Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
I do think that there's a bit of discrimination going on. I do think that behind closed doors, when there's no transparency in payment, this presupposition, by the way, that you putting forward that women are lazy and just making excuses, that doesn't help. That honestly, it's hard. I don't know how to explain it, but I know it exists, right? I know it exists.
So you think the bosses behind closed doors say we should hire less women?
No, it's not a conscious thing, right? It's systemic.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then do you have it?
It is. It's just kind of socially programmed into all of this about just the second nature of women, them being second in nature to men. And any other genders being even beneath that. So systemically and socially, there's a lot of prejudice against women. So it's not like there's set barriers per se. It's the whole of everything being a big barrier, keeping women from having the freedom to self-actualize.
Like, do you subconsciously pay women less?
I don't think so. No.
Okay. So then wouldn't you, okay.
So because I don't pay women less, then
I'm just thinking if you think there's this like subconscious thing, like then you.
Well, but it does exist, right? I mean, we can look at the
Should the
studies.
women ask for raises at your?
Well, we're talking about you saying it's a myth, okay?
Yeah.
But it does exist. That's what's interesting.
I don't think there's anything stopping you today. You could maybe argue. I can't even do it in my soul. You could maybe argue like 50 years ago, but I just think in 2023, there are no barriers.
Didn't you say earlier 50 years ago wasn't that long ago? In regards to the draft?
Boom, exactly, Elise. Most of the things she's brought up are ongoing effects of living in a patriarchal society that are harmful for everyone, including men.
Okay, fine. 100 years ago.
100 years ago.
I'm saying in the past you could argue, but in 2023, I just don't think there's anything stopping you. I think it's like very much a victim mindset to tell women, like, to go up telling us that we're oppressed. Like, I think that I can do anything, minus like the physical stuff. But I think I can apply for any job a guy can if I want. I can go after any job that I want. I can ask for more money if I want. And I don't think that men are out there discriminating against women. I don't think that men are, men are such capitalists. Men want to make money. It's like, if women were so much cheaper, they would just hire all women.
Right. It's not how it works, but I've never.
If most men are capitalists, and you're saying there should be a pay gap because men have the most dangerous jobs, that's really fucking funny, because what the fuck is dangerous about that? What's the fuck is dangerous about being in an office? What, you're gonna almost accidentally stab your hand with a letter opener? Like, what the fuck?
Claim to have a solution, right? I'm just saying there is a problem, which you deny.
I'd also say, I grew up in a family business too. So my dad hired people all the time. Like, he had over 200 employees.
Wasn't your mom the president? Was she the leader of the company?
Oh, she's one of those babies.
What was you're researching my family now, huh?
Well, that's all public.
No, my mom, I mean, I don't know what they titled it. Like, I don't
Your
think
mom was the president, I believe, but based on an interview
I mean, they might have titled it one thing or another. My mom did more of the marketing sales side. My dad did the engineering and the software.
Okay.
I think they wanted to get some grant, so I think like they might have had her, like, they did that to get some grant from the government or something. I don't remember, but
so is that a crime?
I can say that on air. We can cut that out with my mom.
Yeah, I think we just gave my mom that title so they could get approved for a government grant. Maybe you don't share that. Oh my God. This is just... She is just a piece of work. I just can't even, like, begin to put her in a box. Cassie says, by that logic, teaching is crazy dangerous because you might get shot. True. True. Yeah. Teaching in a public school is more dangerous than some asshole sitting in the office getting a coffee stain on his favorite tie. Hello, Ontology Dragon. Good to see you.
Like that.
So I guess, again, we're kind of hitting a wall on this topic. But what I would say is this, is that I don't claim to have a solution. I'm rebutting your claim that the pay gap is a myth. Because it's not a myth. It exists. I don't know how to fix it. I'm just saying it's not a myth. That's an oversimplification, and it's dishonest.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it is dishonest. You're full of shit, lady.
I just don't. I think most of the pay gap you can attribute, and you even agreed to this, the 77 cents to 3%, like, is very different. I think the majority of the pay gap 3%. You can.
Oh, you mean the uncontrolled?
Yeah.
It's more than 3%, but I agree that it's lower. Yeah, it's a lot lower.
And even with that, like, I just would guess there's more to it because I just don't see.
Is there anything else you want to guess at
I don't
today?
think that
Oh, God, I love Ethan. Is there anything else you want to guess at today? Even his face is just like, like, it's just like, how much more bullshit can we take from this person? God damn.
men have this evil, I think it's silly to think that men have this evil coalition where they just unconsciously discriminate against women.
I agree.
And
that's not what's happening.
Yeah.
That's the oversimplification part. Speaking of coalitions, what do you think about the Jews? No, I'm just kidding.
I don't have any.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
I'm
just kidding. That's not a serious question. Let's talk about some of your really interesting ideas on this one here. You say men want younger women. This is something I've heard you say quite a few times here. I'll play this clip to set it up.
The person that will get me at 40 years old, at 50 years old, is getting a different version than he had when I was 18, 20 years old.
But it's a less valuable version to men.
No, that's not the right man for me because
no, it's not. It's not the right man for you. It's how men can't help what they're attracted to. No, it is all men. They can't. If you survey men between the ages of 20 and 80. They're all the most attracted to 22-year-olds. I peaked 3 years ago, and you guys did too. At 20, 22, 23, and this is men between the age of 20 and 80. So what men value is purity, youth, and fertility. And so, like, what would you be able to offer to a guy?
So that's something I've heard you say. Obviously.
Oh, Jesus. Ontology Dragon says, hi, Jan. One of my friends got shot in a parking lot just the other day. Gay. Guy tried to carjack her and pointed a gun in her face. And he tried to abduct her and she fought like a badass. Dang. Well, I hope she's okay. Cassie says, many men are attracted to younger women because they think they'll be easier to control. Yeah, it's kind of that. And I feel like it's subtly, like, disguised by men feeling very self-conscious and insecure by women their own age or even older women. Men have insecurities like they're not experienced enough in sex and things like that. So if they go for the younger girl who's pretty much less experienced than them, then they feel more empowered. But yeah, I think that's like in a way they don't realize it's a form of control. Elise says, so she's benefited from the privileges of this white patriarchal system and has the nerve to say women are lazy. Yeah. Interesting. Interesting. Funny how that works. And she has the gall to and the nerve to be like, well, I don't like feminists because they don't want real equality. Like, you don't want real equality either. Well, that's good to hear. Well, good for her. I wish her a speedy recovery.
You strongly believe that, right? That women who are past the age of 22, their value goes down, and all men just want young girls.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess what's the message behind this? What is it? Who are you speaking to, and what is it that?
I mean, it's just true. Men do want younger women.
Okay.
Well,
I mean,
right.
No.
But I want to ask you this before we get into that. What is your message? Who are you speaking to, and what is it you're hoping that they take from this?
I mean, I just believe in speaking about things that are true. And I think a lot of times as women, we're told that we can just wait forever, get married at 35 and have a bunch of kids, and that's just not true.
Who's saying that? I grew up in an environment where they said get married as soon as fucking possible. Like, as soon as you're 18, marry a returned missionary. Like, that's like 2 or 3 years older than you. Like, you do that immediately.
Saying that.
I just think it's the message that's pushed by the media and culture today. So
the media is telling women to get married at 35?
Yeah, that's weird.
I mean, what have you ever seen? Like, what's a homemaker that's on TV?
You mean like in a sitcom, or you mean like in a
No,
reality show?
but I'm saying, like, we don't have them in the media and the culture. Like, family really isn't. Family really isn't pushed.
Yeah, there is. There's a ton of trad wives on TikToks and Instagram and stuff like that. Tons of traditional wives.
And so I'm not saying it to dog on women, but I just think a lot of times, like, we're lied to. I mean, we have men are called ageist if they don't want younger women. You know, men are constantly shamed when they have a standard. So it's not. I mean, that's like a conversation from a 3-hour episode. I don't remember the context.
I've heard you bring it up a lot. I know that.
Yeah, because it's true. And a lot of times as women,
you're speaking to women. You're saying past 22, your value.
You can't just say something is true and have that completely qualify everything you say. All right? It's the same thing when people are like, well, I'm just using reason. It's like, no, you're just being an ass, first of all. Second of all, you're full of shit.
I mean,
going down. And,
yes,
and your message,
your value on the sexual marketplace. So your value, like, that doesn't mean like your personal worth. I'd like to just clarify.
Value on the sexual marketplace. If having a good time with people is referred to as like the marketplace, I don't think I want to be on it. Your value on in the sexual marketplace. What a sad way to think about yourself. Like, that's just sad.
Verify that, but yeah.
And so your message to them is nothing? You're just saying that because it's true? I mean, why not just say the sun is hot?
I mean, don't wait till 35 to get married. Get married as young as you can.
Right, get married as young as you can.
Jesus.
Yeah.
But no divorce.
Now, you seem to offer a lot of advice to who you're mostly giving advice to women, would you say?
I wouldn't really okay. I wouldn't really
Excuse me.
I guess sure.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I think I've heard you say that even. And then so men
like I wouldn't say I'm like an advice channel, like do this. I mean, it's more talking about the state of relationships today is a better way that I would put it.
So, as men get older, not like super old, but their value goes up. And as a man's value on the sexual marketplace goes up, they're looking for younger virgins, right? That's important. And so any woman who's not...
Well, historically, virginity's always been a prerequisite for marriage. Like 100 years ago, 85% of women didn't admit to premarital sex. So, you know, it's more abnormal now that women are not virgins anymore.
Do you know what an appeal to tradition is? What we did 100 years ago doesn't predict anything.
Well, I'm saying the outcomes are better for women. Like that.
Totally, yeah. That's a total fallacy. Appeal to tradition. It's like we should just do it because it has been done. Like that's not a very good argument or reason at all. It's quite bullcrap, frankly.
Outcomes are obviously better. We have more women on antidepressants than ever before, and it's tough because there are studies both ways when it comes to female happiness, but most of the ones that I've seen indicate that women are unhappy over a certain age without children, and most women wanted to.
Oh, they're unhappy without children? Oh my fuck. Could you maybe, I don't know, conceptualize that they're on antidepressants for different reasons than just simply not having kids? Like, that doesn't make any fucking sense. She acts like all women want, like, the same thing.
Have kids at some point in their life. And I just think, and, you can see what happens in front of you. Like, you're not blind. Women are happier with a family.
Oh, my God. You know what? There's women that are perfectly happy not starting families. They can have other pursuits and interests and be perfectly fine. That just makes no fucking sense. Women are happier with with family. Yeah, whatever.
So again, you're doing the I'm not blind. I see this, which is like, again, kind of an emotion.
Oh yeah, I bet Katrina brings up pink tax. Yeah, I bet she doesn't believe in pink tax. Pink tax is like taxing like feminine hygiene products such as pads, tampons, things like that we have to have, but they're taxed up the wazoo just because we need them. It's ridiculous. Cassie's perfectly happy not starting a family. There you go. Yeah. This lady's awful.
Argument. Antidepressants didn't exist.
You just want to call me
years ago.
emotional today. That's just your go-to today.
Well, I'm trying. It's hard to have a conversation with somebody who says
the sexism I face in this country. I just get called emotional.
Right. Well, it's hard to have a conversation with somebody who just says, "I feel this." You know what I mean? It's like, how do you address that in a conversation? You say, "I see this. I'm not blind." I mean, that's not really a concrete.
Well, I listed before that.
Let's talk about those. Antidepressants didn't exist 100 years ago. What relevance does that have on the happiness of women then and now?
I mean, we're seeing them get more and more on antidepressants.
Well, men are on antidepressants too. I think those are probably
we're not talking about men.
But if men and women are getting on antidepressants at the same rate, then it doesn't.
Why can't we have a conversation about women without talking about the men?
Because
it doesn't seem, it's like 90%. I can't answer questions if you keep interrupting me when I'm trying to answer you.
Go ahead.
So it's like 90% of women are on contraceptive or have been on contraceptives at some point in their life. 1 out of 3 women has, 1 out of 4 women have an STD. 1 out of 3 women has had an abortion. It's like, these aren't good numbers. Like, do you genuinely think that sleeping around is good for women?
I don't think, in my opinion, mass sleeping around, like you're talking about, like 100+ partners, isn't good for men or women.
Okay.
That's my
do you
opinion.
think women sleeping with multiple partners is good?
I think it's completely fine. I don't think there's an issue with women.
I think it's none of our business. That's what I think.
Women having
do you think
partners.
do you think it's good for them? Do you think it's good for women?
I think it depends on the person and the relationships. I mean, the premise is neutral. The premise doesn't imply, people, men and women have good and bad relationships. Some benefit them, some don't.
Overall, multiple partners. You would say good for women or bad for women?
I literally cannot
average-
answer that question because it makes no sense. It depends on the.
No, it doesn't. It depends on the person. It depends on the relationships they're having. For somebody, it might be an act of self-destruction. For somebody else, it could be perfectly fine, and they're happy. Like you can't just put a statement out there that says multiple partners is bad for women across the board, and that's why they were depressed. That makes no fucking sense.
Relationships. But let's say this. I'll answer it. I'll say I think it's good to get more experiences in life and to have multiple partners. I think it's good.
There you go.
Yeah, I think it's not good.
Why?
So, I think because it leads to more heartbreak.
Heartbreak?
Yeah, like women sleeping with multiple.
Does it?
People. I don't think that's a good thing.
You don't. You can get heartbroken without sleeping someone.
Yep, you can.
Yeah, but that's true. But I just don't think it's the same. Women attach through sex.
You think it's not the same. Men attach through sex too, by the way.
Yeah, but we're not talking about men. I'm talking about women.
But you. So
I don't think sleeping around is great for men either. But I don't think it's the same for men and for women.
Hold on. You keep saying let's talk about women, and I just want.
Well, that's a double standard. That's a total double standard. It's okay one way, but not the other.
I'm gonna say,
and
if there is a communal experience, then it's worth bringing up. Like you say, more women are antidepressants, but if men are on antidepressants in the same trajectory, then that would imply that it doesn't have to do with anything to do with women being promiscuous. It's more of a societal thing that affects both genders equally.
Yeah. Wait, say that one more time. I'm sorry.
Oh my God.
If men and women are both on antidepressants at the same rate, then that would suggest something on a larger societal issue, and not because women are promiscuous. So I think that is worth bringing up.
I need a new drink. This lady's gonna give me a heart attack. Oh no. I stepped on something wet with my sock in the kitchen. I hate that feeling. I was gonna wait till after dinner for a beer, but this lady is just so irritating.
I mean, you could argue.
Like, she makes my blood pressure go up. Just. Elise says this argument she's trying to make just seems like like another reason why exploring gender, sexuality, and attachment styles are needed for people in general to understand what works best for them. Exactly. Because this dating culture, this modern dating culture, is just vile and toxic as fuck. It's just like men versus women, like this like heteronormative, like cis dating idea. It's a battleground. Honestly, I would hate to be a hetero cis person dating because, like, it just seems like such a vicious, cruel world. I just don't date either. I don't think I've ever, like, dated. I mean, at least in my mind, we just, like, I would just spend time with somebody and then all of a sudden it's like, hey, I like you, let's move in. Anyways.
A lot of societal issues have come from women being promiscuous.
Okay.
So, I mean, you could, if 85% of women were virgins 100 years ago and everyone's on antidepressants, maybe
so
it
was
doesn't.
society perfect 100 years ago?
Maybe it doesn't.
So, 100 years ago, society was better. But women are on antidepressants because they're sad without kids? Oh my god.
And have good outcomes for women.
Society was perfect 100 years ago when women were virgins?
I didn't say perfect, but there was more intact families, which
the
I think
life
is
expectancy was like 50 back then.
I did not say. I don't know. What does that have to do with anything?
Well, you're saying the quality of...
Because people didn't live that long. They didn't live long enough to figure out they wanted a divorce.
Life, I mean, things were better back
No,
then?
I said we had more intact families, which I think is important.
Okay. Let's talk about where we're...
Yeah, they also didn't know what depression was or anxiety was, and they would just throw you into a fucking padded room.
We were talking about... we were on the topic of...
I mean, that's like anything. That's like, at some point, people didn't know what it was. Any, like, psychological issue. Like, we know, of course, there was no depression until we're like, there's something seriously wrong here. What do we call it? Let's call it depression. This is anxiety. My neighbor isn't possessed by a ghost. They're just anxious. My husband doesn't have demons inside of him. He just has irritable bowel syndrome.
Men wanting younger women. Here, did I finish this clip?
I just learned a lot from them, so I'd love to hear this side.
Oh, this is the pay gap one, sorry. Men want younger women.
Cancer is another good example. Cassie's grandpappy told her there was tumors.
Watch this whole clip. So I was just trying to basically apply it to your life if I can. It's like, so older men, when they have money, they have status, they're going to want a younger and more virgin woman.
Mm-hmm.
So I have a bit of a question, and I'm being honest here. Is it possible and you look at men, right, in terms of like their viability. You look at men and say, he's a high value man, he's a medium value man, he's a low value man, right? And we could say that. We can put men into those categories.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So let's say you're in the dating field, right? You're looking for a partner. Right?
Hello?
What do you mean?
I mean, you're...
Are you awake, lady? What the fuck? Like, is she high?
You're single, essentially, I guess, and you're looking for a significant...
Maybe not.
Okay.
Okay.
So, if you're looking for men, if a man who is willing to settle, let's say you're not that old, but you're 26, and you say that anyone over 25 is like almost damaged goods or getting worse and worse.
No.
It's less valuable. It's less valuable.
Correct. Yes, I would say I was more valuable 5 years ago. Yes, in terms of the dating market. Yes.
So do you think that, how can somebody who's older and not a virgin and less valuable, how can they get in a relationship with a man and not think they're a loser? Because if you're a low value woman,
this is like, honestly, this is just something I would not want to debate. Like, this is, I mean, I'm interested to see like how Ethan like keeps like challenging her ideas, but the shit that she talks about is boring and just like so fucking dumb. Like, she has nothing like important to say. She's just always like, I think, I feel, well, I guess, like, and barely even like present to the discussion. Just like the way she slacks and she's just kind of like slow in her speech and stuff. It's like she's just not really into it. I don't think her heart's into the actual conversations. I think she's just more into the attention she receives from just stating generic shit that red pill boys agree with. Maybe women were depressed more back then because they were stuck in abusive marriages, had no rights, religious oppression, no choice. Yeah, but they had, but hey, they had liquid cocaine and morphine elixirs to push them through and force a smile on their face and put in the psych word for hysteria. Seriously. You got ghosts in your blood. You need to do cocaine about it. Who the hell came up with a person's value? Yeah, it's just such a weird conversation to have about like people's value and worth in terms of like who and how much they sleep around. Like who they sleep with, how much they sleep around. Like, what a weird way. What a weird thing to add value to, like a value system to. That's what doesn't make sense to me.
Then in a sense, you be judging the guy who's quote unquote settling for you because he couldn't get a higher value woman. So in a sense, a guy that you would settle for would be a loser by your own metrics. Low value.
Well, what are men supposed to do? 95% of women aren't virgins on their wedding days. You could be a multi-millionaire and not get a virgin.
Oh my God, what a crime. Humanity is doomed as we know it. Those poor, poor men feeling entitled to penetrate a virgin. Like, who the hell feels sorry about that? But my wife isn't a virgin. Who gives a shit? You love her, don't you? You have a good time, don't you? You're marrying her, aren't you? Why the hell would you, like, fucking complain if, like, your wife isn't a virgin? Like, who gives a shit?
How do you...
But I think that's why you see more men walking away from relationships.
No. How do you enter a relationship and not think that he's a loser because he's low value?
I don't really know how to answer that question.
But it is interesting, right? Because in a sense, only a low value man, and I'm sorry, I'm only framing this in your worldview. Let's say a medium value man would decide to settle on somebody like you who's a little bit older, not as fertile. You are not a virgin. And also, I'll tell you something else. You like being in the foreground, which is not good for traditional marriages. I mean, he's looking for someone who wants to build a home. You don't know how to cook either.
I don't expect to be with like a high value guy. I think that's silly.
Okay. What's your
when I think of high value, I think of like top 5% of men.
So what value do you think you'll be settling on in your own personal life?
What value will I be settling on in my personal?
What man do you think is reasonable for you to pursue?
I just kind of, I think that's a bit of a inappropriate question. But
That's interesting because you spend like all day talking about this stuff. I find that it's really interesting to have you put this analysis into use. Why is it
because the way
inappropriate?
you're framing the question is a bit disingenuous.
No, it's not.
I think
no, it's not. This is he's trying to understand reasoning in your world, your weird red pill world, and how dating and rating and sex is supposed to go. Like, that's not what you don't actually talk about this shit.
Most women, and
how is it disingenuous?
Yeah, I think it's a bit disingenuous.
Why?
How?
Why? Why is it disingenuous? I'm analyzing your viability by your own metrics, which you do all day to other women. And
I hate it when she just goes, just stop it. Like, act like you want to be there.
Why is that disingenuous?
I don't. Okay.
Like, I think it's fair to say, because you were talking to women about expectations and men about expectations based on their value. I think it's fair to say, okay, well, what's your value of man you're looking for based on your own,
What's my value to a guy that I'm looking for?
What value of man?
I wish I don't know what you want me to say. Like, I wish I was a virgin. I should have waited.
No.
Like, I don't know what. Like, I don't. Most guys don't expect that in 2023, unfortunately. I think men adapt to the market, but I think to say that you should just sleep around is a bit silly.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking.
Well, that you were saying that that more partners is good. I think that's a bit silly.
No. Okay, but hold on. I'm talking about you, Pearl. I'm talking about you. Your value by your own metrics is going to be not super high. So,
yeah, it's less high than it was 5 years ago.
But it's not even just the age thing. It's like you are working. You're in the foreground. You don't know how to cook. These are not good things for your scorecard.
Hey, I'm actually pretty good now. I've gotten.
You have a
lot better.
Okay, good. You're working towards it, but unfortunately, as you age, those things are going to bounce out.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you start in a certain place in life, but all you.
She thinks her value is increasing because she's taking cooking lessons. God, her priorities are sad.
You can do is improve and get better.
That's interesting. I agree. So what is the point of telling people that they're
because a lot of times we're lied to. We're not even told what men want. Being told that men want younger women is crazy, even though that's
not true, by the way. That's not true, by the way.
Men don't want younger women. They want who's hotter? A 50-year-old is equally as hot as a 20-year-old, just based on looks and nothing else.
So, yeah.
Yeah, you know how many smoking hot older women there are? You know how many fucking magnificent madams there are out there? Like, no shot can you sit there and point blank say, if you're older, you're automatically not beautiful. Like, there are some way smoking hot older ladies.
That could be. I mean, it could be. But, how do you meet a guy that you respect because he's settling on you? Don't you see that there's a paradox here?
I mean, if you respect men, you don't,
But how are you going to settle for a low value?
Wait a minute. If you respect men, what? I'm wondering if she was implying, you don't rate them? Then what the hell are you doing for women?
You man. Because, that, it's dude, come on.
A low value man.
A low value man.
I think if you get married, you're lucky to get married. That's my opinion.
Okay.
So I would feel very lucky. If I was married, I would feel.
So you'll take anything.
No, I won't take anything. It's a bit silly.
Your standards are quite
low.
say.
That's not what I said, but okay.
You said I'll be happy if I get married. I don't. You know what I mean? Hey.
Yeah.
Anybody who marries me would be great.
I didn't say to anyone.
How would you? Where's your value as a woman? Would you say, on a scale of 1 to 10?
I give myself a 5.
A 5?
Ooh,
yeah, that's fair. I think. I mean, based on your metric, I'm not saying.
Ow! Really? She's rating herself a 5? That's fucking sad. That is so incredibly sad. That saddens me to my core that she would do that. I wouldn't give her a rating because I don't do that shit, but like it's so sad that within this world she places herself as completely mediocre. Maybe if she got some sleep and stopped spewing bullshit, she could actually get married instead of sitting around looking tired and talking about getting married.
One way or the other. So we're looking for...
I think I'm a 5, so...
So you're saying that all men want to have sex with younger women. This is kind of interesting data, but are you aware that the MILF category is like the most popular? It was the #1 most searched term in 2018, MILF.
Yeah, men like to have sex with older women.
Porno never lies.
But why is it the most searched for?
Yeah,
they're looking for MILFs, and when they watch porn.
Are you saying porn is...
They're looking for the lads out there. They're looking for MILFs. Young lads on a quest for MILFs.
The same thing as marriage and relationships.
You say men want to have sex with...
Yeah, you're totally right, Elise. It says it's quite sad to see her have so much internalized self-hate and misogyny. This has got to be some serious shadow for her. It's almost like, I don't know, instead of facing some deep parts about herself and how she feels about the world, she's just hanging around with these guys and trying to get acceptance from that because, I don't know, maybe she's just been rejected so many times. This is her only way to get close to men. Is to join this, like, red pill crowd, and now she actually gets attention and they listen to her. Just saying. Just saying. I could be talking out my ass.
Young girls. Why then are men, when they're fantasizing...
When you say young girls, that's a bit...
Okay, 22. I mean, what do you want me to say? Okay, young women, 22-year-olds. Why then are they going to Pornhub and looking up MILFs if they just want to, if they prefer? And this is the most searched. Wouldn't they be searching for like teen or something? 2018, yeah.
You know, men aren't that picky. You know what I mean?
No. It's not about picky. It's about preference. They look for the MILF.
Okay, so I have a question. Why do you think like the #1, like they swipe right on younger women?
That's just the thing you said.
Do you think it's equal, an 22-year-old versus a 50-year-old woman in terms of looks? Now I'm asking, do you think it's equal? Are you equally attracted to the average 55-year-old versus 22-year-old?
I would be more equally attracted to someone closer to my age where I am in life, I think.
Okay. Yeah, I would
maybe
say...
like -5 years.
Yeah, but younger typically. Not older.
Well, I mean,
interesting
plus or
that you
minus
said
5
that.
years.
Younger.
Plus or minus.
Younger. Right.
Plus or minus 5 years.
Okay, you said younger first, but...
Well, I'm telling you, plus or minus.
Okay.
There's no take-backsies? No take-backs. You said younger. Yeah, but so how do you explain that,
Most women want to date 5 to 7 years older. I think men go like 5 years younger.
Is there any way to explain why MILF is the most searched category?
Guys like to watch, you know, a hot mom have sex. Yeah.
More than a young girl have sex, apparently.
Are they the top porn stars? Because I thought those were younger women. I thought it was like the ones that, I mean, I don't actually watch that stuff, so I don't know.
I don't know the stats, but I'm just telling you based on search that people are looking up MILF way more than teen and stuff like that.
MILF.
So that is interesting, though.
Do you think it's better for a woman to get married at 35 than 22?
I think it's neutral. I think it depends on a lot of things. I do think women who get married young have a higher rate of divorce.
Yeah, it's like below the age of like 21 or 18 or something. I don't remember.
So that kind of disproves your thesis, doesn't it? If younger women are getting divorced,
I would say overall younger is better than older.
But if younger women are getting divorced more, and you're
the youngest, not younger.
Why is she trying to stick it to like older women so bad? Like, what the fuck? What is she gonna think about herself when she's 45?
But we also wait to get married. The average age of first marriage in the UK is like 31.
Yeah, but our life expectancy is like double what it was, so it's not really a fair comparison.
It doesn't change biology. Like, so when it comes to children, like women are still the most fertile when they're younger. So, I mean, we can have a cultural shift, but that doesn't change your biology.
Well, we have a scientific shift too. We have methods of making it easier for older women to have babies.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So like the cultural shift is
You're talking
matching
about
the
IVF.
scientific.
You're talking
IVF,
about.
it's not just IVF. There's fertility treatments you can get. I've done it with my wife. It's less invasive. It's like taking hormones and stuff. And the science.
I can pull up the numbers, but the majority of IVF fails, especially over a certain age. I can pull it up.
So
I think.
Can you pull something up? Can you have anything prepared in this shrubbery maze? Like, where are we going?
It's expensive too. It's like the average IVF is like $30,000.
Yeah, most fertility treatments isn't IVF. There's less invasive, less impactful, less expensive things that you can do that are really effective.
Right. I mean, you can, but again, most people are living paycheck to paycheck. They can't afford a bunch of fertility treatments.
Okay.
Like, I think that's easy for you to do, right? You're in a great position.
It should
in life.
be free. I agree.
But no, I don't think that you should pay for other people's decisions. I think if you want to make that decision, you should pay for it. But I just think that's an easy thing for you to say when you're in you do such great numbers. I'm sure you do really well income wise.
Thank you for saying that. We shouldn't pay for what other people do. Should we pay for prisoners or should we execute them all?
Those are my only options.
Well, we shouldn't pay
it's
for
either pay for prison or execute them.
Okay, right. That's extreme.
Either the two.
In a sense, though, I'm trying to make it like somewhat.
That's a tough question.
Well, prisoners cost on average like $30,000 a year. The average prisoner.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Or even more now.
I think
Probably
it's
like
significantly
40,
more. I think it's like closer to
45,000.
70,000 or something like that.
70,000.
Let me look it up. I'll look it up so we
That's
have the right number.
crazy. Because the IVF is obviously way cheaper than that.
Mm-hmm.
So what do we do about them?
To execute or put them in
Or what else? I mean, what would you do with prisoners? We're spending.
You were just in favor of the death penalty when talking about rapists. You said I believe in the death penalty. So like, why are you having a problem with it now?
$45,000 a year. What do we do with them?
Yeah, the average is it looks like 45,000.
45,000. IVF probably costs like 10,000.
What are they in prison for? I don't know much about. This is kind of a different, topic, but I do think we should execute.
Well, they're all
rapists.
costing us the same amount of money,
Rapists
45,000.
we can execute.
Okay, well,
and murderers, yeah, we can. The rest, I don't really know. I don't have a strong opinion.
Well,
but
IVF,
in
let's
general,
say, costs 10,000.
I guess prison would make a bit.
I can't say that I'm in favor of the death penalty or like execution because I believe that we need to focus and work on a society that first doesn't produce people like this, and secondly, have a system of care in place to actually rehabilitate people who murder or rape even. Like, I believe some people can be rehabilitated and reintroduced back into society. Perhaps some very, very few cases where it's like, all right, let's just send this guy on to the next iteration of his life. This one isn't working so well. But otherwise, I would say no. No to the death penalty.
It more sense because you want a safe society, so that's something everybody benefits from. But I don't benefit if Susie down the streets waits till she's 35 to get married.
But then her family will be stronger. She's less likely to get divorced. The kids will grow up in a stable household.
Or she could do that when she's younger. Like, again, we're
Right, but that's not how it works,
women.
and you know that. You look at the stats. Younger people are more likely to get divorced. Young people don't make as much money. Younger people have less time to spend.
What do you mean by young? So, like, I think the stat I saw was under the age of 21, but
you're young. You're 26. I would say you're too young for marriage, especially if you have these kind of ideals.
It's like between
David, she should hurry up and get married. Her value is going down. And according to her logic, yes.
And above that, the divorce rate's very similar.
Do you think women under 21 should get married?
Yeah, if they want to. I think, people, I'm not forcing anyone to do anything, but I think more time you can spend with a husband rather than just like out on the dating market. I think that's better. I think less experience is better.
Well, hello, Laura. Thank you so much for coming. Really sorry you were in the ER with a bad migraine. I hope things are going better now. I really hate going to the ER too. It's a lot of sit and wait. Or a lot of hurry up and wait. Gonna go lay down at home and listen while with eyes closed and not chat? Okay, yeah, please. Take care of yourself first. Close your eyes. Take a load off.
So here is an interesting regarding men wanting to sleep with younger women.
The top.
So I've been trying to source that figure.
How old is Abella Danger? How old is she?
How old is Abba?
She's
27. She's 27. That's pretty old in your world, isn't it?
Lana Rhodes, Riley Reed. Yeah, but that's not a MILF.
No.
Because I think, and us, for us, it's like 18 to 28.
Lana Rhodes
is 26.
26. Yeah.
Yeah,
but again, the most searched.
It's 18 to 28.
Just because they're the most popular doesn't.
Well, MILFs don't exactly have to be older either. I mean, it's just like moms. So like, you can have a young mom.
Mean it's the most popular category.
Also, their 26 is over the hill, right?
I got the top categories I have is ebony, lesbian, threesome.
I don't see any 22-year-old large mainstream porn stars.
I mean, 22 versus 26. It's not that. Like we say 18 and 28 is a woman's peak.
20. What is the woman's peak?
Between 18 and 28. I mean, 28. It slowly declines after like 22 or 23. It slowly declines, but 18 to 28 is a woman's peak.
Peak as in what? What does peak mean?
Peak like looks wise.
Okay, looks wise.
Hmm.
So I've been trying this claim that men between ages 20 and 80 want to have sex with 22-year-olds. I haven't been able to find any source for that. The only source I've been able to find is from this book.
Can we put the prisoners to work?
Say what?
What?
Can we put the prisoners to work?
They do.
They already do. Yeah, they
That's
do.
exactly what we do
They're
currently.
slaves already. They work for like 10 cents an hour.
Yeah, but only.
Yeah. Hello. Yeah, we do put prisoners to work. They make literally 10. Yeah, like Ethan said, 10 cents an hour. This is like how slavery is still like present in the U.S. today. And I mean like black slavery. You think we don't actually have black slavery today? We do. It's in the prison systems. They're working their asses off for pennies a dollar. They don't even get any of that shit, and that doesn't really benefit them. It just benefits corporations. So there you go. Dilly dilly do. I gotta pee. Dilly dilly he. All right. Let the bullshittery commence.
To profit private corporations, by the way. It doesn't benefit you at all.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not a good system.
You seem very knowledgeable in the prison system. I wouldn't call myself a prison expert.
Yeah, and that's fair. We don't need to.
No.
I don't expect you to be.
It's basic knowledge.
In terms of sourcing, this claim that old men want to have sex with, not old men, all men want to have sex with 22-year-olds around that age. The only source for that.
No, I think he said it right the first time. Old men wanting girls at 22. Yep, that's really what this is about.
And they find that the most attractive.
The only source for that I could find was a book called
Can you look up
Dataclysm.
what's the Okay, yeah.
The way that these numbers are sourced is pretty poor. So it's not really that high quality of a source, but
Oh God, Laura, her name is Pearl, and she's an anti-feminist.
I'll read you the results. It does say that men 20 to 50 find 23-year-olds most attractive, but in the same study it says, but women that men find they're most interested in are women of their similar age.
But they found the 23-year-olds the most attractive.
But not the most.
How did they source interested in and desirable?
I think it
How did
means.
they just ask them?
The whole
No,
study.
they didn't even ask them. It wasn't even really a study. This was a book. And I'm sorry if this isn't what you got your statistics from, but it was the closest thing that we could find to the stats that you were laying out. And it did, again, it has shown that 20 to 50 men,
She sounds
when
like a
asked
10-year-old.
who they find the most attractive, the answers generally fall in that range 20 to 23. However, this wasn't really a study. This was a book by the CEO of OkCupid, and he was basing all of this off of analyzing the raw data from OkCupid, and this was in 2014, so it was about a decade ago.
But they're most interested.
Right,
in women of
and they
their-
found the same
yeah.
conclusion that Ethan just pointed out, that though they may find younger women more attractive, who they are interested in dating falls generally much closer to their own age.
But if you have a better source on that, I'd love to hear it, because we
Or
looked.
even if you look at dating app data, like what? Because it all starts with
That's
looks
what this
for
is.
men.
This is dating.
But I'm saying it
app data.
starts with looks for men. You're not going to get in the door unless you look a certain way.
What do you mean in the
So,
door?
I mean, there's some
What do you mean in the door? What door?
there's some older women that that look good enough to get into the door, but it starts with swiping, and that starts with looks.
The door to what?
So if they find the 22-year-olds the most attractive, that's what you need to get in the door first.
What is this door? And what the hell is behind it? And why do women need to get into it?
It's not to say that every woman over the age of 30 or 35 is like done for completely, but it's going to be a lot harder. And I think it's dishonest to say it's going to be equally as easy to date when you're 35 versus 22.
Yeah, I didn't say that. You're saying men.
Men
I'm telling you, she's like, it's stressful just listening to her. I don't know how Ethan Klein stays like so calm.
tend to, in general, like younger women.
Find younger women more attractive.
But
I don't
not
think
who
it's
they're
accurate to
Right,
say
but
they
it
like
starts,
young.
but everything
interested.
starts, but men, it starts with looks. So you don't get into the door unless you look a certain way.
I think you're
You
making a big
disagree.
generalization about all men.
Okay, do you disagree with that? You don't think it starts
I think a
with
lot of
looks?
men have a lot of different preferences, and I think a lot of men's consideration of what attractive has a huge variance as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
So when you say good looks get you in the door, I mean attraction is pretty subjective, don't you think?
I think that it starts with looks for men.
And looks
I
is
think
pretty subjective, wouldn't
I
you
would
say?
no, I would say it's not. I would say men tend to find the same things attractive.
Dang.
Based on what?
That's an interesting take.
Beauty is objective. Okay.
Based on what?
I would say dating app data.
Which ones?
I don't know off the top of my head,
'Cause
Ethan.
this one from OK
You don't know off the top of your head because you're talking out your ass.
Cupid said men are most interested in men of their own age. Or sorry, women of their own age.
It said women. They find women the most attractive at 22 or 23,
Yeah,
right?
but they don't
And
want to date.
My argument.
They don't want
is
to
that you-
date them though.
my-
They don't want
my
to date them.
argument-
Yeah, they find
my
them more
argu- my ar-
attractive.
Can I? You guys don't let me finish. Is my argument is you need looks to get in the door.
What door to what?
So like,
What does that have to do with being
find
22?
that the most
What is the door to?
attractive. Men tend to find younger women more attractive.
I think you have a really.
I think it's like dishonest to say. Do you really think it's equally as easy to date for a woman at 35 versus 22?
Again, nobody said that.
Okay. Okay. Do you think it's harder for the 35-year-old in general?
I think there's less options as you get older.
Yeah, of course. I think
For men
that's
too.
very
For men
intuitive.
too.
And yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
it's
for
men
both
too.
Yeah, but
partners.
do you think it's equal? Do you think men have less options equally as much as women?
As they get older,
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, who fucking knows?
No, like, no, I'm asking your opinion.
You're asking my opinion. My
If
opinion is that
women-
it's probably similar. Probably similar.
If women, yeah, see, I disagree because I
Based
saw
on
a
what?
different dating app that the most. No, I saw a different. I think it was either OkCupid or Plenty of Fish. I can't remember which one, but it was like the most swiped right on age for women was 18, and the most swiped right on age
Well,
for
that's
men
just
was
volume, dude. I mean, there's way more younger
50.
people on dating apps than older
for
people.
sure.
Like if
By a
you
lot.
looked at age
Well, I mean,
distribution,
and
it'd be
you
a
could-
vast majority of younger
Yeah,
people.
well, and when they asked men what age they preferred to date, I think it was like 5 to 7, like 5 years younger was the average, and women it was 5 to 7 years older. So even if we just go off of women's preferences, like men would have more options when they get older because women want older men.
That's all just you're just saying stuff. I mean, you're just saying stuff based on what you think is real. I don't think any of that is necessarily true.
I mean, I could find it. I mean, I don't have like a team like you guys have.
Yeah, but no, well, you say this stuff all the time on your shows, so I would expect you to be somewhat familiar with the.
I mean,
yeah, you say this shit all the time on your show. I would definitely expect you to be prepared with a little bit more depth than just shrugging your shoulders, going, "Well, I think," or "I believe," or "I guess."
It just depends on like sometimes you forget which one.
Sure.
You know.
You want to name a couple it could be from?
Give me a second. I'll find it.
Did you know that the number 5 porn star of all time is Lisa Ann? She's 51 years old.
Mm-hmm.
Brandy Love is number 8. She's 50. Men they like MILFs, man. Men like MILFs. They like experienced women that know what they're doing. They like men like that.
Men like MILFs.
Do you think that men want that for relationships?
Do you think men want to date a child for relationships because they're more attractive
I think men prefer younger women in general.
in relationships?
Yes.
That's just. I'm sorry, but that's not even backed up by your own data. It says
I
men
would
are more
say younger than them typically.
younger than them. That's a different. That's not men want to date 22-year-olds. A 50-year-old
They're
doesn't.
the most attracted to 22-year-olds, and looks gets you in the door.
Yeah, but it doesn't
just
get you in the door. That's just step one.
You're saying different things. In this culture, if a man is walking around with a
There is
22-year-old,
2 out of
people
the-
are gonna think that's weird. People think
two
it's
out
weird.
of the 5. It says 2 out of the 5 top porn stars in Pornhub are 23 and under, and all of the people that you're listing started young.
Oh, so they're old now.
They built their fan base.
I don't think it really works that way.
But they're old. They shouldn't be. They shouldn't be hot.
Yeah, exactly. And they kept their fan base even as they got old. Their career didn't end just because they got old.
I don't think it works that way. You guys are in media. You know damn well that you build a fan base.
Bro, what do you think? They're YouTubers? They're not doing Minecraft Let's Play. They're naked.
Come on.
I don't find that analysis very interesting, and apparently you don't either because.
Sweetie Fox, 22.
Yeah, there's
Eva,
porn stars who are 22.
Yeah, of course.
The majority are younger.
Yeah, but not the popular ones. MILF.
The most popular ones are
MILF.
younger. The most popular ones are younger.
MILF. MILF.
They're like in late 20s, you know.
Hold on, my dog's barking. One second. Oh, be quiet. Sorry. I let her outside. It's kind of hot in here.
I wanted to ask you.
The number one porn star is 23.
Who?
It's either, let me see, it's
Who cares? Who gives a shit?
Who's the number one?
It says,
I just don't think it
says
really
the number one
refutes
porn
either
star
point.
on Pornhub is 23.
Who?
Eva Elfie is 23.
She's not.
This does nothing for the conversation. Hi, Antichrist. No. Well, kind of, but no. Just jump in. No time to explain. Just get on the bus. Okay? We're going.
She's not number one.
What I'm
Right.
saying is number one.
But even if that's true, I don't think that refutes anything. I mean, it's possible that number one is 23. But
You said,
she's not number one.
You just said it.
No
You just
way.
said it refuted it if that the number one search was MILFs.
Right. Well, it counters your argument. Okay, let's move on. There's just argument in circles here. I want to talk about this a little bit more. Higher body count
They
doesn't.
said the 2018 poll, citing a 2018 poll, and the 2022 numbers show that the MILF drops.
So
the MILF drops, but
Why
it's
are you
Citing
still hung up on the
2018 poll and the
MILFs?
2022 numbers show that the MILF drops.
it's top 5 most searched.
Drops it like
Number
it's
one in
hot.
UK, Southern Asia,
We
Canada,
did say
Netherlands.
that it was 2018.
Yeah, the 2018
Yeah, but I'm
one.
saying it says the 2022 one that dropped.
Oh, so men became less interested in older women in the last 5 years, I guess.
Well, this year,
Well,
MILF,
hold on.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, go ahead,
sorry,
Olivia.
MILF was number one search term this year in the UK, Southern Asia, Canada, and Netherlands.
Yeah.
And
Men
it
love
was in the
MILFs.
top 5 most searched for terms in Paris, Italy, Mexico, Spain, Poland, Ukraine, Argentina, Sweden, and Belgium this year.
And Lana Rhodes is number one, and she's 26. But whatever, who cares? Let's move on.
Thank
I
you.
disagree. Listen.
Thank you. Who cares about the damn MILFs? The sweet, sexy, succulent MILFs.
And I disagree. There's not a lot of data on this. Like, there's really no data to make a conclusion. So again, I just don't think it's fair for when you talk about these things to say, oh, science says this, data shows this, but there's no data that shows any of that. I mean, it's just, again, you feel that way. You feel that to be true.
We just talked about that men find 22-year-olds the most attractive.
Yeah,
so
but
you
not
can
the most-
you can interpret the data differently than me. That's fine. Like we can.
It's not
interpret
really
the
data. That was
we
some
can- we can
random blog
interpret-
from
we
a
can-
book.
We can. I mean, there's also dating app data, and then you guys interpret
this
it
is.
differently than me. We can interpret it differently, and you could come to one conclusion. and I could come
Let's
to another,
agree.
but
Let's agree to disagree on this one. So tell me, we didn't really get to flesh this out, but I find this topic interesting. Why is a woman with a high body count, and high, I guess, is like 10 plus? What is high?
Well, it depends. Depends what guys you ask. You know.
In your opinion.
I mean, in my opinion, I really think it's best to be a virgin when you get married. So, I didn't do that. I wish I did, but I think it's best to be a virgin.
Okay, but like, what would you consider a high body count? If in general,
That's
when
gotta
men
be
are
some
looking,
serious
shadow
considering
stuff.
Such a thing.
It seems like the body count studies that I've seen, it drops around like 5 to 7.
5 to 7.
I'd say-
Okay, so what is inherently
count.
less desirable about a
I love how the amount of people we are sleeping with. I love that that's now referred to as our body count. Like, what is this, murder? I mean, I guess you're stabbing some girl. Stabbing her with your genitalia. It's murder.
woman with 5 to 7 partners?
I mean, one, what value does that bring to a guy?
Well, it's neutral.
Yeah, I mean, I just think it.
I
it
asked you what
gives-
devalues it, not what values
What?
it.
what devalues it? I think that you have more exes to compare your current partner to.
Oh, so it's insecurity. So you would be insecure.
If you want to label it that way, but it's like, why would you want someone with more exes?
5 to 7 sexual partners means that there's too much to compare me to, and therefore you might think that I'm inadequate because you've had better partners.
Well, it's also like the rate women.
This is totally leaning into insecurity. Like, who cares how many people your partner slept with in the past? Like, who freaking cares? I need to stop picking at my skin. Anyways.
Are happier when they're virgins on their wedding day. So
that is just something you said.
No, look, I mean, you can look up
Jesus.
the studies on body count. Again.
Ooh, thank you.
Yeah, we can fact check that. It just seems like something you just say.
It's like from
Virgin.
the Family
I have pizza.
Institute, something in Family Institute.
Okay, but so while we look that up, let's say so women are happier, but
The more sexual partners a woman has, the less happy she tends
But I'm
to be
asking
when
you,
married.
what is
Why?
less
Where? For what?
attractive? Because you talk about men are looking for women who have had less sexual partners. So what is less attractive? What makes them less attractive?
What makes them less such? Men don't want hoes.
What do you mean by that?
Men don't want women that have slept with multiple people.
We're talking about 5 to 7 partners. Why don't men want hoes?
Dude, her attitude about women sucks.
Do you want a woman with a lot of bodies?
5 to 7, I don't consider. I think that's totally like.
Well, I think most men would, pray for that nowadays. But
what do you mean most men would pray for it? Because the number I looked up is 10% of women there's only 10% of women in the United States have more than 15 partners. The average number is 4.2.
Did that study was for women? It included older women too, though, didn't
25 to 44.
Yeah, I just think it would probably be more accurate if you kept women under like 35, but
So what makes a hoe?
I don't-
What does a hoe mean?
I mean, it depends on who you ask.
Yeah. What does a hoe mean? Because I think that's a very like it's a very unclassy way to like refer to your fellow women. Like, you're the girl that calls other girls slut. Like, you slut, you hoe. Like, why are you doing that? That's so disrespectful. And you expect people to like be fucking taking your bullshit?
I'm asking you, clearly.
What do I think? I mean, from a historical perspective, really a virgin. Like, I think you should be a virgin on your wedding day.
Yo, she has some weird hang up about virginity. She said herself, I wish I was a virgin still. I think we're getting down to like a seed of like what her shadow is here. Like, she totally has a lot of guilt for not saving it for marriage or whatever. I'm wondering if she like slept with a guy and really liked him and he like dumped her or something, maybe like that. That's kind of like the weird vibe I'm getting. I don't know what happened to her, but something happened for her to start thinking this way.
Okay.
That's again.
Well, what's that have to do with men being attracted? You said men don't want to date hoes. I just want to unpack that.
Mm-hmm.
Men don't want to date hoes. I don't know what that means, if I can be totally honest with you.
Men would prefer a woman with less sexual experience than more.
Oh, less? Well, so I gotta disagree with you. I just don't think that's true. I don't think men care. I don't think men care how many sexual partners their women have had, unless it's like 100. But that's true of men. Men who have had 100 sexual partners are also pretty.
Do you think women care about Drake's body count?
Why?
Like women want to sleep with Drake and like other celebrities. Do you think they care about their body count?
Are we talking about
don't.
Drake, or are we
Men are
talking about
fucking
general?
kidding me.
I mean, Drake's a celebrity.
But men are lining up to date like Lana Rhoades, Mia Khalifa, and like actually
You
marry
fucking
them.
crazy? Dude, are you crazy? Do you really believe that? Dude, men would, there's quite literally
There are
people
men that would literally give their
Come
life
on,
to do that.
you can't believe that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
men,
think that
men
the
would
men with the
die for
most
that.
options, that's what they want to do.
Men with the most options want to do what?
We're not talking about men with the most options.
The way she keeps sighing, it's like the sighs of lament of her knowing her own bullshit. And I feel like she's frustrated because these boys aren't taking in what she's saying like the other boys too do. So she just keeps sighing like every other fucking second. It's like, could you just like fucking man up? Like you agreed to come in and talk to Ethan. Why weren't you prepared, and why are you just spouting bullshit with no backbone?
Are you talking about women with the most options when it comes to Drake? Or are you just talking about average fans?
I'm talking about Drake does not have a problem getting laid because of his body count. I would imagine that
Right.
porn
That's
stars
not-
would have
yeah.
I would imagine that porn stars would have a hard time getting into marriage with a man that they respect and admire.
They don't. There's plenty of porn stars that are happily married.
Aren't you the one that's always been like, let's not talk about fringe cases? What's the point of bringing up Drake? That's like the most extreme example, wouldn't you agree?
I mean, we could even go into like normal dating. I think it's
That's
silly.
more important. Yeah, let's
Like,
do
this
that.
is. I just think it's silly to argue that men want to date women with high body counts.
No, they don't want to. I'm saying I don't think it matters, especially the number you gave me,
Care
5
one
to
way or
7.
the other,
Yeah,
yeah.
5 to 7. I don't think men care about that in general. I just don't.
I mean, you could argue 15 to 20, 25. Like, I don't know exactly what point, but usually there is a point for most men.
Sure,
where it's
and
like-
women. I mean, and women. I don't think women want to date someone who's like slept with.
I just don't think. I don't think it's equal.
It's not equal, because Drake.
You don't think it's equal because Drake has a high body count? What?
No, not because of Drake.
Because we should remove like celebrity and outside kind of influences from this, because that obviously creates unusual, fringe cases, which we don't like. We don't.
She served that Drake line and it just didn't take. It just didn't stick, honey. Go back to the drawing board, please.
Don't like to talk about those.
So then what about the abortion one
I was
earlier?
just parodying you. I was just.
thought you
kidding.
liked.
I was just kidding. I was just joking. Yeah. All right, one last thing. I see that we're getting exhausted here. It's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Drake saying, "I want a girl with a future and a past." That's a lyric of his. He wants an experienced girl. Even Drake's talking about it in his damn lyrics. Drake doesn't want a virgin.
You just said no celebrities. That's crazy how you just threw that out the window now.
You don't want to talk about it. Drake wants a girl with a future and a past.
Oh, stop. His simp pandering music to women. He makes money off of that. Women are like, come on.
Drake!
All right, let's talk about one last
seems
thing.
like a creepy, probably. Yeah.
And I do thank you for being here. You know, it's combative, but I think it's a good conversation. I wanted to ask you about one last thing. This comment I thought was interesting, and tell me what you think about it.
This sounds similar to the slavery
Ew, not
stuff
him.
too, because that's literally the founder of, or the guy who made Roots said, I wanted a myth for my people to live by. So they often, but that's what they do is they embellish, and I'm not trying to say it wasn't horrible, it was,
right?
But they want to make it like more horrible so that they can control people.
So, in what way was slavery made to seem more horrible than it was?
What? Oh my fuck. She just did not say there. By the way, that guy she's sitting next to is that greasy guy in his basement that spouts like with the terrible green screen that spouts like really horrible racist shit. Like, he's just fucking, he's just slimy. She didn't call Drake a simp. She said that he wrote music for simps.
We were talking about, and I don't really want to go into this too much because we're kind of past this, but I was quoting a Thomas Sowell book.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Okay.
Who's that?
Yeah. So Thomas Sowell's an author who talks about the history of slavery. So.
Thomas Sowell. Oh, but do you agree with that premise that slavery was embellished, or no?
I think that there are parts that are under embellished and there are parts that are over embellished. I think it just depends what we're talking about.
That's so interesting. I've got to know what was over embellished about slavery. Just like one example, I'm dying to know.
Yeah, I just rather. I mean, I was talking about a book that I read, and I think to understand the context, you'd have to read the book.
Oh, she is in hot fucking water now. Total hot water.
Said some parts were embellished, some parts were under embellished.
I just again.
Are you retracting that?
I'd really just rather not.
Okay. No, but slavery being embellished.
Somebody from the back shouted, would rather not what? Like, you can't just let that slide. Come on, she said that plain as day, and now she can't even fucking back it up. Yeah, Lee said her earlier views on felons and the prison system hinted at the racism residing in her views. Yes, well, here we go.
That's so interesting. I don't know how you embellish it.
There are certain facts that we're not allowed to talk about.
Like what? I would love to. We're doing the
Not
taboo.
allowed. What do you mean not allowed?
We're mixing it up. It's red pill, baby. Let's see the world as it is.
Taboo topics.
It's red pill, baby. They know exactly what they're doing. She's fucking in a corner so hard. She is stuck in a corner. How is she gonna get out of this?
I genuinely want to know how it's embellished.
Yeah.
What can't we talk about? Come on.
I mean, I could show you the video I was quoting, but it's just, I'd rather not get into this, so.
Sounds like a blue pilled attitude to me.
Yeah. I was kind of hoping this was like a good faith interview.
Wait, what is bad faith? I'm literally.
It is good faith. You're just sad because you don't have all the answers and you're not looking as cool as you wanted to, like you do in front of your other boyfriends.
He's showing you clips of you saying stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. What about this interview has been bad faith?
I just think you're kind of trying to push an agenda and you're not.
There's no agenda. You're being asked straightforward what you think and believe and what you've got to say about the world, and now you know exactly what you've backed yourself into, and you don't want to fucking own up to it. What a freaking coward. By the way, if you not have hit like, please hit like now.
Yeah, I just think you're trying to push it.
That's a clip of you saying that. You can disavow it. That would be super easy to say I was wrong.
Interview where I'm quoting somebody. Like, if you watch the full interview, I am quoting somebody. And now you're trying to pin me down about a topic that I don't dive into.
Hold on.
So it's like...
Wait a minute. It's a topic you don't dive into, but yet you're making bold statements about? It's kind of been her theme throughout this whole thing. She just makes bold statements, but she doesn't actually, like, do the footwork. She doesn't back herself up. She doesn't support herself with what she's saying. Again, because everything she does say these things in front of are red-pilled dudes and their little simpleton followers. And nobody challenges her on anything. They're just like, yeah, this makes sense. Because it supports their world view. Ironic how they call themselves like the red pill ones. They're actually blue pill. They just don't think they are. They're actually blue pill.
Hold on, hold on,
Like, that's
hold on.
not
hold
the
on.
point of my channel.
Okay,
The
so
point of
it's
my channel isn't.
They see the world for what it is. Neogenians see the world for how it could be. We're not in the Matrix, though, and we don't believe in the Matrix. But we see the world for how it could be, and we aim to improve that.
I know, but
without the use of pills.
you said it. How is that bad faith? Hold on, let me
Okay,
see.
because I was talking about how the founder of the Thomas Sowell talks about how the guy that made Roots talked about how it was a myth for his people to live by.
Okay.
That's what the guy who made Roots said, Alex Haley.
Okay.
So, and I can't even talk about that on a podcast without.
What do you mean that in context? Like a myth as in it doesn't exist, or a myth as in like this is the mythology we have now?
Without being canceled by the internet.
Yeah, but mythology,
yeah.
myth doesn't necessarily mean
Thank
it's a
you.
lie, right? Just because mythology is like a culture,
Right, but
a
I'm
history.
saying that doesn't mean the way it's depicted in the movie was how it actually happened. And that's what he was talking about on the book. But again,
So-
I was quoting a book, and you're trying to like pin me down on quoting a book.
No.
Let me watch this again and see if I'm doing that.
Free stuff too, because that's literally the founder of, or the guy who made Roots said,
What'd
I
you
wanted
say?
a myth for my people to live by.
Yeah.
So they often, but that's what they do is they
So
embellish.
then you say, but here's what they do.
And I'm not trying to say it wasn't horrible.
I'm not trying to say it wasn't horrible.
Right. But they want to make it like more horrible.
But they want to make it more horrible.
That they can control people.
So that they can control people.
Yeah, it doesn't
Right,
sound like
but
Nick
a
Fuentes
myth.
agrees, by
But
the way.
wait, oh my gosh.
Nick Fuentes.
5 minutes before,
I forgot it's Nick Fuentes. Yeah, he's that slimy little fucking. He's that greasy, slimy little Trumpy. He's just like horribly racist and just gross. Just a gross kid sitting in the basement in front of a shitty green screen. Blech.
they say Sowell talks about this in his book. So I'm communicating in the interview that I'm
No.
quoting an author.
You're not being honest.
No, yeah.
You say they do this to. Okay, so you disavow. Just disavow it then. That's easy. Just say I don't think slavery was embellished. I mean, that's super easy. That's like a layup.
Yeah.
Do you agree? Do you know what I mean? It's like just
I
say you don't think slavery was embellished.
I think there are certain facts that you're not allowed to talk about. I don't really want to talk about it today.
But that Roots was what is a myth?
I again, there are certain facts you're not allowed to talk about, and I don't really feel like
What do you
getting
mean?
into it
What do you mean not allowed to talk about it? We're talking about it. Talk about it.
today.
Thomas Sowell compared Barack Obama to Adolf Hitler. Do you like that analogy? That's the author you're quoting. Do you think that's a fair analogy?
That's
or
a
no?
quite one-sided way to write his whole work, but he wrote like 100 books.
Oh, I'm just asking you, do you agree with that statement? Barack Obama is comparable to Adolf Hitler.
No.
Okay. See, it's not hard. It's not hard. That's awesome. That's easy to do. You also said George Washington was viewed from his slaves like a father. I guess that's part of what the part of what the myth, I guess, is that not all slave owners were evil. Some were father figures like George Washington. Did you say that?
I don't remember.
I'll pull
I
it
think
up.
like if someone's a great and powerful man in history to the point like they're talking about him hundreds of years later, he didn't have any kids, but like,
Did he own slaves?
what?
Did he own slaves? George Washington.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, no, real man to me. I'm just saying.
No, it's actually interesting. He had a different, like he inherited his slaves, and it wasn't as simple as he could have just like let them go because the debt that's
No, it
incurred on them,
wasn't.
like you can't just release them. And so his slaves actually like
that's
he had
not
a really
how it
good
was at all.
relationship with them, and they considered him like a dad.
What's your source for that?
That was from a Thomas Sowell book.
Thomas Sowell. So he's your guy. Thomas Sowell's the man. Thomas Sowell wrote a column about supporting segregation in public schools. George Washington.
You want me to apologize? Like, you want me to talk about every single one of this man's opinions?
No, I just want to know what you think. Do you think racism was embellished? I mean, it's so easy. I mean, just say no.
I think okay. There was a time where I started to read accounts from actual slaves. So these were like in like and I can't really talk about this. Like, even if I talk about this now, they're gonna clip it. They're gonna say things I didn't say.
Well,
but
then
it's
why?
Like, I used.
If you're worried about being clipped out of context and you feel you can't talk about it, why were you talking about it in the first place so that they could get clips of you and just fucking like why?
To read actual slave accounts, and I was surprised how many didn't say bad things about their owners after they were free.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not to say like slavery was a horrible institution, but I can't talk about that fact without getting canceled. I can't say, hey, these slaves had a good relationship with their owners without getting
not
canceled.
true. Because it's just not true. It's not true. George Washington was not a father figure to his slaves.
Well, if you look up like I think it was Booker T.
47. Let's see, 47 of George Washington's slaves tried to escape. Would you try to escape if you loved your master?
maybe that one was wrong. I don't know. This was
Jesus Christ.
A little bit on a podcast months.
She's unbelievable.
Months ago. I don't really remember, but and I said I wasn't sure if it was Washington either in that interview at some point. But
George Washington
the whole I'm bringing up is I'm not even allowed to have this conversation without.
What do you mean not allowed?
That, but I mean, we're giving you the platform.
I mean,
right
I got months of backlash for this. I'm now like you guys are kind of trying to do a gotcha moment.
No. I didn't know about the backlash.
Like,
I promise.
I'm not really.
I didn't know about the backlash. I promise I didn't.
I had months.
I just want to know what you think.
Like I had months of people like it's like if I have this conversation, I had months of people calling my employees slaves. Like that's what they call like
that's horrible. Yeah, I disagree.
Horrible.
That sucks.
Well,
horrible.
But at the same time,
and like even the guy, and this because you
funny when you say racist shit, you get backlash.
Watch the video of that guy.
Mm-hmm.
The reaction you just show, like you're acting oblivious, so I didn't know that, but you do know that because the reaction you just watched was my former co-host who insinuated that my employees were being colonized.
Oh, I didn't know that. I promise.
So
I just wanted to get your take.
There.
Well, people say, I just wanted to know what your thoughts are on this. That's all.
Yeah, I'm not like my channel isn't about slavery. That's like a fringe.
I know. I want to know about you.
But I'm asking, like, why are you bringing this up when that's not really what my channel's about?
I can only ask you things that are about. This is interesting. I want to ask you about it. Why do I can only ask you things in a confined space about your channel?
You can, but you understand how that looks to me. It's like you're just trying to pick out every single.
Listen, Pearl.
Well,
to be totally fair,
you just say a bunch of shit, and you're being asked to clarify, and then you can't clarify.
You could just say, "I don't think slavery was embellished."
Like I mean, you were
like
just
that's
talking
super
about,
easy. That's a layup for most people.
I was quoting a book. That's the crazy part. I was quoting
No, you weren't. You were not quoting a book.
A book.
So do you agree with his statement, though?
Do I think overall it was embellished? Some parts, sure.
There it is. Which parts?
Some parts.
What parts?
No, please tell me which parts. Tell me.
I think that you can't. I think that certain slaves had good relationships with their owners. Not all, maybe not most, but I think some did.
And that just
and there are accounts of them saying this.
So some slaves had good relationships with their masters. Therefore, slavery was embellished.
You know how this is going to go for me. Like, I don't know why you're doing this.
No, you know how this is going to go for you, and you should know better now, and you should stop this nonsense, young lady.
You know I can't have this conversation without them painting it a certain way.
Well, just own it then. Just do it. Just say what you want. You know what I mean? Just be red-pilled about it. Who is they? I don't know who's they. Just your haters or someone?
The left.
The left.
Do they have parentheses around the they?
Like, I mean, you even came in, like, you researched, like, my family. Like, that's weird.
That's public
How's
information.
That weird? It's all public. It's stuff you talked about. You literally talked about it. It's called preparation, which
No,
you
I
clearly
didn't.
done none of.
I didn't
Like, you
talk
literally
about
do
if my
no
mom-
preparation,
I
and you
didn't
talk
talk
like.
about. I didn't talk about if my mom was the president of like the company.
Where did we
You
find
would
that?
Find that on their
I
website.
just looked it up. I said I googled who
Yeah,
are your
but that's
parents, and
not-
it popped right up.
Is that-
They're,
that's
they're
not
famous.
weird.
They're relatively famous.
I didn't send a
He has
private
interviews on
investigator.
YouTube. There's all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, I didn't send a private investigator to your house. I just did a little bit of research.
Public information.
Like let me bring facts about your parents to
You,
this interview.
dude, you knew you were coming to talk to me for weeks.
Could have easily done that.
Like, I
You're
know,
welcome
but I
to.
thought we were talking about the
Wow,
issues,
she's
not
falling
like my
apart.
family.
She's totally falling apart. Like she just diverted to like the family thing. She's totally losing her shit now.
We didn't talk about your family.
Family.
I was
Yeah,
not-
I mean, you were even implying earlier.
First of all, it is relevant that your mom is the president when you're
Bro,
talking
but
about.
You didn't know any of the backlash I got.
Well, who cares? You said it. Just own it.
No,
Be red pill.
I'm asking. You didn't know any of the backlash.
I didn't. I didn't
Just
know
own
about
it.
No idea. Even though you got that from a video that my ex co-host made about me.
Right.
See, like this is dishonest. It's not honest.
But what's the problem? You're getting backlash for something that
No,
you think.
but I'm
that
saying,
you think.
so you're like.
You
you're
think
not,
that.
Yeah, you do.
You brought your parents up when you were talking about hiring
No,
people.
because Ethan Klein has said several times, all you can do is just say, I denounce that. I don't think that way. She won't do it, and I wonder why. Like she won't actually do that. But then, so she's trying to turn it around. It's like, well, you're coercing me, or you're fucking like, you're tricking me into this. It's like, no, you were asked simply, like, do you believe that? And she won't say no. And then she's surprised when Ethan says, okay, so you do believe that. Like, don't be so fucking, like, petty about it.
Well, didn't you?
I said, I think it's a bit
You talk about your
disingenuous.
parents all the time. You talk about how your dad is rich. You did a tour of his whole barn with the bowling alley and fucking recreational stuff in it. Like, why am I not allowed to
But I'm
talk
saying,
about
like, you even just said that you knew. Like, because you got that clip from an, like,
Okay, who cares?
We're not here to protect your reputation.
Yeah, I mean, who cares?
We
Let's
don't
say
care.
I didn't know about it to the extent that it was such an issue for you, but let's just say it was. I mean,
I do have to go though because I have a show coming
Oh.
up. So.
okay, let's just end on this note.
Mm-hmm.
Slavery was embellished because some masters had good relationships with their masters.
That's what
Some
she said.
slaves had good
That's what she
relationships with their
said.
masters.
That's what she said.
But
That's
don't
what
you
she
see how
said.
easy it is to just say, I don't think it was embellished? I don't think it's a secret.
You guys act just like Abba and Preach.
Like,
you
Pearl.
act just like them.
Wait, Pearl, I don't think it's a secret that some masters had good relationships with their slaves. I don't think that's a secret. There's been a whole diverse.
Thank you. I really appreciate you having me on. But I'm gonna go. Thank you.
Oh God.
George.
Thank you.
Okay, I appreciate you. Okay.
Out.
Have a good night. Have a good night.
She hung.
Whoa.
I just
Hey, love.
Whoa.
I just don't
What's up, dude?
understand why you can't.
She was panicking at the end there. Holy
She
shit.
was totally
Okay.
panicking.
First of all, I genuinely did not know that it was such a sore point for her. I mean, it is a crazy thing to say.
I mean, she gets backlash all the time for all the things that she says. Why is that one so off limits?
That I don't know.
I mean, I can guess because it's fucking insane.
Yeah.
But like I mean, yeah, that's. But
I'm gonna let the children out of.
Anyways, I think that's good enough on that. They're going to move into their next segment. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Just Pearly things. Absolutely full of shit and has no backbone and no foundation to stand on. She just grifts and gets attention from red pill guys because she says the things they like to hear. That's it. But when she's actually asked about what she means by things, she falls flat. So just good riddance to her for just, she can just, yeah, get the hell out. She can just go F herself, really. Anyways, we're gonna move into our video by Jessie Gender. This is brand new, never before seen. And yeah, everybody take a couple minutes, get a fresh drink, fresh snacks, all that shit. Let's rendezvous back for our second part, or second video. Katrina says it's amusing how many of his guests leave when he asks the hard questions. Yeah, it just, she just, like, the one with Ollie London, I feel like was a lot more entertaining because Ollie London was able to spit back at him with, like, more preparedness, but, like, she was so unbelievably unprepared. Like, she didn't have any of her studies pulled up. Like, surely she knew, like, what was going to go down. And then just bitches about it being disingenuine at the end. It's not disingenuine. She just... These are consequences, folks. When you say shit that's controversial, and someone talks to you about it, you can't just, like, run away and hide and cry, like, just because somebody asks you to clarify, okay? You gotta fucking stick to your guns or denounce it. And she couldn't even denounce it, which means she very well supports that. And she was just like, didn't feel like it was fair for her to be called out. I do. I wonder what her tweets are like lately. Because this came out Wednesday? "26-year-old YouTuber, 1.4 million on YouTube. They banned me on TikTok." Well, I'm so sorry. I'm happy for all the women that worked until 32 and still got a traditional outcome, but to act like that is the norm is quite silly. What? Biblically qualified men, pastors, and churches are under the authority of the elders in the churches and held accountable to them. There are no biblical qualifications for female Bible teachers, and there is no authority. They're under to keep them in accountability. Okay. Jesus. I'm not trolling, I'm just extreme. Honey, nothing about what you did was extreme that we saw. What kind of a fucking tweet is that? Yeah, I am a real person, and no, I'm not pandering to anyone. Yes, you are! You're pandering to the red pill community because they give you the attention and you like it. The only way I can see women's sports being profitable is if they incorporate it with social media somehow. Team drama, that sort of thing. What the fuck? Women want to work till they're 32 and still expected... Oh, Jesus. Well, thank you, Elise. That's really nice of you. And yay, Fachita got it. Quit whining about abusive relationships you didn't go to the police about. You're ruining a man's reputation with zero evidence. Sorry, not sorry, I don't believe you. Jesus Christ, lady, get help. We're supposed to fear our father's wrath, not our mother's. How about we don't fear our parents at all? How about them apples? What in the hell? I don't understand how all these women were abused and don't have any permanent damage. The average dude can literally kill you with his bare hands. What the fuck? Alright, Alright. I am not paying her any mind anymore. Yay, Fachita! Jesus Christ. She is awful. I can't even fucking deal with that shit. Alright, let's move on. We're gonna move on to Jessie Gender's video called The Insidious Violence of Civility Politics. A history of civility politics and their connection to racism and how they ultimately work to uphold power hierarchies. This sounds interesting.
Anyways, moving on from that, as many of you know, my videos often take...
Moving on from what?
Hey there, interwebs! Yes, before we get started, this is a new haircut, and yes, I am slowly completing my transformation into Nurse Chapel from Strange New Worlds. Anyways, moving on from that, as many of you know, my videos often take a lot of time and work to make. And I've got a bunch of huge videos coming, believe me. I got some things coming that was meant to be a sexual joke, and I ruined the timing on it. Anyways, I've got a lot of big videos coming. Yet, since hatred takes about the same amount of time as Matt Walsh puts into his beard grooming, there have been dozens upon hundreds of news updates about trans people lately surrounding anti-trans legislation, anti-trans events, positive events, and just many of the things going on in the United States and elsewhere surrounding transgender rights and issues that I really just haven't had the time to discuss on my channel. So I decided I want to put on my professional suit and professional hair, I guess, because I want to go and quick touch upon a lot of these stories.
Grandpa's feeling a little frisky today.
Not just because I want to talk about them individually, but because I think that there is a larger thread and narrative that connects all of these things that I want to draw your attention to. Something hiding, making itself seem natural and normal and visible to the eye, yet you can always hear it in the background. So, let's dive into all of these stories and see where the connections lie. And also, let's just talk about people being anti-trans assholes. Kind of do a big potpourri, as it were.
Yay.
It's less fun knowing that the confetti is made out of hatred. I think one got in my tea. Oh shit. Fuck. Ow, that's hot! Fuck me. But before we get started... Okay, thought that would be smoother. I honestly thought the carpet was gonna be the hard part about getting into place for this shot. Hello everyone, before we get started on the video, however, I just want to share with you all something that I'm working on and am extremely excited and proud about. Proud for and excited about. Got it. Glad I scripted this part out! But as should be very clear, this video is going to be about a lot of the hate that trans people have been receiving lately, mainly here in the United States and the UK. But it's also really important during these hard times to recognize trans and queer joy. But on a personal level, I just wanted to share with you something that is giving me a lot of personal joy and excitement right now. And that is my upcoming film, Identities, the movie that I have written and am directing, and is a sci-fi story about how we all exist in systems that don't see us as full people, and how we can find joy in the fullness of who we are despite that, and how that joy in and of itself is what destroys these systems that try to press us all into common molds. It's a story about finding joy in a world that doesn't allow you to have that joy, and how that joy itself destroys those systems. It's a story that I really need to hear it. Speaking of paper-thin egos that ruin the fun of rainbow colors, let's talk about the Montana Republican-led state legislature and their treatment of their first openly transgender woman Montana state representative, Democrat Zoe Ziffer. On January 3rd, 2023, the Montana House introduced Senate Bill 99, one of the numerous bills that we've seen introduced around the United States in the past few years that would prohibit gender-affirming care for transgender minors. Montana Republicans argued that this bill was merely protecting Montanan kids, the constant cry of, "Won't someone please think of the children?" as they consistently ignore the words and needs of children.
Children live under the guardianship of adults precisely because they lack the maturity, prudence, and experience to make safe, responsible decisions for themselves.
As has been said numerous times on this channel and many others, bills like this ignore the preponderance of evidence and guidance of medical officials and associations nationwide and worldwide by denying much needed medical care to transgender kids. Dozens of published studies have consistently found that gender-affirming care leads to better mental health and happier life outcomes for transgender teens. And for at least one transgender person, leads to a happier life trying to endlessly pursue the ultimate goal of becoming a Star Trek character. Numerous major medical organizations, including the Endocrine Society, the American Medical Association, the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Pediatrics, the American Academy of Pediatrics, the American Psychological Association, the American Psychiatric Association, and presumably numerous other medical organizations with acronyms that contain perhaps a few too many A's and P's, have all affirmed these and released guidelines for trans care based on the continuing preponderance of scientific evidence that says transgender care is good, actually. Yet these bills, like Senate Bill 99, continually fearmonger to the constituents to try to get past the idea that gender-affirming care means giving kids hormones like they're transgender M&Ms, or giving them body-changing surgeries.
I'm always tired of these arguments, like, think of the children, you're possessing our children, you're indoctrinating the children with this trans garbage, and now they're thinking about rainbows and stuff like that, and they're being shot up with drugs and perform surgeries on, like, that's not happening. That's not how that shit happens. First of all, you're insane. Second of all, people are just, like, anti-trans people are way more obsessed about trans people than trans people even care to even fucking think about it. Like, trans people just, like, get on with their fucking day, you know? And then you get these transphobic, like, psychos, and they can't shut up about it. They can't. And they won't. Because they're delusional. Because they can't acknowledge the tremendous amount of, like, scientific, like, and medical data that supports helping kids transition. And helping kids transition is not like what you think. And no, there's no harm coming from puberty blockers so far. By the way, regular men use puberty blockers, the same puberty blockers that they give to kids. Like, they take it for, like, their hair. So, like, we do have long-term studies for puberty blockers. So I don't want to hear it.
Like they're taking the nuts out of peanut M&Ms, or vilify puberty blockers as unsafe drugs that turn your M&M child into a Skittle. Now I want M&Ms. Goddamn woke marketing. And this was again the case in Montana, where Senate Bill 99 proponents argued that they were protecting Montana children from permanent, life-altering medical procedures until they are adults, mature enough to make such serious health decisions.
It is our job as adults to give children the message that no matter how intense or difficult their feelings are, that they can work through them without dissociating from themselves to become a different person.
That those who were attempting to give health care to these kids are just grooming children into a transgender and M&M lifestyle.
Oh, hi, Susan. Now you want M&Ms? Well, you picked the perfect time.
Sorry, before we get much...
We also just started this, too.
Further, I have to try this. Wait. Oh, damn it. Oh. Mom! Suck 'em dry! Suck it, bigots! Bet you didn't expect that. A trans woman would be good at getting nuts in her mouth. Did not think that through before I said it. Anyways, none of this is true. First off, we've seen how bills like this aren't just about kids, as in places like Kansas, Oklahoma, Missouri, South Carolina, Florida, and Texas have all moved to or have actually passed bills that increased the banned age of transgender affirming care to 26 or even beyond, showing that they don't care about protecting kids or even care about adults having bodily autonomy over their own.
So it's like not even enough to wait for till you're 18, you have to wait all the way till you're 26. Meanwhile, people can like get drunk, serve the military, and like drive, but you can't fucking decide shit over your own body.
Medical choices informed by their doctors and medical professionals. All they really care about is attacking trans healthcare in order to wipe up a culture war fervor in their bases, and also controlling people's bodies using kids as the justification to start that process. Many transgender adults who have been living happily taking these healthcare treatment for years now have had to stop cold turkey, leaving them literally physically unwell and forced to find illegitimate means of getting their needed healthcare.
Hello everybody, my name is Oliver. I'm a trans guy who is born and raised and currently living in Missouri. And so this video is going to be an update of, since 6 days ago, the Attorney General issued an emergency rule that is effectively going to remove access to care to a great number of trans people here in Missouri, effective next Thursday on April 27th. So obviously a lot of people are really scared, and this is very serious, and unfortunately we haven't had a lot of news coverage of it yet, and so I'm using my microscopic platform here to try to get information out to as many people as possible.
So not only is this a danger for many trans people seeking to even start their own healthcare, it is dangerous for people who are currently on trans-affirming healthcare. And let me tell you a related story of my own to kind of articulate to you how dangerous this can actually be, and mine is a rather mild case.
Imagine being perfectly going along, like, your transition, and you're on your meds and everything, and then suddenly it's like, it's ruled statewide that you can't have that anymore, and you have to literally go cold turkey off of hormones. That's gonna fuck your body up. Like, you don't screw around with that kind of shit. So they're fucking around with people's health. Trying to protect people's health. It's insidious shittery. Shittery? It's insidious shittery. It's assholism is what it is.
While I've been very lucky that I've spent my post-coming out life living in New York, California, and Washington State, 3 states that have generally been good about transgender healthcare overall, I did deal with a situation where for 2 months a shortage of estrogen occurred. The distributor of the estrogen that I have been taking was unable to get new estrogen out to people and fulfill prescriptions for about 2 months or so. And as I had been taking estrogen for 5 years and had also had bottom surgery, not being able to access estrogen left me feeling incredibly weak, tired, angry, and physically unable to get around. My job performance plummeted, I was depressed, and I honestly just couldn't socialize. And that was for 2 months due to a simple shortage of the drug that I have been taking. Now imagine that shortage not being just something that happened, but actually being caused by the government in power, which obviously doesn't care to even learn about your healthcare needs, as this interview by an anti-trans Republican who voted for an anti-trans bill in a separate state, where she said she hadn't even looked up any of the research around transgender healthcare before voting on the bill, shows.
Is there anything going on I should be aware of? Nebraskan Republican lawmaker Christy Armendariz asked. When reporter Shapiro explained that anti-trans bills were passing around the country, Armendariz responded, "So is it a big, widespread thing? I knocked doors for a year and nobody brought this up," she told Shapiro, explaining that everyday Nebraskans were not concerned with the issue, and adding that she wished the bill had never been introduced. Armendariz also expressed confusion about the meaning of gender identity. She said trans issues reminded her of, quote, the huge backlash the country had several years ago about body image and how the airbrushed photos and the perfect body image really needs to go away and the real human needs to be shown. What happened to that philosophy, she asked.
What the fuck?
Shapiro tried to explain that gender dysphoria and body image issues were not the same, but Armendariz continued to conflate the two. When I was a teenager and I was going through a lot of trouble, my mom used to tell me, "You can't run away from yourself. You're inside. Your head's always going to be the same." Shapiro then pointed out that cis women and teenage girls are allowed to get breast augmentation, trying to explain the hypocrisy of banning trans youth from doing the same. "I don't have much breasts at all," she responded. "You can probably tell I do not feel that way." Despite this lack of understanding, Armendariz voted in favor of the bill.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
And also imagine that you don't know when, if...
People are just so fucking dumb, I swear. Why do we have the people that we do in positions of power?
Ever you can get your needed medical supplies. It is absolutely gross, and it's one that leaves me absolutely terrified if any of these bills ever get enacted on a national level, and makes me extremely pissed for any trans people living in these states. Further, it also should be said that kids seeking trans-affirming care are rarely, if ever, given surgeries, at least until they are of an age where they can give informed consent, and also have to spend a long time working with doctors, nurses, and their affirming guardians and therapists to even get on something like hormones. And most are sometimes given puberty blockers after also having to spend a long time working with professionals in order to determine if puberty blockers are right for them. And it also should be said that puberty blockers are safe drugs and often given to non-transgender kids and patients as well. These drugs have also been on and off used since the 1980s, and there are several different types of these drugs that can be picked by doctors specific to each individual patient based on their needs. These aren't brand new drugs that just came out of nowhere, but are things that have been used and studied for a very long time. But when it's for transgender kids, of course it's dangerous and...
It's dangerous and we don't know how it's going to affect them in the long run, and we just don't know what this drug does. It's like, yes we do. It's been around. People have been using it already. You just don't like it.
Not tested drugs. They need to be stopped right now.
Studies that have been done on this whatsoever. We've never had a generation of kids that has had this done to them. Like, they're lab rats. So we're just kind of trying this out on a whole generation of kids.
On top of all of this, many medical professionals, if they are doing their job correctly in actually trying to give good trans-affirming care, work to see that each individual patient's needs in their specific situations are actually taken care of. And it should be noted that not all trans people, kids included, wish or desire any form of medical transition, but also should be given the right and time to figure that out working with medical professionals instead of having it decided for them by the government. Denying trans kids access to this much-needed care not only leaves them unable to get needed medical treatment, but also has an emotional toll, making them feel alone, unwanted, and vilified, tossed aside by a society that's supposed to care for them, that likes to yell and scream about how they're caring for the children, but leaving them feeling like they are worth nothing. Not to mention the indirect effect of numerous trans kids not even living in these states who see people in power working to actively condemn them and deny their humanity, leading a group already dealing with multiple attacks against our existence and individual acts of bigotry against us as well, that leads to mental health distresses and potentially suicidal thoughts and actions, especially in transgender kids who are not able to have the tools necessary often to deal with many of these things that society is saying and telling them. Because of these bills and numerous others, transgender kids and adults are not being given proper medical care, and many do die because of these direct and indirect actions.
Your son died by suicide, but in the larger sense, what killed Henry?
He gave up on the world. He gave up on finding his place in it. He gave up on being able to just find a lane that he could be in and not have to struggle.
All of this is exactly why, in April 2023, transgender activist and Montana Democrat State Representative Zoe Zephyr spoke.
Because I love that whole argument, like trans and non-binary people and kids, they're just making noise. They're just like raising a stink because they want special favors. It's like, no, we're dying out here. Thank you very much. Like, we're not out here screaming and crying for the hell of it. There's a reason we're angry and upset and scared and depressed and sad. Because we're dying. Because people think it's fun to just play with our lives. Like, it's because, our lives mean nothing to them. So they just play with whatever they want. They just fuck around and play, and they don't care who it hurts. They don't.
Up about the issue related to Senate Bill 99 and stated plainly on the Montana House floor.
And the only thing I will say is if you vote yes on this bill and yes on these amendments, I hope the next time there's an invocation, when you bow your heads in prayer, you see the blood on your hands.
And this statement apparently caused an uproar in the Montana state legislature. Montana Republicans then banned Zoe from speaking on the floor, saying that she had... Actually, you know what? Instead of just having one of my friends read that quote, why don't we actually just hear the recording of these Montana Republicans talking about Zoe's words? Yeah, that sounds about right. A lot of pearl clutching.
This behavior violated the collective rights and safety of 99 other members of this body, our staff.
No, it didn't. Shut up. Oh, quit griping. Your shirt and tie doesn't match. It's hideous.
Our pages, and the public.
This unfair treatment of Zoe ultimately led to trans protesters showing up who were then forced out of the Montana building by police as Zoe held up her microphone in solidarity with them as they were being escorted out. After this situation, Montana's far-right Freedom Caucus, part of a nationwide network of right-wing state legislatures emulating the National House Freedom Caucus that formed after Kevin McCarthy's bid for U.S. House Speaker in order to get more right-wing concessions from him, wrote a letter to the Montana legislature that repeatedly misgendered and dehumanized Zoe, asking for her removal from the House.
That's not okay.
The Freedom Caucus agreed with Majority Leader Sue Vinton when she immediately stood up to condemn Zoe's words, to state, "We can debate matters civilly and with respect for each other," while individual legislators have condemned his behavior. The legislature itself has not yet issued a collective statement acknowledging the wrongdoing and upholding a commitment to civil discourse. This kind of hateful rhetoric from an elected official is exactly why tragedies such as the Covenant Christian School shooting in Nashville occurred.
Oh, you didn't know. Oh my fuck.
Later that week, the Montana legislature ultimately held the vote that forced Zoe off of the House floor until the next legislative session, meaning that Zoe could not speak or hear any of the debates on the bills for the entirety of the rest of her current term.
Today, I rise in defense of those constituents, of my community, and of democracy itself. Last week, I spoke on the governor's amendments to Senate Bill 99, which banned gender-affirming care. This was a bill that was one of many targeting the LGBTQ community in Montana. This legislature has systematically attacked that community. We have seen bills targeting our art forms, our books, our history, and our health care. And I rose up in defense of my community that day, speaking to harms that these bills bring and that I have firsthand experience knowing about. I have had friends who have taken their lives because of these bills. I have fielded calls from families in Montana, including one family whose trans teenager attempted to take her life while watching a hearing on one of the anti-trans bills. And in that hearing, our caucus pleaded with the Republican chair of the Judiciary Committee to not allow certain testimony, to keep decorum. And we were told a lot of people have a lot of opinions on these things. So when I rose up and said, "There is blood on your hands," I was not being hyperbolic. I was speaking to the real consequences of the votes that we as legislators take in this body.
It should be noted that someone saying someone has blood on their hands is not a wild or new phrase in political discourse. As the Associate Press noted, it's a phrase that's been used throughout U.S. history by numerous politicians, such as by Republican Lou Bartlett, a Pennsylvanian congressman who used those exact words to attack the Democratic governor of Pennsylvania in 2021, where he then faced no backlash for using them. And these words themselves come from the Old Testament. Even Eminem Jesus would say, "Yo, this phrase is a bit cliche." Saying someone has blood on their hands aren't wild, unheard of, calling out words. They're actually a very polite way of saying, "Yo, fucking people are dying because of your actions, you horrific, ghoulish monsters."
Yeah.
Even saying that is the polite way to say it, because if all you feel due to being insulated by your
murderous bastards? I don't know. Because, yeah, they are murdering people. It's murder. When you deny healthcare to people, you're murdering people. The end. Hold on, I'll be right back. All right. More of this shittery.
Position of power are harsh words for your actions that are literally leading to people's deaths, you should feel lucky. Yet, the reason that Republican lawmakers, like Republican Representative John Fuller, who sponsored Senate Bill 99 and does indeed have blood on his hands now that the bill has signed into law, got so upset was that they were being confronted directly with the harm of their actions, something that had been made invisible to them by the system until Zoe said it to them. These lawmakers, when they sign these bills, don't have to look transgender people in the eye. They don't have to see the effects of these bills on the actual people that they are about. Also, because these lawmakers are voting from a station of privilege, they can each individually make themselves think that the bill passing is not their individual personal fault, and that because it passed through the hallowed halls of their system, it must have legitimacy or foundation or must be based in something factual. But the truth is, the system is not sacred or divine and does not dilute the real harm being done by said system. Zoe was confronting Montana Republicans with that very fact, with the image of genuine blood that they thought they could hide from themselves. And that is why they are upset. Because they are being forced to cope with the cognitive dissonance of not wanting to see themselves as bad people because they are contributing to harm that is intentionally made invisible to them, that they themselves have continually worked to insulate themselves from. So they instead yell at Zoe, the person pointing out their bigotry. And they are often the ones arguing that they're being oppressed, the ones being attacked, that their free speech or rights are being harmed. Yet it is not the calling out of bigotry that is the harm. It is the...
That's what pisses me off. The idea of just, well, trans people want to silence us. It's like, why the fuck do you have such fucked up, like, opinions about people, first of all? This is like fucking... You're not being hurt by trans people existing. Nobody is coming out for your kids, okay? Like, this is just not a fucking reality. Trans people standing up saying we've had enough of these people calling us pedophiles and groomers and shit like that, and we've had enough of them taking away our health care. That's not harm. That's us standing up for ourselves and saying, knock it off. Do not cross this line. Fuck you. But they always act like, oh, they're silencing us. They're silencing us. The whole world's going to be gay. It's like, if you're dumb enough to believe that, you deserve to sit in your dumbass thoughts. Like, you really do. You deserve to sit alone in the dark with your dumb thoughts. Like, if that's legitimately what you believe, that's sad and you're sick. And you need help. You need to go to a doctor. If you think trans people are going to burn and destroy the world and turn everybody gay, you need help. And potentially medication.
Bigotry itself being perpetuated by said system, and being perpetuated by those who try to wash their hands of culpability. The calls for civility on Zoe's part while she faces off against these bigoted ghouls while these same people dead
civility
name her and push her out of sight so they don't have to think about her being someone directly impacted by their actions as a trans person are hypocritical. Yet none of that is apparent because the system is meant to do this. To demand civility in the face of harm, while the system justifies the pain it causes and says that it itself is civil.
The system is flawed. Like, that's the whole point. Like, they say that the system, it passed through the system, therefore it ought to be right because it went through the checks and balances, they like to say. And the fact is, the checks and balances are biased. Those very systems that allow for this bill to come through, it's constructed to uphold the status quo.
The further that harm is out of people's eyesight, the less that they have to think about it, and the more they can continue enacting it to justify their own power.
Like, the civility aspect kind of facilitates the status quo and the nefarious things, and then they pass it off to be due diligence of politics. So they're giving the illusion of politics. But how debate has been bastardized and just changed is that when people were debating in the days of yore in the polis, they weren't debating for entertainment or spectacle or to dunk on someone. They were doing it for the betterment of their society. And the civility in the days of the polis, the days of what we understand to be politics, is not what we're talking about right now. The civility is silence in many different ways.
Interesting that civility in this sense is equated to silence.
In today's nomenclature of how we go about getting to the best rule or cracy, like there's bureaucracy, there's meritocracy. Like we're looking for the best cracy, the best way to govern, and politics is the means to that end. But the whole point now is that we're not in a time of politics. Politics isn't being done. You have folks that are trying to work in a system where there's of course, a great Audre Lorde quote, you can't dismantle the master's house using the master's tools. And that's essentially what Zoe tried.
You can't disassemble the master's house using the master's tools. That's interesting.
To do in this case, that she's trying to work in that framework to bring about change. And the unfortunate part is that you can't use the master's tool to agitate for change, because this exactly will happen. They will cite civility and say, what you're talking about is inappropriate.
Zoe, to her credit though, set up shop right outside the House floor on a bench, in order to be as close to where she can do her work as possible, as well as to continually confront these House Republicans with the face of a person from the group that they have harmed. But even then, society works to push people out of view, because a bunch of women allegedly came to sit on Zoe's bench to make her even more uncomfortable and push her off to the side. It shows how repeatedly trans people are not allowed to feel comfortable or safe in the same spaces that everyone else is, simply because we speak up about how we are not being taken care of or given the same respect as everyone else. And thus, the cycle continues. The system was not made for us and does not wish to accommodate any marginalized person or group.
When you mentioned exactly how civility creates and engenders a very sterile environment that allows for the status quo to continue to thrive. Like immediately, like the political scientist in me is like John Locke, polite society, the social contract, and the political theory has essentially allowed for what we know to be modern Western political discourse, the polis in general. The same John Locke that created life.
Elise says, yes, that's basically what it comes down to when they say it was fine when you kept it quiet and private. It's your fault that you're being so loud in our face with your trans or queer existence, right? Yeah. I definitely don't think the LGBTQ community is looking for special treatment. Like, women aren't looking for special treatment. Black people aren't looking for special treatment. We're just looking for what the fuck we're deserving of, as much as hetero white normative folks. Cis hetero white folks.
Liberty in the pursuit of property.
Well, it's also too like the whole property and then change to happiness, and how property is like equated to happiness in our society.
So it's capitalist also.
Yep, capitalist as well, and then also happens to be how we treated people as property too.
Bing, exactly. Like exactly that. Like property is the ultimate goal. So it's not only capitalist, but it's also the racial component in it provides for racial capitalism. The fact that for a long time, and to many people currently, I am not seen as my own autonomous being. I am seen as a piece of property to some people.
Our country and the United States has a long history of punishing people who speak out against horrific systemic harm, such as things like slavery, in supposed hallowed halls of our government. Take, for example, in 1856, when Senator Charles Sumner,
I didn't misspeak at all when I was first recording this,
an abolitionist against slavery, made a very long speech to argue for Kansas coming into the Union as a free state, thus allowing more anti-slavery senators to have power in the Senate, ultimately in the hopes of trying to outlaw slavery.
Not in any common lust for power did this uncommon tragedy have its origin. It is the of a virgin territory, compelling it to the hateful embrace of slavery. and it may be clearly traced to a depraved desire for a new slave state, hideous offspring of such a crime, in the hope of adding to the power of slavery in the national government.
Sumner even went on in his speech to criticize pro-slavery senators and authors of the Kansas-Nebraska Act, Andrew Butler and Stephen A. Douglas.
The senator from South Carolina has read many books of chivalry and believes himself a chivalrous knight with sentiments of honor and courage. Of course, he has chosen a mistress to whom he has made his vows, and who, though ugly to others, is always lovely to him. Though polluted in the sight of the world, is chaste in his sight. I mean the harlot, slavery. For her, his tongue is always profuse in words. Let her be impeached in character, or any proposition made to shut her out from the extension of her wantonness, and no extravagance of manner or hardihood of assertion is then too great for this senator. The frenzy of Don Quixote on behalf of his wench, Dulcinea del Toboso, is all surpassed.
Some very strong words, using the imagery of sexual violence to insult Butler, but to be fair, this was the language that senators used at the time in many ways.
It is also important to note the sexual imagery that recurred throughout Sumner's oration, which was neither accidental nor without precedent. Abolitionists routinely accused slaveholders of maintaining slavery so they could engage in forcible sexual relations with their slaves.
And not to mention, again, Butler, the person that Charles was criticizing.
Oh my god, this is really good. I have to pee.
Was supporting the horrific system of slavery, which was still allowed in the United States at the time. But it was a horrific system that was made to appear justifiable by being built into the American system right from its start, even in its constitution. It was made to seem natural and normal, the horrific white supremacist brutal system that our country had been built upon. Butler spoke to his cousin Preston Brooks, who said that this speech made Sumner no gentleman and meant he did not merit honorable treatment. Butler said that Sumner wasn't being civil. 2 days later, Butler beat Sumner with a cane nearly to death in front of numerous other senators. According to Brooks, Sumner...
What happened to those days?
...bellowed like a calf. And Butler was only stopped when another senator intervened. As a result of the brutal beating, Sumner suffered head trauma, a traumatic brain injury, and severe pain for the rest of his life. And both Butler and Sumner became martyrs for their sides of the Civil War. Despite Butler's horrific actions, as well as his support of a horrific system that had been made invisible, Sumner was still deemed the one in the wrong by the South because he had broken decorum, had spoken up about something that the South saw as natural and normal, slavery. And this call for civility in the face of horrific systemic harm isn't just confined to the past or to transgender people today. For example, Tennessee's Republican House expelled 2 black lawmakers, Justin Jones and Justin Pearson, who spoke out in a similar situation for gun reform in that state in 2023.
Just because you don't get your way, you can't come to the well, bring your friends, and throw a temper tantrum with an adolescent bullhorn.
Yet at the same time that these 2 lawmakers were pushed out of the Tennessee House, a third lawmaker who did the exact same things as Jones and Pearson, a white woman named Gloria Johnson, was not voted out. And the reason for the difference in the treatment between the 2 black men and the white woman couldn't be more obvious.
Why do you feel like there was a difference in the outcome between you and Polly?
I will answer your question. It might have to do with the color of our skin.
Black men in the US are often seen as inherently more aggressive and dehumanized through the lens of always being angry and dangerous, built upon the very foundations of ways that black men were dehumanized during the system of slavery in the United States. Thus, despite doing these same actions as Gloria Johnson, these two black men's actions were seen as more direct and violent by the Republican-led House.
As shocking as these expulsions were to many, America has a long history of removing black lawmakers from office, quelling dissent and subverting the will of the voters, all for the sake of raw power, resisting demographic change, and maintaining white dominance through anti-democratic and dictatorial means. In Georgia, 33 black lawmakers were expelled from the General Assembly for being black.
Wow.
White Democrats in control of the Assembly declared that the 1868 election won by Republican Governor Rufus Bullock was fraudulent and illegitimate, and that the new state constitution did not grant the black legislators the right to hold office. They further argued that formerly enslaved black people had no right to vote. Across many states, white supremacists ushered in the end of black elected representation through Jim Crow authoritarianism. In majority black Mississippi, the 1890 Constitutional Convention, of which 133 of 134 delegates were white, adopted a new state constitution with a poll tax and literacy test designed to disenfranchise black voters. Black people have not held elected office statewide in Mississippi since 1890.
The Republicans in the Tennessee House's actions towards these two black men had racist biases, and was meant, in the same way that Zoe was pushed out by the Montana House, to push out black voices from being heard because they were calling out how these Republicans' actions, or lack thereof, on gun reform continually led for more and more harm.
There's something in the decorum of this body that says it's okay to call that a temper tantrum, to call people we disagree with on the issues, to say that all they want is attention. But I'll tell you what, I don't personally want attention. What I want is attention on the issue of gun violence. But instead, we're here with the resolution you put up talking about expelling me for advocating for ending gun violence in the state of Tennessee.
Yet these Republican lawmakers again like to clutch their pearls when they were called out for their racist biases, even though they don't mind doing the racist stuff. As we have a recording of these Tennessee Republicans complaining about being called racist, and then immediately proceeding to talk about their racist actions. Can we play that clip, please? Oh, no, sorry, not that one. This one.
I think now it's kind of funny, the guy with the mustache.
Now, more than ever, everyone should recognize that Democrats are not our friends. I listened for the last 3 days to Democrats, Sam McKinsey, Chisholm, Parkinson, trash us as racist. I've never had anybody call me a racist. And for the last 3 days, all I have heard from them is how this is the most racist place. One of them it is. Good Lord, we have to realize they are not our friends. They can smile, and that doesn't mean I can't be polite to them, but they are not our friends. They destroy the republic and the foundation of who we are, or we preserve it. That is the reality where we are right now. And if these last 3 days have not proven that, we need to find a new job. There's never been a more important time for us to be unified. There are 75 of us. Let them call their name, of the names they're going to call. And we need to move forward. We need to pass the gun bill. We need to pass the pronoun bill, wherever Mark is. Man, we do not slow down because of their crap.
Wow. Isn't he a peach?
We can't.
Again, these lawmakers call for civility on the part of two black men speaking out about how the system harms people, yet they themselves don't act civilly to the marginalized voices because these Republicans can put their actions upon the system that ultimately justifies itself and its own harm. All of this speaks to how, in our society, it is worse to be called a racist than to actually be a racist. How it is worse to be called an anti-trans bigot than it is to actually be and do anti-trans bigoted actions. It is worse in our society to be called homophobic than it is to actually be homophobic.
Even nowadays, like in the most progressive of settings, I'm still a property in a regard where I like it, like the viewer, I like it when when you say these things that affirm my progressive worldviews. I don't like it when you talk about like how I might very well be, racist, or like I might have my transgressions, or when I say things in a particular light. And that's when you put the property down. That's when you turn the property off. And it's different ways of which we're commodified and limited as Black folks and just marginalized folks in general. This extends beyond just the racial component. It also affects like cis and trans women, women in general, women and femmes, any like POC of all kinds.
The reason is that racism, anti-transness, homophobia, and much more is built into the system itself. These things are made invisible by our world, built to accommodate those in power who don't have to look at those they harm. And them being called out as what they are exposes the truth of the situation. And so
yeah, I mean, when you call somebody out for the shit that they're doing, when somebody is saying really transphobic shit and you say you're a transphobe, it's irritating when they gasp and clutch their pearls and go, "Oh my God, I don't know, I don't think so, no. You're just attacking me, you're trying to silence me." It's like, no, you're being transphobic, and that transphobicness is going to be leading to some very dangerous outcomes for trans people. Like, could you stop? But then it's like, well, no, I'm being, silenced and blah, blah, blah. It's like, no, you're saying things that you shouldn't. Some things in this world need to be silenced. Like transphobia, homophobia, misogyny, ableism. This sort of nasty-ass shit that doesn't serve us. It's just, you can't just, be like free speech for the sake of fucking free speech. When your speech starts to literally kill people, it's time to reconsider what free speech actually means to you. Because what free speech actually means to people like this is it means that they have permission to say any ugly ass shit they want to say.
Many throw their anger at those calling them out because they don't wish to wrestle cognitively with the thing that the system has hidden from them. Or they don't wish to be seen by their constituents as the things that they know that they are, and the harm that they're able to continue causing and repeating.
Given the dominant conceptualization of racism as individual acts of cruelty instead of things that people can contribute to unknowingly, it follows that only terrible people who consciously don't like people of color can enact racism. Though this conceptualization is misinformed, it is not benign. In fact, it functions beautifully to make it nearly impossible to engage in the necessary dialogue and self-reflection that can lead to change. Outrage at the suggestion of racism is often followed by righteous indignation about the manner in which the feedback was given.
Just because you don't get your way, you can't come to the well, bring your friends, and throw a temper tantrum with an adolescent bullhorn.
While that quote that was just read is about racism, it should be noted that many of the other bigotries and discriminations built into our system stem from the attempt to create a system of pseudoscience and systemic justifications for racism and things like patriarchy.
Katrina says, what about the speech of the oppressed? Exactly, that's what's important. But the problem is oppressors will often try to manipulate the worldview to see them as oppressed. The oppressors try to trick you into thinking that they're the ones being oppressed. And so that's why they have the mentality of like, you're taking away my free speech, you're gonna cancel me, the whole world's gonna be gay, and it will burn forever in hell. Like they feel like they're being repressed for their ridiculous, unfounded, emotionally based ideas. And they're not. They're being challenged to do better.
That ultimately end up including things like anti-transness, which itself stems from gender norms created to justify slavery. As a result, that quote that was just read can easily apply to things like anti-transness. How many trans people or marginalized groups, when we speak up about issues related to how we are affected by things, are end up seen as bullies, vilified, are told that we are making ourselves and our communities look bad. It happens over and over and over again, especially as these bigotries continue to build as fascism rises in the United States, building itself up upon the idea of a gender norm that is being eroded by the different marginalized groups. I can certainly very much relate to this. I think many trans people or marginalized person can, especially in the past few years. It's honestly been really hard these past few months for me personally, having to deal with things from J.K. Rowling to Hogwarts Legacy to Twitter drama, having to constantly see people intentionally removing context from my words constantly over and over again. Words that were calling out how the system harms other trans people and me by making itself invisible. And it's honestly deeply demoralizing some days, how when trans people are dying, I can't even talk about how we are dying without being misinformed about, disinformed about, and attacked and harmed, and dehumanized. Sorry, got dark there for a moment. Happy Jessie says, let's move on to the next story, because speaking of creating false pseudoscientific justifications for bigotry, let's talk about an organization doing just that. The American College of Pediatrics, a group that seemingly is trying to make itself sound professional and legitimate by adding A's and P's to its acronym, recently left a link to a Google Drive unsecured on their website, letting sensitive documents, including tax and financial records as well as membership rolls, releasable to the public. This is why you never leave things that you don't want people to see on a Google Drive. You hide that within a folder, within a folder, within a folder, within a folder, within your documents folder on your desktop, man. Shit. But more importantly for us though, there were also email exchanges spanning over a decade found in that Google Drive made by the American College of Pediatrics, which were then reviewed by Wired, where most of this section's reporting comes from, by the way. The college, which by the way is as much a
I love this shit.
College as PragerU is an actual university or Matt Walsh's beard is an actual good beard, has long been called out for its harm. The organization has tried to remove kids from LGBTQ couples, treated LGBTQ kids in school as mentally ill, and has also been a leading think tank in attacking abortion rights, with an anti-abortion lawsuit started by the group even currently going all the way to the Supreme Court. Due to all of this and numerous other things, the Southern Poverty Law Center declared the college a hate group due to its attempt to mainstream harmful beliefs into the public. And according to the email leaks, it's tried to do these things in numerous ways. The college's express goal was to return to a mythical, great American past where things align more with their view of the social mores around the nuclear straight heterosexual family, what with their man, woman, and 2.5 kids, as well as laws that were centered around evangelical Christian beliefs. In order to do this, the college targeted 10,000 mailers at conservative positions.
Jessie's so wonderful. She jam-packs a lot of information in just a few sentences in like a paragraph. So it's like, I keep wanting to hit spots to like pause and talk about it, but then she's like instantly into like more information. So it's like, it's really hard to like, but like, it's so informational. Like, I don't know. Okay.
Between the years 2013 and 2017 alone. The college also lobbied and sent educational resources to physicians and med school students, which included directions on how to...
This anti-trans shit really is like some crazy mass like psyop crap. Like, there's so much... This and like the other thing I found with the leakage of like organizations talking about eliminating trans people and targeting children, not because they actually care, but because it's easy. There really is like this anti-trans sort of like conspiracy shit going on. Like, there really is large movements to target us and wipe us out. For what? I don't know. But, religious motivations mostly. But it's not something that there's a wide consensus on from general American people. The general American public honestly doesn't really care about like trans people in the sense enough to harm them. They're just kind of like, whatever, leave me alone. So interesting.
Speak to children about sex, especially in the absence of their parents. These educational materials would include practice scripts on how to get kids to talk about their thoughts on sex through metaphors. These scripts would also instruct physicians to then paint same-sex marriage as aberrant and abnormal. These mailers also told parents if they thought their kid might have expressed some LGBTQ thoughts to make a special overnight trip and buy an expensive $54 kit online that the college sells for no apparent reason, full of games that help children and parents learn the concept of sexual purity. Speaking of which, the college also told adults to talk to kids without their parents there, getting information from the kids about their parents, and then tell them that open-mindedness about LGBTQ people is gross and abnormal and disgusting.
Weird.
The college also created handouts for physicians to give to kids' parents on how to affirm masculinity in boys and femininity in girls, often reinforcing women's roles as submissive and subordinate to a father, and men as needing to be dominant and often overprotective of young girls.
Affirming your daughter's and son's sexual identity. 1. Boys have a biological destiny to grow into men. Men who are different from women in ways that go well beyond genetic design and reproductive functions.
What in the world is this?
Similarly, girls have a biological destiny to grow into women. 2. Societal structures have always existed to guide the process of growth from boyhood to manhood and from girlhood to womanhood.
So they're admitting they are structures of society. Interesting.
Settings or actions that can disrupt the natural gender identity process.
You've got to be
A
kidding me.
dominant, excessively critical, or controlling mother. A mother who is overly critical of the father or other males can negatively influence a daughter's relationship with men or a son's perception of his own masculinity.
No.
A mother who lacks an intimate, satisfying relationship with the father and instead prolongs her attachment to her son, seeking to fulfill her need for love and companionship through her son.
What in the Freudian shit is this?
Mothers should not favor a son over his father, even if the son is more responsive and compassionate than the husband. If mothers make this mistake, the son may identify with the mother and fail to bond with the father.
Oh my god.
Fathers,
This can't be real.
wrestle on the floor with your son. Play tackle and praise him for being tough when he is knocked down. As you play, always be sure to tune in to your son's cues. If he's not enjoying playing rough together, then it is important to tone it down and play in a way that he enjoys. The goal is for your son to have fun playing with you.
Okay, so don't rough him up.
Go on man time dates for breakfast.
Man time dates for breakfast or lunch? What the fuck? Man time dates? That sounds like a fucking... That sounds gay. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna beat about the bush. Go on man time dates for breakfast or lunch? Yeah, it's called brunch. It's gay.
Breakfast or lunch. Talk about his strong muscles, fast running, and quick thinking.
Woo! Talk about his strong muscles, fast running, and quick thinking. Gay.
It's really interesting how all the stuff for mothers is prescriptive. Like, this is all the things mothers do wrong. And then going, here's the stuff that fathers can do right. It's very telling that all the advice for mothers is given in the negative, and for fathers in the positive. Despite the fact that the description of how fathers should bond with their sons is already super fucking creepy. Like, that's really creepy. That's really fucking creepy, man. Ugh. They tell us to stay away from kids. Jesus.
If all that sounds fucked up to you...
Right? They tell us to stay away from kids, and then they fucking do that shit.
That's 'cause it is. If we're talking about grooming children into someone's ideology, I don't think you get more blatant than this. Oh, and also, while they're doing this, they constantly told people and adults to spend more money at the college. You gotta buy that $54 kit, you see. Even more pointedly, while the college has attacked women's bodily autonomy rights as well as LGBTQ rights generally, the college's focus in the past few years has been exclusively on trans people. The group told parents, despite other medical groups saying otherwise, as we spoke about before, to not believe that their child is transgender and to try to send them, if they thought that their kids were expressing transgender feelings, to Christian camps in order to convert them. So, conversion therapy.
Avoid gender therapists, gender affirming therapists, LGBT affirming therapists, and gender clinics.
So
These are all titles of therapists who seek to validate and affirm your child's gender disturbance as normal.
The disturbance. It's a disturbance. Hey, this is Sailor Moon.
The college also told parents that anime was making boys into girls.
Perhaps the ring the prince gave her was an engagement ring. This was all well and good, but so impressed was she by him that the princess vowed to become a prince herself one day. But was that really such a good idea?
Which not only pushes the idea that transgender people are a social contagion, which is actively dehumanizing to trans people that exist, but also expresses that through a xenophobia of Japanese culture. Similar rhetoric around the social contagion of trans people and the control of transgender kids' bodies is rhetoric you often see in many anti-transgender spaces, something that was chronicled by my friend Klein Conrad in her excellent video, where she went into many anti-transgender message boards and groups in order to understand and discuss how they think about and try to attempt to talk about transgender people. And she also discussed how pushing parents to not believe or at least let their children explore their gender contributes directly to mental health harm.
It's not how this works. At the end of this road you're on, one way or another, if your child is trans, you are going to lose them. Maybe even if they aren't. They will find a way to get away from you eventually, regardless of the price they pay. You will never understand the consuming agony of that isolation. You will never recognize the absolute devastation you brought down on your child. And when they get away from you, when they leave one day and never speak to you again, that's going to be entirely, without question, your fucking fault.
All of this echoes the actions of many anti-transgender parents who attempt to control their children through healthcare, such as how many anti-trans parents will deny their children access to much-needed healthcare, even outside of transgender-related care, even into adulthood, if they seek to get transgender care. Take these examples that Klein Conrad found in her video.
I opened an EOB today from our insurance and found out that my daughter is using our insurance to pay for her PP visits for testosterone. My gut reaction is to pull her from the insurance. If she wants to ruin herself, she can pay for it herself.
Furthermore, on top of all of this, the College of American Pediatrics also pushed the idea of rapid onset gender dysphoria. ROGD is a junk science theory that argues that culture, trans influencers online, like myself, or many of children's peers are making kids spontaneously turn transgender as a type of social fad. Again, the idea of a social contagion of transgender people.
You heard of this problem, you knew of people that their children were going through this, and how long did it take you before you decided to commit to pen to paper on this?
So I spent maybe a month or so just hearing the reports of the parents and reading the original study. There's an original study that the book is, jumps off from, which is the Lisa Littman paper at Brown University. She's a public health researcher who looked into this, and she found that there was all of a sudden this huge epidemic in America of teenage girls deciding they were trans with their friends after social media emerged and pushing for hormones and surgeries.
Again, this theory...
I hate that shit. I didn't decide I was trans after seeing trans content. I've always known it, like, deep inside of myself, and I was never able to find the right identity for me until I saw a term for gender that fits me. We didn't have the term transmasculine back in the day. If we did, I would have been like, yes, that's me, just like I did now. But I didn't know that term existed. But I've always known I was way genderqueer.
is bunk, as it was created by a research paper in 2017 by Lisa Lightman, which concluded in the paper that ROGD was actually real, but was confirmed based solely on surveying only blogs run by parents already worried that their children were turning transgender. So the survey was very much begging the question. Many organizations widely criticized the paper.
We did not find support within a clinical population for a new etiologic phenomenon of rapid onset gender dysphoria during adolescence. Among adolescents under age 16 years seen in specialized gender clinics, associations between more recent gender knowledge and factors hypothesized to be involved in rapid onset gender dysphoria were either not statistically significant or were in the opposite direction to what would be hypothesized. This putative phenomenon was posited based on survey data from a convenient sample of parents recruited from websites, and may represent the perceptions or experiences of those parents rather than of adolescents, particularly...
This stuff makes me mad. Alright, I gotta use the bathroom again. My legs hurt so bad. I like exercised the very top of my legs and like into my lower core, so like kind of like right there in your divoted area, like in the hip area. So like it hurts when I stand up and try to stretch out all the way. And it also hurts when I hoist my legs up and fold them underneath me. I just feel like the Tin Man. I'm just like so stiff, and I'm like, oil can. Elise says, exactly, that's how it was when I found the term gender fluid. I was always fluxing since childhood, just didn't have like a shared term to put it, and it helped in letting me know I wasn't the only one. Yeah, exactly. I never had a good word to describe being mostly a boy, but not quite there. Like, and I've even had thoughts that I was a full trans man, like back when I was 18, 19. And I always felt like a boy growing up, but like there was like so many elements of like being a woman that I didn't hate. So it's like trans masculine just seems right for me. Like I'm masculine. I'm not a tomboy either, because I think that's still like a descriptor that implies that you're still considering yourself a woman. Like it's a type of woman. I'm not a tomboy. A tomboy is a type of woman. I am transmasculine.
Particularly those who may enter into clinical care. Similar analysis should be replicated using additional clinical and community data sources. Our finding of lower anxiety severity/impairment scores in adolescents with more recent gender knowledge suggests the potential for long-standing experiences of gender dysphoria or their social complications playing a role in development of anxiety, which could also be explored in future research.
But since it was published in a very professional magazine, a very civil magazine, that study has then been used to legitimize...
I'm sorry. Jessie Gender's videos are perfect, but there's something that always just kind of bugs me, and it's the squares folded into the backdrop. Like, if those were ironed out, I'm like, that would be... like, it's that there's nothing wrong. I'm not trying to diss. I'm just saying, like, the creases. Like, can you just iron those out, please? For the love of God, iron the creases.
This idea over and over and over again, such as through the American College of Pediatrics, which used the study to continually push this idea of ROGD to parents that it was trying to market itself to. All of this, again, is the system ending up justifying itself and making invisible its harm. But none of this information that I'm telling you right now should be new to any of you, because I already did a video on ROGD like 2 years ago. Like, ROGD has been debunked for a long time, and yet it still keeps coming back like new seasons of Kitchen Nightmares. Yet, this is a tale as old as colonialism, because this style of justifying bigotry through bunk science is much older than ROGD. We can go a long, long way back, with a history of pseudoscience being used to justify prejudice and control of people's bodies, not the other way around as it tries to make itself seem. My friend and the wonderful Lily Alexander covered this in greater detail in her video, What Are Women?, that I extremely recommend that you go and check out. But to briefly summarize some of her points, while there have always been gender roles within any society, many cultures also had numerous gender roles beyond the idea of simply a man and a woman. To name a few, Jewish rabbis note that Judaism recognized 6 to 8 genders. In the Mexican state of Oaxaca, people called muxes are an accepted third gender within that culture. There are also Two-Spirit indigenous folks, or how the Bugis people in Sulawesi recognize 5 genders. Each and every culture has had its own understanding of gender and how people related to it and the roles in which it played in their...
Everybody but white colonizers. We ruined everything.
...society. But in Europe, this generally, and I emphasize the word generally, developed into the binary gender roles of man and woman. In Europe, as communal property shrunk in favor of amassing private property hoarded by those in power, men were placed as the head of monogamous families in order to make it clear that his children were his own and thus could then inherit his property. Women, therefore, in this arrangement had to be controlled to limit the chances of having more children with other men. Thus, this system confined them to fewer external connections, leaving them at home to then take care of said children. So this whole system grew out of this idea of private property and control, that then centered this power within men and male lineage.
Interesting. Interesting that monogamy is based on control. It is literally a structure designed to control property. Men were placed at the head of their homes so that it was clear who the children were and who inherited the home. And women were placed as, having to abide by what the husband says so that she remains subservient and only having children with him. It's a property thing. This is my wife. She's going to have my children. I'm the head of the house. It's a total thing based on property. I'm not saying that monogamous relationships are wrong. If you enjoy being in a monogamous relationship or that's what you want, that's perfectly fine. But it is structurally based on the principle of owning property.
As the centuries went by and European powers grew and colonialization efforts took hold, these colonialist powers then colonized many other groups, and also specifically tried to enslave black people in Africa in order to further propagate each individual nation's resources by creating a forced labor population, and then also extracting the resources and people from the lands of Africa, as well as the Americas, where they had set up the slave trade in order to bring that labor force to America. To do all of this, those enacting this horrific system needed to justify slavery as natural, lest it be seen as the actual horrific, disgusting thing that it was to do. They understood that they needed to make the system itself seem civil and natural and just the way things are. As a result, pseudosciences like phrenology were created to justify black folks as subhuman. And one way these pseudoscientific justifications were set up was through gender roles. But the European idea of womanhood as being in the home wouldn't necessarily map onto black labor forces, as Europeans definitely did not want their labor force at home but out in the fields working. So they instead framed black women as less human, feral, aggressive, and less overall womanly compared to white European women.
Yes, black women were totally seen as inferior to white women because they were seen as being able to handle the same labor as black men. So slaves were seen the same across the board. So black women have historically been seen as sub-woman. It's really sad.
Historically, the characterization of white European female as fragile and sexually passive opposed them to non-white, colonized women, including female slaves, who were characterized along a gamut of sexual aggression and perversion, and as strong enough to do any sort of labor.
White women were seen as needing to stay at home and be protected, while white men went out and earned things and tried to generate more private property for themselves, while black folks, both men and women, were seen as aggressive and animalistic and therefore justified to be used to then build as a labor force to build that private property for those in power. Black womanhood then was seen as less than and used to make white European women look more delicate and in needing of protection, and thereby justifying the idea of womanhood as centered upon the white European ideal of womanhood. For example, black slave women were not seen as fragile or weak as white women were, but capable of doing intense labor, as we can see in this quote from the antebellum South.
First came, led by an old driver carrying a whip, 40 of the largest and strongest women I ever saw together. They were all in a simple uniform dress of a bluish check stuff, the skirts reaching 204 Hypatia a little below the knee. Their legs and feet were bare. They carried themselves loftily, each having a hoe over the shoulder and walking with a free, powerful swing, like chasseurs on the march. Behind came the cavalry, 30 strong, mostly men, but a few of them women, 2 of whom rode astride on the plow mules. A lean and vigilant white overseer on a brisk pony brought up the rear.
What is this, a porno?
Hands are required to be in the cotton field as soon as it is light in the morning, and, with the exception of 10 or 15 minutes, which is given to them at noon to swallow their allowance of cold bacon, they are not permitted to be a moment idle until it is too dark to see, and when the moon is full, they oftentimes labor till the middle of the night.
Thus, these gender roles were used to justify the system of slavery alongside many other pseudoscientific justifications by ensconcing itself into the culture that we still see vestiges of in our society today. Black men are still seen as more aggressive. Black women's womanhood is seen as less womanly.
For a long time, before the transatlantic slave trade, a lot of white folks admired and extolled and lionized fat. They extolled being jolly and having weight on them. It's a sign of wealth, it's a sign of opulence. You look at your kings, and these folks were hefty people.
Yeah.
Until they found out, when they began to bring copious amounts of slaves, that, oh, these black slaves, they also have weight on them too. Not all of them, of course, but some of them are just as hefty, if not more.
What the fuck is that depiction? What the hell is that? What the fuck? What the hell is that booty? What the fuck? What the hell? Who drew that? Who drew that? Why is that dog up that man's ass? What's going on here?
But some of them are just as hefty, if not more. How do we reconcile with this idea that black folks can be fat, black folks can have weight, and also weight and fat being a sign of wealth when we're supposed to be subjugating them as white people?
Yeah.
So that had the campaign that essentially resulted in this whole multi-level propaganda where folks, where like health physicians and doctors and medicines and tabloid news journalists, yellow journalists, everybody just like created this campaign to basically say that, oh no, fat is actually a sign of moral degritude, of low intelligence, IQ, of course, being one of the big qualifiers of intelligence, when we know
Also
very
putting
much
that on a like individual self too is like you can just you can make yourself thin. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And that of course having a lot of harm for folks, even white folks.
And so this system of creating pseudoscientific justifications not only builds itself upon specific gender roles that came out of imperialism, but the system continually tries to create further and further justifications to try to further and further its own harm.
Once upon a time, in the 19th or early 20th century, race science was just science. It was very widely accepted that races exist biologically, that possibly we are different species or different breeds as human beings, that there might be a racial hierarchy between us. After the Second World War, when we saw eugenics play out, saw the consequences of Nazi racial hygiene in the Holocaust, the world kind of took a collective intake of breath and tried to put its house in order. So scientists, policymakers, the United Nations all came together and decided race has no play in biology anymore. It's not scientifically accurate. Race is not how differences play out in the real world. But there were two problems with this. Number one was the hardcore scientific racists. This includes Nazi race scientists. So the ones who believed that whites were superior, that slavery was justified, that segregation was justified. They kept scientific racism alive within a small but very active global network.
Scientific racism. I mean, you're just getting into stuff like phrenology, like how your skull is shaped, like how it's nothing to do with like ideology. It's everything to do with like the physicality of things. It's like this weird excuse of as to like why certain races are built better to be enslaved and others are meant to be exalted. And of course, conveniently, the race to be exalted in this instance is white people.
Other aspect is mainstream science. Did everyday scientists really abandon these ideas completely? My argument is no. They clung onto them partly because, of course, racism was still there in society. We still had racism all around the world, discrimination embedded in the structure of institutions. And that means even to this day, there are still scientists who, despite knowing better, and despite being mainstream, good-hearted, well-intentioned scientists, still sometimes invoke race in scientific research, particularly medical research, when it's appropriate.
We see this plainly in transgender discussions going on today. Going back to the American College of Pediatrics, it was also recently discovered that the far-right law firm Alliance Defending Freedom offered the college $15,000 to refute the WPATH standards of care, which are the guidelines that most trans-affirming doctors use in order to guide them in how to treat trans people. Basically, what this means is that the Alliance Defending Freedom asked the college to come up with some medical-sounding nonsense in order to give themselves credence to discredit transgender healthcare in the court of law. Just as pseudoscience was created to justify racism and slavery, not vice versa, so too has pseudoscience been created to justify anti-trans bigotry. Yet all of this also importantly points out how race science and anti-trans bigotry overlap, considering that they come from the same source of trying to create gender hierarchies in order to justify racism and systems of enslaving people.
Race and gender have also combined to change the way American society views certain men. Black men are often viewed as hyper-aggressive. While aggressiveness is typically valued in men, this belief that black men go beyond what is expected of white men in terms of aggressiveness means that society still does not believe they are upholding the, quote, ideal for men. This can also be seen in a historical example of what occurred when a large number of Chinese men immigrated to California in the 1800s. Anti-Asian racism grew because white men feared Chinese men would take their jobs and marry the limited number of white women in the area. This racism was institutionalized when white lawmakers made it mandatory to pay a fee to gain a gold miner's license, and marriage between Chinese men and white women became illegal. It also led to the Chinese Exclusion Act, the first anti-immigration law in the United States, which suspended Chinese immigration for 10 years. This targeted racism against Chinese men relegated them to the few jobs available to them, such as restaurant or laundry work, both of which are traditionally feminized. This prejudice also deemed them romantically undesirable. These institutional regulations led to the racist and sexist belief that Asian men are not the ideal, job-earning, aggressive white
Magic
man.
washer.
In these
What the
examples,
fuck?
racism and sexism worked in tandem to degender men and women of color. Because gender has been deemed a crucial social structure, this act of discrimination through degendering is a way of dehumanizing people of color. Many people of color have been forced into gender nonconformity, which is highly stigmatized in American society. People of color who are not cisgender, those who are either transgender or non-binary, face especially harsh discrimination for not performing gender according to society's expectations. They are more likely to experience exclusion from public spaces in the workforce and extreme violence, most commonly perpetrated against black transgender women.
It goes back to this discussion that black folks know very too well. It's respectability politics. Essentially saying that if we just pull up our pants, if we just speak properly, had we just stopped running in the streets with guns and procreating children that we won't be fathers to, maybe the black community will get ahead in American society, because America is the land of milk and honey, and you should be able to make of yourself whatever you want. You could be an immigrant and come there and be a millionaire through hard work, labor, and pursuit of property. So the idea being that a lot of folks bought into that. Black conservatism is built on this respectability politic myth. There's no amount of hands pulling and labor and bad haircuts and speaking, enunciating and over enunciating every word until everything sounds like you're literally from Turf Island, aka the United Kingdom. It does not matter. At the end of the day, there are a great amount of folks that will see nothing but a black person and immediately equate that with what proponents of race science, and I put science in quotation marks because it is far from that.
Yes.
And it's basically that they will see nothing more than the skull that is supposed to be subhuman, the phenotype, because I hate that word in itself, but like the body types, the curvatures that are only appropriate for a slave, the slave coding of curvature, the strong back, like the thick legs that are built for only curing
for labor, for work. They're more subhuman. And
that is it's like, yet again, like you're talking about a system, and this is yet another one. Like the way that we view our bodies is also an effort to create a hierarchy that allows for certain things to pass through that system and certain things to be propelled by that system. And of course, in order to do that at scale, you need to denigrate, you need to subjugate another class of folks. You get no type of immense wealth, prosperity, riches, and social status. You don't get that by not exploiting a class of people. And the class of people that were historically
you cannot accrue a mass amount of wealth in this country without exploiting people. It doesn't matter if it's people of color, just the working class, whatever. Like you cannot get to the stage of being a billionaire without exploiting other people's hard labor. 100%. I gotta pee again.
Exploited with black folks.
Yeah.
And thus we can clearly see how the these scientists ultimately not only uphold a version of womanhood, but a specific version of white womanhood that is centered in these past ideas of European white women as needing to be protected and stay at home. Take, for example, when sports organizations try to limit transgender women from competing using things like testosterone levels, it also forces black women, trans and cis, out of those same sports fields because the science they're using is based on the assumption of womanhood being centered in white European health standards.
Christine Mboma and Beatrice Masilingi became the latest black women athletes ruled ineligible to compete in a race at the Tokyo Olympics due to naturally high testosterone levels. The 18-year-old Nambian sprinters were tested during a medical assessment, and their levels exceeded the limit by a World Athletics policy on athletes with differences of sex development, DSD, according to the Nambian National Olympic Committee and Commonwealth Games Association. The global governing body requires that female athletes' blood testosterone levels be under 5 nanomoles per liter to compete in select women's events, including the 400 meters.
So, 2 cisgender women were not able to compete into the Olympics just because they had high levels of testosterone. And people make it seem like keeping transgender women out of cis women's sports, they make it seem like they're helping. They make it seem like they're doing something good. When in actuality, they're being very sexist. They're being very like thinking that women can only adhere to a certain kind of physical standard when it's just not true. You can have a perfectly good cis woman have high levels of testosterone. It doesn't make any fucking sense that if they have high levels of testosterone, oh, now you can't compete. Sorry.
Hell, this is why we segregate sports along the lines of man and women in the first place, rather than something that would make sense like weight class or something for each sport, because the idea of men being strong and being able to beat women consistently has been so ingrained as natural in our society.
Why can't we have sports based on weight class and skill? Because if we did that, I bet you we could totally have mixed gender like basketball teams or football teams. If the teams are set up proportionately and to size, weight, and skill, I think you could do just fine there in sports with that.
Collegiate sports were built by men, for men and boys in the early 1900s, as an area for promoting traditional ideas of masculinity. Competitive sports used battle terminology and focused on aggression to keep studious men from going soft. So many athletes died that an organization was created to protect the health and well-being of collegiate athletes. The organization is the NCAA, now a behemoth with over $1 billion in annual revenue. Protecting student athletes is technically still its purpose, though it was failing to do this for women. The NCAA does not have any female-specific policies or best practices for the issues that disproportionately befall them within the collegiate sporting environment, at least none that I could find.
Or you can see it in how often the worrying around kids being turned trans is focused mainly on white trans men, who many anti-trans folks see as young white women needing to be protected.
Even more so, you'll often see rhetoric that focuses around trans men focus on their loss of their ability to reproduce, and often specifically white trans men. Which again goes back to this focus on breeding and the ownership of women's reproductive systems, with trans men being seen as women in this case, which they are not.
They perform double mastectomies on minor girls, on children. They chemically castrate children.
Did not.
And they give them irreversible hormone drugs.
And Matt Walsh lies out of his ass.
Instead, see trans women, who they see as men, as aggressive, animalistic sexual perverts. And believe me, I have gotten that numerous times. And I am a sexual pervert, but not because I'm trans.
There were whole slave farms. Farms dedicated to, I hate this word, breeding. Breeding black women to produce particular bodies. Black bodies, of course. Whether
breeding, not reading. There's whole farms of like slaves for breeding certain body types.
It is a white man having sex with them, but more often, let's just talk about like the black male slaves having sex with the black female slaves. There were whole, crops like regular sugarcane. They had, imagine like a sugarcane crop here, I don't know, a bamboo crop here, and then you got a slave farm smack dab in the middle with just black slaves having sex with the sole purpose of producing more labor for the white man master. Right? And like, it just amazes me that someone could even come to this discussion about whiteness being this concept of civility, of safety. Like they see it as like this sign of prosperity. They often argue that black men marry into whiteness in order to gain more social climbing, which is true. Like this is like something that black people are bought into too. This idea that whiteness will save you. And the fact is it will not. In fact, it has subjugated you in many different cases. Like I said, these slave farms, think about how fucked up it is that like a white slave master, a white man can literally his property because there's property at that time. Black women were unrapeable. You could not rape a black woman because they were property. You can do whatever you want with your property. So it's not. A white slave master can rape his property, and then that will literally result in more profit because that is labor. Think about how fucked up that is. Not only do you not get penalized for it, because I mean,
it's encouraged. It's actually encouraged. Yeah.
It's better for business.
But all of this is why it's important to note that while white transgender people and white trans women like myself are most certainly...
That's pretty fucked up. It's pretty fucked up that slave owners at the time were encouraged to rape the slave women because it just made them more profit because, like, they wouldn't consider those babies as anything other than slaves.
Harmed by anti-trans bigotry. We are not the main targets of it. It's the same thing with many upper-class cisgender white women. The systems that we have built do damage them for sure because white cisgender upper-class women are seen as secondary to white men and needing to be controlled and stay at home. But it is the numerous black and indigenous and other BIPOC folks who are the primary victims and sufferers of these same issues. The ones who are killed disproportionately over and over and over and over and over again. Sorry, we got way off track. American College of Pediatrics, bad. You know what? I'm sorry. You know what'll help? Let's do another story. A Nebraskan state senator, Megan Hunt, has recently been made the subject of an ethics violation case because of claims that she would benefit financially from an anti-trans healthcare bill not passing because she has a transgender son.
Oh, Jesus. What?
Yeah, so apparently, Senator Megan Hunt spoke up during a debate on Legislative Bill 574, which would ban gender-affirming care for trans youth. Yeah, it's yet another one of those bills, and while arguing against it, she happened to mention that she was unable to get coverage for her son's transgender-related care under Medicaid currently, as it's not covered under Nebraskan law. And in response to this mention, Omaha...
Well, interesting. Wow.
Lawyer David Begley filed an ethics complaint against her, saying that if the bill was defeated, it would make it easier for Hunt to get health care for her son. Thus, she would financially benefit from that. Therefore, it breaks her ethics as a lawmaker. Oh, I have thoughts. I have so many thoughts. What little is left of my hair is about to come out here because, okay, first off, if the bill gets passed, then nothing changes. So she wouldn't benefit financially. She would be in the same position she's currently in, which is the fact that she's unable to get health care for her son. So there's that element of it, but it's also, even if it doesn't pass, not financially benefiting if you're just trying to get your child health care. The fact that we have to pay so much for health care in this country at all for any group is horrific in the first place. The fact that health care for marginalized people, every marginalized person, not just trans people, is often so much more expensive and often so much worse or gatekept is even more horrid. And to attack someone trying to just stave off the further erosion of her child's rights to just be treated as a human being from a system that's meant to keep us alive and care for you as a human being is absolutely fucking gross.
Yep. Totally.
Professional. I am a professional YouTuber. Some of Hunt's colleagues stood up for her, saying,
"Family is off limits. I do not endorse this offensive complaint. It is so far out of bounds that it does not merit discussion."
And I do agree. Thank you, Republican, for saying that. Family is off limits. So why are you legislating against her child and other trans children to begin with, Tom? Huh, Tom? If family is off limits, why the hell are you doing something that would affect the families of numerous trans people? You know what? In the words of Hunt herself,
my colleagues stood up offering support. But I don't need their words. I need their vote. My child needs their vote. Children and families from across our state need their votes. Words are meaningless unless we put action behind them. I will continue to advocate for our kids, yours, theirs, and mine, no matter what harassment or intimidation comes my way.
All of these things are leaning on created standards for how society should act in these cases. You are told, I have been taught, if I were to see a pregnant woman anywhere, I am supposed to try my best to make their life as easy as possible while they're in proximity to me. That includes opening doors. That includes if she drops something, picking that up. That includes literally, if she is on a bus with me, I stand up, she sits down. Mm-hmm. That is, I don't even have to think about that. Mm-hmm. And it's beyond my altruism. It's beyond my solicitude for that person, because I should do that anyway for anybody. Like if I care, like if I see a person struggling, regardless of their natal status, regardless of who they are, like their gender and their genitals, I should care because that's what I want to do. But no, I have been coaxed and conditioned to prioritize particular people and particular statuses. A pregnant white woman, protect her with your life. So it goes right back to civility. Who decides it? Who does it benefit? And who does it marginalize? And like I said, we all know exactly how that works out.
Okay. Do not get angry. If you get angry, they will vilify you. So I am a happy trans. I put on a happy face, and I put on a tie for all of you for this.
Honestly, I feel that. Because, like, I've gone off on rants, and then that gets clipped out of context, and then, like, I'm made out to be, like, this trans radical that's gonna shoot up the town square. Like, obviously that's not the case, but I'll tell you what, sometimes I feel like I have to tone down, like, my anger on situations just because, like, people are just gonna paint me out to be that way, even though I'm not. Being angry and speaking up is not the same thing as being violent. That just doesn't even make sense to me. But unfortunately, this is the world we live in, where if people speak up for themselves, they are seen as violent.
All of this showcases how, even when standing up, the system constantly just views people, even allies, as the ones who are unethical and are causing the problem. Our understanding in this society that we live in today of how healthcare works is just seen as natural and normal. We should be paying all this money just for healthcare, and anyone trying to fight that as an issue is seen as the villain, when all many of us are trying to do is fight hard to not see what little we just have now not get even worse. God, I'm just repeating myself, aren't I? I'm just saying the same thing over and over and over again, not just in this video, but every video. I've been making this same video that I'm doing right now for years now. I can't do it anymore.
I don't blame you.
You know what? I'm gonna do something that I know will cheer me up, besides eat peanut M&Ms. some easy, algorithm-friendly content, something that everyone loves, right? YouTube response videos. Recently, science YouTuber Sabine Hassenfeld made a video called "Is Being Trans a Social Fad Among Teenagers?", which has been heavily criticized by many in the YouTube space for funneling in anti-trans talking points under the guise of being objective. Sabine has garnered herself a long history and reputation on her nearly 900k subscriber YouTube channel for talking about physics and other types of science rationally and objectively.
Science without the gobbledygook? Oh no. Where is this gonna lead?
Which is what makes her video on trans issues more insidious, because she is often using mis- and disinformation and cherry-picking her
I think I've seen this. I think I've seen this video of hers. It's fucking insane.
responses to push an argument as if it's objective when it's very clearly not when you look at all the details. My fellow YouTubers Rebecca Watson and Ethel Thurston have each made their own great videos on this that will go into much greater detail than I will in this video. So I ask that you check out theirs because while I will touch upon some of the things that Sabine has been discussing in this video, I won't be able to touch upon everything. But hey, I'm totally not building up to some larger point in this video beyond just talking about Sabine. I'm clearly just using this for YouTube algorithm bait. I have no larger point at all. Let's jump in.
Should transgender teens transition? This rather personal question occupies a prominent place in the American culture war. On the one side, you have people claiming that it's a socially contagious fad among the brainwashed woke who want to mutilate your innocent children. On the other side, there are those saying that it's saving the lives of minorities who've been forced to stay in the closet for too long. And then there are normal people like you and I who think both sides are crazy, and could someone please summarize the facts in simple words, which is what I'm here for.
So here, Sabine is acting as the voice of rationality using the middle ground fallacy as her base. The idea that there is some truth between two extreme points. And this is the idea often taken when you hear people discussing issues of rights. It's a very centrist way of understanding arguments about marginalized people's issues. People will frame it as like, yeah,
I can't stand centrists. Pick a side.
The right is talking about mutilating children, which is probably a very hyperbolic way to talk about trans people, but the left is yelling about a transgender genocide. These things are both really, really ridiculous. And I'm sure the answer is just somewhere in the middle. But this is a fallacy, because the idea that the truth lies somewhere in the middle of 2 points is not always the truth. Take, for example, if you have someone arguing,
"Hey, I think we should cut off this guy's 2 arms.
And then that person goes,
Fucking no. I don't think we should cut off any arm. I think I should keep both of my goddamn arms, and fuck you for saying so.
The answer to that problem isn't for someone else, like, I don't know, CNN, to come in and say,
Well, I think the answer is we cut off only 1 arm, and hey, maybe you shouldn't get so angry at that guy for just talking about what he wants to do with your body. It's kind of ridiculous. You're getting hyperbolic and you're getting overly upset.
I mean, that makes sense. Not every fucking argument has, like, a middle path. Not every argument has a center point. Sometimes it's like one or the other.
Many of you have expressed deep anger and disappointment. Many of you are upset that someone who attempted to destroy our democracy was invited to sit on a stage in front of a crowd of Republican voters to answer questions and predictably continued to spew lie after lie after lie. And I get it. It was disturbing. But do you think staying in your silo and only listening to people you agree with is going to make that person go away?
Oh, shut
It's also worth noting how Sabine frames herself and the rest of her audience as quote-unquote normal people.
And then there are normal people like you and I who think both sides are crazy, and could someone please summarize the facts in simple words.
But by doing so, she then casts trans people, the ones who are often arguing for trans rights and trans healthcare, as abnormal, as strange as different. Or in her words, crazy. Which is an ableist phrase to use, and considering the fact that transgender people are often framed as mentally ill, does raise some major problems with her usage here, especially—
Yes, transgender people are always oftenly, like, framed as being mentally ill. It's like, you're only trans because you're crazy, or you're only trans because you were abused. Like, transgender people are always told that they are only trans because of some other reason and not because they are trans. That's something I'm sick of. I'm trans because I'm trans. It has fucking nothing to do with, like, any abuse I may or may have not experienced.
Especially given that she is framing herself as a scientist talking about medical issues. Keep that phrase in mind, this idea of normalcy, because it is a phrase that we'll be coming back to towards the end of this video.
To go back to Sabine, as I said before, numerous studies and research has shown that giving trans kids affirming care not only decreases the risk of depression and suicidal thoughts in youth under 18, but can be life-changing for them after that, increasing their happiness throughout the entirety of their life and their ability to succeed in life. Yet instead of talking about all of these studies, Sabine only tackles one of them that focused on puberty blockers and HRT and their mental health effects on transgender kids. And she says,
another paper that is often presented by people favoring hormone treatment is one that was published in 2022 in the journal Pediatrics. They followed about 100 young Americans that were either transgender or non-binary, or at least they tried. By the end of the trial, only 64 were left. So we're talking about a really small sample. About 2/3 of the participants began a therapy either with puberty blockers or gender-affirming hormones during the trial. The remainder served as a control group. The researchers observed 60% lower odds of depression and 73% lower odds of suicidal thoughts among youths who had initiated puberty blockers or hormone therapy compared with those who had not. They saw no effect for anxiety. In case that sounds good, here's the fine print. The mental health of those who were treated did not improve. What happened instead is that...
That's not true. That's not true.
The mental health of those who were not treated got worse. And in the end, the untreated control group totaled 7 people. I know as a particle physicist, I may be used to unreasonably high standards of statistical significance and sample size, but I'm not impressed. Aren't there any better studies? No, there are not. There are at present no high-quality studies that conclusively demonstrate...
That's not true. That's absolutely 100% not true.
These treatments are beneficial.
Now, there are many issues with what Sabine says here. Puberty blockers are not there to fix mental health issues for transgender teens. That's actually a wrong way of understanding what puberty blockers do. What they actually are is just a stopgap that lets potentially transgender kids have more time to decide what they may want to do with their body, and it stops their mental health from decreasing by being forced to go through a puberty that may not align with the body that they may want later in life. So Sabine already isn't even understanding how puberty blockers are being used. Second, 7 is a small number, as she said, for sure. But she also ignored that that number was from the 12-month follow-up, not the 3- and 6-month ones that had many more people but shrank by the end at the 12 months, as some of the trans kids did go on to get treatments that would disqualify them from the lines of the study as they went on. As that's only ethical, as transgender kids should be able to seek out the care that they need if that's what they should do, and not just be held back because they are needed for a study. So for Sabine to cherry pick this one point of the study hasn't really discredited anything. Not to mention that she's ignored the numerous other studies to cherry pick this one study. And Sabine goes on to do this throughout the entirety of her video. And again, I'll direct you to Ethel and Rebecca's videos that go into greater detail. But suffice it to say, Sabine continually cherry picks data throughout the video and ignores the more extensive studies as well as a preponderance of evidence from numerous healthcare groups as well in order to frame her argument dishonestly. And you know what? Even if I'm giving her the benefit of the doubt and saying that she isn't doing this dishonestly and intentionally, at the very least, it shows a lack of rigor on her part to do the work about an issue that she clearly must know affects a marginalized group.
Because a lot of these people that try to pull the I'm being the rational person about transgender issues, like those types of people, it's like you're not. You're really not. You're just using terms like rational and scientific as qualifiers to justify your transphobic bullshit. Like, this isn't new, honey. You ain't fucking unique.
Very deeply. So it's either dishonest or extremely, extremely negligent to the point of harm to use her 900K YouTube channel in order to press this information that she very clearly has not done the work on, or intentionally not done the work on. Yet, at the same time as she does all of this, Sabine then props up other studies that have been criticized numerous times in order to make her point, such as, you guessed it, rapid onset gender dysphoria.
What's more controversial is the question whether the typical age of girls to report gender dysphoria is also changing, and if so, why? In 2018, the American physician Lisa Littman argued in a paper based on survey results among parents that the girls being referred to gender clinics in recent years are different from those of earlier generations. They show an onset of gender dysphoria during adolescence, but without prior symptoms, a combination that was previously basically unheard of. Littman dubbed it rapid onset of gender dysphoria and suggested that it's a case of social contagion. Adolescent girls get the idea from social media or their peers or both and come to believe they want to be men, hoping it'll improve their lives. Superficially, the hypothesis makes sense. According to data from the World Health Organization, adolescent girls are twice as likely as boys to suffer from mental health problems such as depression and anxiety, so they're more likely to have a problem to solve in the first place. Littman speculates that girls that age are more vulnerable to social contagion than boys, though there's little evidence to back this up. Littman's paper was strongly criticized for not being a scientific study, but a collection of experience reports from parents. The parents were recruited among frequent visitors to websites who are skeptical that transgender self-identification among teenagers is genuine. This means the sample is unlikely to be representative. Indeed, Littman herself writes in a paper that it's a descriptive exploratory study. She describes what those parents say. What to conclude?
This is dumb. This lady is dumb. This doesn't make any fucking sense at all. And not because I'm not understanding what she's... I know what the fuck she's saying. Her reasoning just doesn't add up.
From that is a different story.
Sabine's framing is entirely off here. As I said before, the blogs that Lightman's study was posted on weren't just questioning trans people or worried about self-ID. They were blogs literally run by gender-critical feminists, aka TERF blogs, who were arguing about whether trans people should exist at all. Even if you agree with TERFs, which I don't know why you're this far in this video if you do, but even if you do, the idea that you would go to a TERF blog, groups who have actively campaigned against trans people, and assume you're going to get an objective scientific study around trans people is gross and incompetent at best. Which is why I go back to the idea of believing—
Thank you. Thank you. Can we just back that up? Because, like, I loved how that was said.
Skeptical that transgender self-identification among teenagers is genuine. This means the sample is unlikely to be representative. Indeed, Littman herself writes in a paper that it's a descriptive exploratory study. She describes what those parents say. What to conclude from that is a different story.
Sabine's framing is entirely off here. As I said before, the blogs that Lightman's study was posted on weren't just questioning trans people or worried about self-ID. They were blogs literally run by gender-critical feminists, aka TERF blogs, who were arguing about whether trans people should exist at all. Even if you agree with TERFs, which I don't know why you're this far in this video if you do, but even if you do, the idea that you would go to a TERF blog, groups who have actively campaigned against trans people, and assume you're going to get an objective scientific study around trans people is gross and incompetent at best.
It is gross and incompetent to assume that even if you don't like trans people, you're going to get an objective take from TERF sources, from trans exclusionary radical feminist sources, from transphobic sources. You are not going to get the right information. It's going to be biased information. And even if you don't like trans people, to think that that is the correct information and it's all of itself and all encompassing is gross. It's gross. It's gross and incompetent. And you're dumb. And there's no room in the world for you. This is Sparta, down the hole.
Which is why I go back to the idea of believing that Sabine is not just being misinformed, but intentionally dishonest, because the way she frames these blogs as people who only took issue with self-ID is exactly the same way that many anti-trans groups have also attempted to repeatedly try to frame themselves as. To say, we're just women concerned about trans people and the trans agenda and self-ID laws and how they might just be able to let the angry, dangerous men trying to pretend to be transes to get into our spaces.
To show actions, not just words, that they do respect people who believe that sex is real. And most of their beneficiaries all around the world, the women who they aim to work for, all know that sex is real. The things that they should be focusing on, maternal mortality, violence against women and girls, you need to be able to understand that men are men and women are women.
In actuality, as I have shown in numerous videos on this channel over and over and over and over again, they're fighting, really, to push trans people out of spaces because they refuse to acknowledge us as actual women, instead focusing on their particular version of womanhood, which is, hey, surprise, surprise, centered around upper-class white womanhood. After all, our society, as I've discussed before, makes only a particular type of white upper-class womanhood that appeals to the sort of European standards coming out of imperialist and colonialist eras seem like they're the only forms of womanhood that are natural and innate, and everything else is a deviation of. This is often why you'll see many butch women,
It's so true. White upper-class women, I'm not like, it's just the concept of that socially, in the social construct of things. The upper-class white woman is painted as delicate, and her role is subservient, and her value is placed in getting pregnant and producing offspring. When those things are not present in somebody else that is calling themselves a woman, these upper-class white women feel threatened because their identity is purely based on, like, their ability to get pregnant, produce offspring, and stay subservient to their husbands. So when there's a version of a woman that's outside of that, whether it's a cis woman or not, that's seen as a threat, and that's seen as sub-woman. Do you see how the social construct of a woman is a very small, narrow idea? It's a upper-class white woman who has the ability to get pregnant, produce offspring, and be subservient to her husband. Anything outside of that is seen as a threat. Does that make sense? I think that's really important to understand. Why there are cis women, why are there TERFs, there's trans exclusionary radical feminists that feel very threatened by the idea of trans women being women, because they're like, wait a minute, you're just infringing upon my space. But why are they associating themselves and their identity with just those main components, when we as Zetas are meant to be so much more than that? So much more. That's just a big limitation. There's not much room for self-actualization there in that role, unless you want it. If you want that, if you want to be a traditional wife, like, sure, go for it. I don't give a shit. But it's when the assumption is that that's how other women all across the globe should be, like, doing, that's what they should be doing, that's how they should be operating, that's when you cross the line.
Cisgender women who don't align with this idea of the sort of fragile white womanhood also often get harassed by people thinking that they are trans people in a woman's space. But because many of these white feminists benefit from many of the systems, not all, but many of them, it has been made to seem natural to them. Thus, they deny other types of women's womanhood in order to place up their own. Will these women sometimes fight for feminism? Yes, but it is often only white feminism about fighting men specifically in a hierarchical battle, or sometimes trying to place themselves at the top of the hierarchy, not actually dismantling the system of oppression that harms us all. And this is ultimately what Sabine is upholding. We can see this when she frames another paper opposed to Lightman's study in her video. She discusses it to seem like she is giving the appearance of listening to both sides of the debate, but listen to how she discusses the paper that opposes and disproves Lightman's ROGD narrative.
A paper that came out in August last year claimed to have found evidence for the absence of this rapid onset symptom. However, this paper was also strongly criticized for severe shortcomings, such as, most importantly, for phrasing their survey questions in an ambiguous way and creative methods of interpreting their data.
As pointed out by Ethel Thurston, Sabine uses the exact phrase of strongly criticized that she also used to describe the criticisms of Lightman's paper. Thus, she is making these two papers, a Lightman study and the one opposing it, seem as if they were studies that had exactly the same similar problems. But that's actually not the case. The criticisms of that study that was tearing down ROGD have not delegitimized the study as Lightman's was, but instead were ways that fellow scientists have said could be good follow-ups and fixes for future studies on this issue. You know, like how science typically does things by questioning further and improving their methods? Science is all about building up upon what came before in an actual questioning way rather than trying to presume what your answer is going to be before you even start. All of this leads me to ask a question. Given the history of gender outside of our culture today, is there really a fad of kids identifying as transgender? Or is it just a fad of our society to tell kids to be one singular thing that they have been assigned from since birth? To me, it sounds like being able to have multiple gender roles in a society is not the fad. That's just part of human beings' existences. But the fad is trying to tell people that there are only two genders. Maybe a several hundred-year-old fad, but a fad nonetheless. Ultimately, Sabine's video is just another video pushing many of the same centrist ideas that eventually create the appearance of a middle ground between helping trans people and enabling those who continually cause us harm, letting people who feel like they want to be in the middle feel like it's okay to sit back while trans people die because they don't know what's going on or they're too confused and like, oh, maybe it's just a both sides thing. And trans people are dying. I need something to be able to get through the rest of this video. Let me have a beer because, believe me, I
There we go.
Fucking need it at this point.
Yep.
God. Oh. Shit. Why in the world would anyone drink this crap? I mean, technically, the USS Enterprise from Star Trek 2009 is actually an Anheuser-Busch factory, so my Trekkie heart has some affinity for Bud Light, but man, it's a bad beer. Yeah, you thought I wasn't gonna get a Star Trek reference in here, didn't you? I got it. I always get it.
I'm fine without it.
You are fine without it.
However, the reason that I'm drinking a Bud Light is someone thought trans people would like Bud Light because Anheuser-Busch paid transgender TikTok celebrity Dylan.
We don't. I don't know why. We don't. Thank you. No, thank you. I wish they did a better beer than that.
Mulvaney to do a social media ad appearing with Bud Light to try to convince her mainly trans and other LGBTQ people audience that Bud Light is good, actually. Stop it! And all of this is part of an average company's campaign. I've done stuff like this as a YouTuber. I've been paid to use and advertise products in my videos so that my audience may be exposed to it and may find that they like it because I like it. I generally try to only pick things that I know I would like and think that my audience would like, but that is just part of how social media advertising campaigns work. Welcome to our capitalist dystopia. And Mulvaney's post was less than a minute long and mainly about a March giveaway that Bud Light was doing. And apparently this less than 1 minute ad that happened to feature a transgender person talking to a mainly LGBTQ audience caused a gigantic meltdown.
Oh, Jesus.
Fuck Bud Light. Fuck Anheuser-Busch.
But Bud Light's decision to put out a Dylan Mulvaney celebratory can promoting transgenderism and the desecration and appropriation of womanhood has become a tipping point.
Grandpa's feeling a little frisky today.
Yes, many anti-trans conservatives had a hissy fit that a trans person existed in a space that they felt was exclusively for them. Can't have the transes drinking Bud Light, I guess.
Grandpa's feeling a little frisky today.
Trans people have been so vilified by everything that I've been talking about. The idea that we're mutilating children, that we're grooming kids, that we're speaking up too much, that we're ridiculous, angry, vilified, toxic, making other trans people look bad, sexual perverts, take your pick. When all we're doing is existing and trying to talk about how we're harmed, and yet because of all of that, a single trans person existing, drinking a beer, talking happily, represents all of that to these folks.
Wow.
So many of these people called for a boycott, with even lawmakers doing so.
If you look at Bud Light, I can't think of a time when a company's gone...
It's just beer. It's not even that good of a beer. Like, who gives a shit? I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit if Bud Light represents me or not. Like, it makes no difference to me. I could give a shit less. The fact that these right-wingers, these right-wing conservatives, are losing their goddamn minds and crying over pouring out beer down their sinks or shooting it up with their AK-47, like, it makes it hilarious to me. They are the snowflakes. They are the ones that are fucking butthurt about this. Not trans people. We're like, what the fuck ever. All in a day, I guess. Like, who gives a shit?
More out of its way to alienate and irritate its customers. It's almost like they've never met an actual Bud Light drinker.
All of this was incredibly ironic for numerous reasons. The first of which is that while many right-wing pundits called for a Bud Light boycott, or Budcott as I'll call it because why not make a ship name if I can, they didn't realize that Anheuser-Busch is actually a significant funder to Republican causes.
We've all seen the backlash that Budweiser is facing over the trans marketing scheme. Is this a one-off colossal screw-up or is it something bigger? This could be just the act of one rogue, woke lunatic in a marketing department filled with leftist staffers. The Daily Wire is now reporting that no one at the senior level of Anheuser-Busch was aware of the partnership with Dylan Mulvaney. We looked into the political giving and lobbying history of Anheuser-Busch, and guess what? They actually support Republicans. In woke corporate America, Anheuser-Busch supports Republicans. Last cycle, their employees and their PAC gave about 60% to Republicans.
This tells us something that we already knew, that big companies aren't really about caring for social issues or rights of trans people or marginalized groups. They just want to sell their product to the most amount of people, trans or not. On the one hand, these groups can have a social media campaign targeting trans people, and on the other hand, send tons of money to the same group of people that are targeting transgender people's rights. So these people to call a boycott of Anheuser-Busch is ironic considering that they'd then be hurting one of the biggest funders to their own causes. Further, it also showed how ingrained many of these companies are within our giant systems. One boycott supporter, Republican Texas Representative Dan Crenshaw, posted a video of his fridge full of Karbach Brewing Company beer in protest of Bud Light, without realizing that Anheuser-Busch also owns Karbach.
Saw Bud Light's stupid ad campaign. So guess what we're gonna do? We're gonna
What's with the eye patch? Is he a fucking pirate?
throw out every single Bud Light we've got in the fridge. All right, well, I guess that was easy.
So at the end of the day, he was giving money to the same company that he was attempting to boycott. Yet, while I do find that whole entire situation ridiculous, it ultimately shows how much that even trying to escape this system forces us to be unable to do so. We are constantly surrounded at all sides, even if you're being a giant dickhead. So at the end of the day, the Bud Light boycott was potentially profitable for the company because sales of other products that they sell rose. Welcome to our capitalist dystopia. Since these companies are so big, one might boycott one product to just buy another from the same exact company, or from another extremely large corporation that does the exact same shitty stuff because, you know, giant corporations are gonna giant, corporate. Does that work? I'll assume it does. Fuck your grammar rules, society.
Grandpa's feeling a little frisky today.
And even if these boycotts don't benefit mass corporations, Someone with a profit motive benefits, especially in these endless boycotts against wokeness and media. Take how the Daily Wire, for example, launched its own razor company during the boycott of Harry Razors after Harry Razors briefly talked about gender identity issues while they were on the Daily Wire.
Yeah, absolutely. So a year ago today, Harry's Razors, who was an advertiser on the Michael Knowles show, caught wind that there was some conservatism among our conservative hosts. Michael had a conversation with Candace Owens, not even on the Daily Wire, on a PragerU show a year earlier, in which they discussed whether or not gender dysphoria is a mental illness. And a Twitter account that had exactly 2 followers pointed this out to Harry's, and Harry's immediately, of course, had to virtue signal and say, oh, we had no idea. We're shocked, I tell you, to discover that the people we're paying to help us reach a conservative audience have conservative views. They called those views inexcusable, said that that there was values misalignment between our 2 companies, and immediately pulled $80,000 worth of advertising off of Michael's show. And at that very moment, I knew we had to launch a razor company.
So, surprise, surprise, the Daily Wire stoked a fervor against a company that they themselves pushed into that situation to cause a boycott. Then they themselves made their own product in order to benefit from said boycott. Welcome to our capitalist dystopia.
You remember when there were 2 genders and only 1.5 of them had to shave their mustaches? Oh, hi. I'm Jeremy Boring, CEO and God King of the Daily Wire.
It shows you how all of this backlash against wokeness and identity politics, or whatever you wish, is all about funneling people into more and more isolated, insular groups that are cut off from each other and their differences, and used to propagate the power in capitalist society, symbolized by money and private property, of a few who sit at the head of these much smaller groups. And then these smaller groups are made to hate each other more and more because they aren't in community with each other, and they don't see each other, and they don't acknowledge and understand each other, and don't listen to each other. The system constantly pushing us apart and pulling us apart and making that to seem natural and normal. Boycotts and calling for people to not buy products, no matter who uses them, ultimately reinforce a capitalist economy. It forces you to make a choice of buy or not buy, and thinking that by doing one of those 2 things, you're supporting some sort of cause. I had friends buy me Bud Light, like these are from friends who bought it for me. I didn't go out and buy Bud Light myself, thinking that they were supporting me as a trans person. They're not helping me. They're just sticking me with 6 cans of Bud Light in my fridge that I'm not going to drink. And they're ultimately giving money to a company that promotes Republicans who are hurting trans people.
Great.
But because all of this culture war fervor nonsense has gone on, and my friends and other people who wish to be transportive think that they want to be able to do something, they think that buying a Bud Light can ultimately helps me. Ultimately, all we end up doing is just buying products that just ultimately support more and more shitty stuff, like, I don't know, chocolate companies that do horrific things in other countries because they happen to have a transgender M&M. It's the same thing that happens over and over and over again. Same thing with Hogwarts Legacy a few months ago. I argued in my video that the issue with that isn't boycotting Hogwarts Legacy or not. The game sucked anyways, but even if it was the best game ever, the money still goes to J.K. Rowling, a person who supports trans harm. But my point that I was making was not that we don't buy the Hogwarts Legacy game as some sort of moral stance. The point that we should take is that not supporting transgender harm is a given. The real issue was to show...
Right, because it's easy not to play the game. It really is. Like, people act like it's a fucking, like, effort to not download and play a game. If the game supports a anti-trans radical, like, don't play it. Because it, like, gives them money. It's so easy not to play it. People act like their arms are being twisted behind their backs. It's like, no. It's like, it's kind of like a given. Like, hey, don't support this horrible person. Okay, like, why is it such a fucking big deal? I mean, play the game. I'm not gonna... You're not a horrible person if you play the game. Like, I'm not saying that, but, like, it's really easy just not to play the game and play other games, especially other games. There's plenty of other games that are, like, made by trans people. Just saying.
Up for trans people and show trans people that you're willing to be alongside us, to understand the issues. Yet in every article on BuzzFeed to Bloomberg or elsewhere, and even my fellow YouTube creators here, the only thing that many heard trans people saying was boycott Hogwarts Legacy. And it became this buy or not buy thing, and saying, I'm not going to buy Hogwarts Legacy to stand up for trans people, or I'm going to buy Hogwarts Legacy because screw you. And then anyone who was seen talking about that issue got shoved into one of those two camps, got put into one of these two buckets, even if they were trying to talk more nuancedly about it, and seen as villains by the other side. Over and over and over again. Constantly shoved apart, put into separate, isolated
Well, thank you, Cassie. I'm glad you're not pooping out anymore.
groups, and made to hate the other, knocking us down into smaller and smaller pieces. Meanwhile, marginalized people don't get heard at all. The things that we actually say are never actually listened to. Trans people also, like Dylan Mulvaney, are pushed further and further out of public view, having to face endless waves of harassment over and over and over again.
I'm scared. I never expected to have people following me or experience such negative media attention. I walk into a room and I never know if somebody's going to really love me or really hate me.
And it's not specifically her. It's numerous trans people who talk about these issues, constantly vilified. And if it's not Dylan Mulvaney in this specific situation with Bud Light, then the next trans person won't get ad deals, won't be able to be supported or be seen as too, top button of an issue to be able to support us. Too worried about the backlash that they might get if someone like a bigger company like Bud Light gets.
We've seen this continually happen recently. Bud Light gave a non-committal apology for simply featuring a trans person in a social media campaign due to all the backlash that they had, and fired the people in charge of the campaign that hired Dylan, which is absolutely cowardly and awful. But they're not alone. Even outside of Bud Light, recently the LA Dodgers briefly disinvited the drag group Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence from their LA Pride Night, where they had initially intended to honor the sisters, after right-wing backlash vilified the group, which in actuality has a long history of doing good work for the LGBTQ community, including its charity work going all the way back to the
Hey Mark, good to see you. Usual suspects as always.
1980s and its HIV work. In their response disinviting the sisters, the LA Dodgers said that they supported LGBTQ people, but after all the backlash, they couldn't support the sisters. Basically, they were saying that we'll support the good queers that ultimately uphold the system that harms them and not the, quote, bad ones. Thankfully, the Dodgers invited them back after a lot of queer people pushed back against this, showcasing the importance and power of solidarity within a community. But it is a worrying trend, one also further shown by Target this Pride Month, with that store having removed much of its Pride merchandise or moving it to the back from some stores after anti-trans backlash. All of this shows how extremely shallow corporate pride is, just trying to get money from queers that they don't actually intend to support in any meaningful way, and ultimately when push comes to shove, they leave trans and queer people out in the cold.
So trans people also get cut off from access to ability to survive in our society. Trans people, over and over and over again, are vilified, attacked, called bullies, and pushed out of spaces that they were once welcomed in. Be it on their favorite Twitch gamer streamers page, their favorite YouTube creators page, on their favorite beer company, or wherever. Just like Zoe Zephyr was, just like Dylan Hurt was, just like Dylan Mulvaney was, constantly. Just dehumanized. Not just in the way we're talked about, but in the fact that we're cut off from connection, left alone by ourselves, made to see unworthy of receiving help. And so as we die, as we are killed, as we are attacked, we feel like there is no one there for us. As I was shooting this video, Pride Month began. It's a month that, over the past few years at least, has morphed into a celebration for queer people. A month to show the world that we take pride in our full selves and our ability to exist in a society that often refuses to let us feel any pride because we aren't seen as useful parts of a system that was never built for us in the first place. And we have so much to celebrate, right? We have queer pride in every major city in the United States, and we have corporations selling rainbow merch. I can get rainbow Legos, everybody. Look at this thing. This is acceptance, right? We can be sold merchandise that reflects us a little bit and make a party once every year in public. Now it's not about us fighting the system. We're a part of it, right? That was the goal all along. But me saying that feels awkward, right? Because we know the truth. It's
Right.
just a society trying to make us spend what little money it gives us on shallow signifiers.
Yeah, I'm telling you, you really just can't have activism under capitalism in terms of spend or not spend. In some ways, it's going to help. Like when you support minority-owned businesses, things like that. But when it comes to things like, oh, don't buy a Harry Potter game, or like, don't buy a Target clothing line, or this, that, or the other, or... It's just a sign that this sort of capitalism is a huge drain on what is already a difficult battle to fight. It's just kind of suckling up the remnants of, like, the battle.
Of our identity made consumable. Civility. The system not bothering to include us, but just begrudgingly accepting us. Because it can make money. And while most of us have always known this, it's become very clear lately how shallow and conditional that acceptance is. And now that the bigots have been fed red meat, they're looking for more targets because they feel like they can win. They're even targeting Lego now with a boycott. And all feeding the system while doing so. These bigots don't see how this whole system just sets us against each other and dehumanizes us. Especially those of us the system was built to push aside in order to create a constant cycle of violence and labor to fuel its endless production engines. Make new bricks, just this time rainbow bricks every once in a while. It's the same story again and again and again. The same fight again and again and again. Not just in macrocosm going back through history, but in the microcosm, yearly, monthly, daily, in our lives. I've made videos about rapid onset gender dysphoria over and over and over again, and yet it keeps coming back up. I still have to bring it up in a new video.
Yeah, constantly having to have the same, like, points brought up over and over again, and there's still people out there just not getting it. There's still people out there saying that trans people are taking over the world, and we're indoctrinating, and we're grooming children, and we're pedophiles, and children are innocent, and wouldn't be gay or trans if it wasn't for us. Like, it gets old. Okay? It gets old. If you're still saying that to this day, I don't know what to tell you. It's been explained 1,000 times as to why that's not true. But if you don't want to accept that, go sit in a dark corner. Seriously. Disappear.
And at the start of Pride Month this year, the former richest man in the world, Elon Musk, gave a platform to Matt Walsh's What is a Woman documentary on Twitter. Undoubtedly, Twitter is another failing platform caused by Musk's childlike, egotistical desire and addiction to being the center of power and conversation constantly. Yet, to do so, to keep that hold on the attention economy, he does so by stoking and promoting hatred and bigotry by platforming another man from the Daily Wire doing exactly the same, whose film and the rest of his work stokes stochastic terrorism against transgender people and helps fuel the ongoing genocide of trans people. That seems like a big claim, and want me to prove how Matt Walsh does that? Well, guess what? I already did so in this video, and this video, and this video, and this video, and this video. Over and over again. And yet he keeps getting promoted because he stokes the flames of hatred to build his own brand, to make money, because that's how the system works. When these people have nothing worthwhile left to say, they say the vilest, horrible stuff that feeds the system in the most disgusting way possible because the system itself is failing and needs to affirm itself by feeding itself on the ashes of those it destroys. Like Twitter crumbles, so too does capitalism, and it needs to shove more bodies on the fire to keep running on the fumes. Trans bodies. The same story over and over and over and over again. When What is a Woman started trending again on Twitter, I got tons of Matt Walsh fans coming to my videos on it, his film, and all the comments I got, dozens every hour now, are people saying things like, "Oh look, a trans woman talking about Matt Walsh, of course you can't be objective on it." as if a trans woman shouldn't push back against the disinformation our community faces, or the idea that somehow a cis dude is somehow more objective on transgender issues. One of the biggest and most insidious aspects of heteronormativity, patriarchy, and white supremacy is this idea that to be on top of the power hierarchy is somehow making you more objective, and those speaking about or own issues are somehow inherently biased. But then this leads to other comments. How dare you insult Matt Walsh? You're not being civil. This is just ad hominem attacks against him. You have no point. Despite my video being 4 hours of debunking his point, they don't listen to it. All I hear is people ignoring every single word because it doesn't make sense to their sense of civility and continually focus on the fact that I insulted Matt Walsh's beard in the video. How uncivil I was to him. And you know what sucks the most? Hearing all of that? I wonder if they're right. Not right about all the issues that I discussed, but did I fuck up by insulting his beard? I want so desperately for all of those people to hear me, to hear how Matt Walsh and all this disinformation against trans people is causing us so much irrevocable harm. And it constantly wears me down, and I don't know how to do that perfectly.
You can't.
I just want to
You can't. You can't fight back perfectly. There's always going to be heavy critique of how you push back on your oppressors. Always. There's no perfect way to fight back to your oppressors. You just got to do it the best you fucking can with what you got.
Fight back by explaining with the energy I have. I also want to try and do it with some level of humor, so I added a few jokes about his beard. But was I wrong? Was I the rude one? Was I the terrible person for insulting him? Should I have been more civil? That's the idea that gets in your head because you see all these people missing the point and you wonder, maybe I did fuck up. And I have to endure that feeling all while I'm getting called ableist.
Why is it that us trans people, when we're in face of defending ourselves, we're expected to be perfect, while the oppressor and the transphobic people get to be as sloppy as they want? That's what doesn't make sense to me. Why do we have to be perfect in our deliverance, but the opposing side gets to deliver it however they may? That's what gets me, and that's where I have to call out, like, it's just kind of bullshit to sit there and be petty and be like, well, you're not doing this correctly enough. Like, are we? Are you being correctly transphobic? Are you correctly and politely being transphobic? Are you correctly and politely being racist? Like, that doesn't make sense to me.
Told to kill myself, said I'm a pervert, a pedophile, a groomer. But I'm not the one being civil. And it sucks because, you know, sometimes I hate myself. Because I made a joke about Matt Walsh's beard, and I wonder if I failed.
Fuck no.
I wonder if I wasn't good enough.
No, that
when
was
I think
perfect.
all that, I then remember what Matt Walsh has done, what all of those anti-trans hate mongers have done, and I feel the anger, and I know that insulting his choice of beard, an actual lifestyle choice that he made, by the way, is the least he should feel. How lucky he is that that's all he feels. How I'm so angry and how he deserves it, and I just want to fight back! Pride started as a riot, where queer people fought back against cops and laws in a society that refused to let us exist. Not a celebration of what we carved out for ourselves, but a fight to showcase that we refuse to just have to carve anything out anymore. To show that we will fight back! And that anger is righteous, and we need to fight back.
Yep.
But that anger makes me look like the bad guy. Because I'm the one pushing back against years, decades, centuries of things being made to seem normal. And that anger takes something from me too. A piece of my soul. And this whole cycle leaves me traumatized, frustrated, and angry, and empty. I feel worn out and worn down. I feel like I've failed on so many fronts that I should have done better, done more, tried harder, been nicer, been angrier, been meaner, been more clear, been perfect in a system that demands perfection of me, and yet it would never allow me to be. I feel not good enough. I feel like I'm falling apart. Why am I not good enough to save the people who are in much more danger than me? And I have to realize I'm never going to be enough. Because I can't be. Because it's not about just me. As of the time of this recording, the state government in Florida recently attempted to pass bills that would make it illegal to not dress in accordance with your biological sex, and says that to do so is tantamount to child abuse. They have also been trying to pass a bill that would punish child abuse with the death penalty, directly leading to the killing of trans people from 1 to 1. Many states have attempted to also pass bills that will take trans kids away from their parents, cutting them off from their family and their culture, which is quite literally one of the definitions of genocide. Trans healthcare is repeatedly being pulled back, both from kids and adults, leaving trans people dying because we aren't being treated and left to feel alone and hated. And our mental health is deteriorating at a rapid rate. Believe me, I can tell you that from personal experience. Our own existence is being vilified over and over and over and over again whenever we speak up, be it on the floors of our government or when we're talking about stupid fucking video games. Over 100 transgender people, mostly black and indigenous women, have been killed in the US just since the start of the year. And the system doesn't seem to care. Transgender organizer Banco Brown was shot outside a Walgreens in San Francisco by a security guard who accused him of shoplifting. He died shortly thereafter. Brown was a community organizer who continually fought for trans youth, all while dealing with his own issues with homelessness because he was unable to get the support he deserved as a black person, and as a trans person, and as a black trans person, as a person in our society today. Brown was killed just days before Jordan Neely, another unhoused black man who was choked to death on a New York subway, all to the cheers of conservatives everywhere after the fact. The San Francisco District Attorney released Brown's killer, Michael Earl Wayne Anthony, saying that the security guard had acted in self-defense. Self-defense. Murdering a 24-year-old for allegedly taking from a big fucking corporation who didn't give a shit about his life anyways, so that he could feed himself because he was born into a society that created a justification system to deny him his own humanity before he even drew his first breath, all while it conspired to ensure his last. That's self-defense. The truth is that his murder, though, was self-defense. It was the system defending itself from those visible by their very existence, their very breath, their refusal to not be pushed aside, their refusal to live by the rules of a game that would never let them win, proving how horrid and disgusting said system is. And it uses the hands of everyday people like that security guard to do so, and then tells them it's okay because that's just how the world works. Fascism often works to make itself seem natural. You'll find words calling back to nature or God or the truth often in fascist arguments, attempting to prove that all these hierarchies that we built in our society are natural and God-given. Men are naturally stronger than women. Trans people are strange and new, something created by Western society. Homosexuality is an abomination of nature. Black people are just inherently less intelligent, more aggressive, more animalistic. It's part of their genes. Yet, all of those statements are all just lies that our society has created in order to justify its power hierarchies, and then lied further about them to make them seem as though that wasn't what it was doing. Fascism also stokes economic and sexual anxieties and funnels that exact feeling towards trans people, queer people, and many minorities, or anyone who signifies a threat to the heterosexual monogamous white family unit with its 2.5 kids that fascism and capitalism feeds itself upon. And it dehumanizes who it has to in order to constantly justify endless labor supplies for its death machine to constantly feed and fuel those at the top. All of this is part of the plan. All of this is the goal of rising fascism that takes the ways we built our society to fuel an endless cycle of isolation, loneliness, and cutting off from community, and ultimately death, all to build the power of those already in charge. And anyone who speaks out about these issues, whoever starts to recognize them and speak about them, however imperfectly, however limited in their ability to do so, is vilified, even by those who think they wish to fight the system itself. Because when everything seems natural, those who speak out and say we don't have to keep recreating this world, they seem unrealistic, unhinged, unreasonable, the bullies for making you uncomfortable, uncivil. So they get cut off, shoved off, lied about, called the bullies, and dehumanized, and their lives are viewed as not worth even a tiny bit of candy from a corporation that never would have noticed it was gone in the first place. What more is there to say at this point? Look at all of my videos over the past few years and everything that I've discussed. I've debunked almost every transphobic rhetoric, tactic, and mis- and disinformation thing out there at least once, if not multiple times. The names may change, and the specific figures may change from Matt Walsh to Kelly J. Keane Minshall to Abigail Schreier to J.K. Rowling, but the underlying issue consistently stays precisely the same. I can endlessly make the same video over and over and over again, just swapping out the specific names and situations. There will always be new attacks, new bills every day, demeaning the lives of trans people, but they're just same thing with the new bill number. I have been speaking for years about the issues that trans people face, pointing out where it is headed, and I have not been alone. And we've been trying our best to be open and empathetic to people trying to learn. Everything that I have said in this video is nothing new. Nothing that I have said hasn't been said a dozen upon hundreds upon thousands of times before. But now I do have something new to say. To those of you who I hope have learned, have grown, have gotten something from the things that I have made, what more can I say than now is the time to show up for trans people. This moment is why I spent time trying to explain for this moment, right now. Because all of us have felt the constant drumbeat for years now that has all been building to this. We are nearing the endpoint, the terminus of anti-trans rhetoric. So now that's the moment to show up. If me explaining all of the things I've explained about trans people and trans rights has moved you at all, has helped you understand why trans people are not only worth protecting and defending, because we are people who deserve to live our lives for ourselves, but also because we enrich you and your experience of humanity and the beauty of society that we all can benefit from and grow from and create something more beautiful out of. If you hear all of that, then you need to know that now is the moment to show up and make that possible. To do it. What more can I say beyond that? What more can I do beyond that? And I mean expressly with this YouTube channel, because there is a lot more to do beyond just saying that. There's what we all can do and should be doing and showing up in the real world to do. Show up at protests. Make lawmakers who push this horrific shit against trans people uncomfortable and see the harm that they're causing and know that it won't be stood for. Do more than that to them that I can't say on this platform. They can't just diffuse their harm onto a system and wash their hands of culpability because the blood they have on their hands stains and it never comes off. And we need to make them remember that. Fight them. And then also stand in solidarity with other communities fighting their own fights, like abortion rights, black rights, indigenous rights, and more. That is all the work that we can be doing right now. Right now. And that is what I'm going to constantly be trying to do. But, in terms of my art, what more do I say? I've been thinking about that a lot. I feel endlessly stuck in a loop of wanting to fight back and wanting to fight forward. What do I spend my time on? I'm lucky right now that I'm able to be working on a movie, a piece of art that I hope brings hope. But sometimes as I work on that, I make it and have all the meetings and get to do shot lists and get to work with cool people. Sometimes I feel like in the back of my head that it's a waste of my time when compared to the need to make a video about the next anti-trans bill that is killing trans people right now. Or getting out there and fighting back. And I have people saying that to me on public social media all the time too. Why are you making a video about Star Trek or this or that when a trans genocide is going on? And I understand it. And believe me, I do. But fighting back is a constant Ouroboros that just sucks energy and constantly ends the conversation on their terms. And hope is what we need right now. Because hope is what keeps us going. It's the pool of energy that we draw from. If we don't have hope, then what are we fighting for?
It does. It truly does never end. Like, I constantly have the ABC 1, 2, 3, like, conversations all the time. And every time I have them, it's like, it just starts all over again. And I feel like I have to explain all the basics all over again. And then you feel like people understand, and then the cycle begins again. It really sucks, and it's really deterring.
What are we aiming for? What are we hoping to build? The winning is not the goal. The fight is not the goal. The stopping the trans genocide is not the goal. All things very important and needed and necessary and urgent. But without hope, all that's left is the fight. And the fight is not the point. We fight because we have to, not because we wish to. And so we can't just get stuck in that Ouroboros, but cut the head off that snake and go outside of it. See what we can build outside of the system that makes itself seem natural and normal. Because to get stuck in that fight is just another part of the system reasserting itself. Fuel on the bodies of dead trans people, but then it'll stop one day and just do it again on another 50 to 100 year loop. So what more is there to say? So much more. About hope in the face of the limits of someone else's imagination trying to press us all into a common mold because they can't imagine a world beyond it. To show how we are much more than others imagine us to be. All of us, not just trans people. But I will speak through my trans experience to say that humanity is so much more than just what I am. The little piece of me stuck in this endless void. I am only a full person. I am only a part of humanity when I am part of something larger. That's what I have left to say. Because there is a universe to explore. I showed you this whole video how people are left to feel alone, cut off from community, but the truth is we have so much community left. There are so many who see through the bullshit and understand that the things that make us human are not only our own individualism, our need to focus on ourselves, but that our humanity is found in the ties that bind us together, in the pull between our bodies as we make something greater. The blood pumping in my veins that you can trace your finger along continues outside of my body and into something much larger than I could ever be. It happens within the system, within Oregon, Washington, and other states passing laws protecting trans health care, or how the amazing Nebraska Senator Michelle Kavanaugh has single-handedly filibustered the Nebraska State Senate for months now to stop them from passing an anti-trans health care bill, talking for over 12 hours a day to keep any bill from moving forward until that one dies like it should. God, a fucking hero. But you see in so many other ways outside of the system, the hundreds of thousands of people who show up to protest every single day about everything that I have spoken about. The fantastic organizers like Banco Brown who, despite being so little valued by our society and seem to have very little monetary value, actually have so much to give that we should feel honored that we get to exist at the same time as them. Activists who constantly show up and fight all of this, who recognize everything that I've said in this video and much more that I am not even fully understanding yet, and understand it not explicitly but implicitly deep in their souls, because they know the truth of humanity. Fascism and power and control are so weak because it is trying to create something that isn't real. It's using all its power to hide the truth. It tries to make the world seem simple and easy, yet it's lying. And it knows it's lying because it has to fuel itself on the anxiety that comes from the realization that is embedded deep within the heart of its system. That it's just figments of someone else's limited imagination. Fascism makes that feeling into anxiety that tricks us into thinking we must double down on focusing on the system to work. But in truth, that anxiety doesn't exist, because what that anxiety actually is us yearning for each other. Us yearning for others to have us.
These are very good
as others
points.
are there for us. The ties that bind us together are stronger than any that can tear us apart. We just have to realize it. It's what you out there have to realize. To those of you who feel alone, cut off, know that you aren't. We're here together. To everyone else who has the energy, let them know that too. And then get out, organize, find community. Fight back against those who can't even fathom the truth strength that you have. Who try to fit you into a box without realizing that no box can ever contain the totality of you, because you are all of us together. That's what you're fighting. The fear of the small-minded who can only imagine the most boring possible future. Imagine bigger, because we can be bigger. But it starts with you, now. Fighting to expose the truth and make it our reality.
There we go. Those are really good points. Very good.
But fighting forwards. So with that being said, just know that there's hope out there. And I know this video has been tough, but know that there is joy to be found in ourselves and what we can create next. And with that said, if you allow me a little bit of the awkward transition and a little bit of self-servingness, I am feeling very lucky lately because I do have projects that are allowing me to do just that. As I shared earlier in this video, I'm currently working on Identities, a sci-fi film being distributed by Nebula. That is a project that I'm just so...
Really good video. Yeah. I think it was very self-explanatory. Anyways. You know, there is a bright future for us, but it comes within the power of innovating our future. We have the power of actually having a conceptualization of our future, whereas oppressors don't. They just hit the talking points and they just don't really give a shit, and they don't actually think in the long run. We do. And especially as Neogenians, we think in the long run. We think in the long run for humanity, and we know through that kind of idea generally what's best. But people that just want to keep things traditional, like man is woman, woman is man, this, that, and the other, this is not the direction we're going. And the direction we're going isn't going to be a threat to men or women. You can still be a man or a woman. Like, nobody's telling you you can't. Nobody's trying to say, like, the whole world needs to become, like, gender fluid and, like, gay. You know, it's just... we're tired of having the ABC 1, 2, 3 conversations while you're sitting back in the dark ages. You know, if you're talking about, well, puberty blockers haven't been studied enough in the long run. They have since the 1980s. Like, stop it. And, you know, everybody's gonna be trans like they're not. Stop it. And everybody's getting censored. Like, no. You're not getting censored. You're being held accountable for things you really shouldn't be saying. Things that are just not tolerated in this world, in this vision of a new world that we have. Not tolerating your bullshit is not the same as you being censored. Get that straight. Anyways. It was a really fun Friday. Thank you all so much for coming. I'm glad to see you all. And I look forward to seeing you next Friday. We're going to call it a night. Thank you so much, Mark, for coming. All of our moderators, Elise, Mark, Cassie, Susan. Thank you all for coming. Tyler, thank you for coming. Katrina. Let's see. David. Good night, everybody. I really appreciate you coming along. And, oh, right. So I will be live streaming with Susan and Philip tomorrow on the Neogenian Oculus. So stay tuned for that. Susan, if you would like to drop a link, I don't know if you have the stream set up, but if you just want to drop a link to the page, and any of our moderators that want to drop links to their pages, Mark has the Hyperion Midnight, Cassie has her art, things like that. Imaginista, if you want to drop something related to you. Now is the time. There we go. So Susan just dropped a link to the Neogenian Oculus. And that's where you can find the live stream I'm going to be having with Susan and Philip tomorrow. I'm assuming 6 p.m. Pacific time. Or 9 p.m. Eastern time. There's a link to Cassie's art. There's a link to Mark's channel. Go check those out. Elise says maybe I'll share something next time. Yeah, no worries, no pressure. Anyways, my lovelies, yes, it was very good to see you. Very good discussions tonight. If you missed most of the stream, just go back and watch the replay, and you can catch up with us. But anyways, good to see you all. Take care. We'll see you tomorrow at the stream, and then on Monday for Morg's Live. I'll see you in the chat room. Bye.